Chapter 2741. On the other side, another 24 hours had passed. Chu Ho finally began to feel anxious when he did not receive any news from Xiao Bao for a long time. No matter how resourceful Mu Yanqing was, it would still take some time to find someone. After Chu Ho provided the license plate number to Mu Yanqing sent his subordinates to look for him. Because of Meng Qingxue, Mu Yanqing could not personally go to look for him. He had to stay in the hospital to take care of her. Chu Ho originally wanted to go along, but Meng Qingxue said that if he went along, the gains would not make up for the losses if he encountered danger. It was better to let Mu Yanqing's men go and bring the person and the car back directly once they found him. Although Chu Ho was worried, he could only force himself to wait calmly for news. Indeed, it would not help if she went. If she encountered a sudden situation and could not get along with the team, it would be counterproductive. Hence, Chu Ho waited patiently in the hospital for news. Meng Qingxue was even more anxious than him. She liked Xiao Bao. Now that Xiao Bao's whereabouts were unknown, she had a greater responsibility. Even though Chu Ho repeatedly emphasized that Xiao Bao's accident had nothing to do with her. However, Meng Qingxue did not think so. What she was thinking was that, if it were not her, baby Chu would not be implicated in this matter. Meng Qingxue was even more anxious. She did not know how to atone for her sins if Xiao Bao was not found. Just as she was feeling uneasy. Finally, at 3:10 a.m., Mu Yanqing received news that the target's car had been found. It was said to be parked at the entrance of a small underground gambling den in Yishan County. Gambling den? Yes. Are you sure it's a van? It's a Baojun 730 MPV. The license plate matches. It should be the person you're looking for. Mu Yanqing ordered expressionlessly, bring everyone back. Also, take good care of that child. Don't let him get hurt, do you understand? Yes. Understood. Yishan City was a large city right next to the capital. Although the city was large, it was economically backward due to its geographical location. Originally, the country wanted to support it, but Yishan City was surrounded by mountains. If it were to develop into an industrial city, there would be a lot of limitations. Therefore, Yishan City still focused on agriculture. Many young men and women who were born in Yishan City would go to Beijing to work after graduation. Tong'an County was one of Yishan City's counties with relatively good economic development. When Mu Yanqing's men arrived at the scene, they saw the Baojun with the black license plate A87B9L parked quietly outside the entrance. These two men were born and raised in Yishan City. One was called Luo Qing, and the other was called Luo Hao. They both came from Luo village. 2 years ago, they followed a large group of people from the county to work in the capital. In the beginning, they could bring home some money at the end of every year. However, as time passed, they gradually picked up some bad habits in the bustling metropolis. For example, gambling and ice skating. Ice skating was naturally not the kind of ice skating. They were involved in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. As time passed, the savings they had accumulated were all squandered. The money they earned from working was not enough to pay off their debts. Thus, when they were at their wits' end, they began to engage in some unclean activities. Chapter 2742. Meng Qingxue was the biggest order they had ever taken on. After robbing the money from Song Enya, they returned to Yishan City. Initially, they vowed to start a small business, but as soon as they returned to Yishan City, they plunged into the county's gambling den. In just 2 days, they squandered more than half of the money they had earned. When Mu Yanqing's men arrived, they followed the clues and found their car. Hence, they sneaked into the small gambling den. The gambling house was a common type of underground gambling house. They usually played bullfights and the like. It was not a big deal, but this was only compared to the big gambling houses in the capital. A single win or loss could easily cost thousands or tens of thousands. For Ishan City, where the average income per person was less than 2 days, this was already an astronomical figure. At this time, the atmosphere in the underground gambling den was at its peak. When he found Luo Qing and Luo Hao and Luo Qing were playing happily. Luo Hao was casually chewing on a cigarette with a poker card in his hand. Amidst the smoke, his eyes were half closed. Luo Qing was standing behind him, watching with great interest. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Luo Qing waved his hand unhappily. "Don't bother me, I'm nervous." "Are you Luo Qing?" A man's incomparably cold voice suddenly came from behind. Luo Qing froze for a moment before turning his head in shock. When he did, he saw a few men in black suits standing behind him. They were tall and sturdy, and their expressions were cold. The man in the lead had a pair of hawk-like eyes that stared fixedly at him as if they were knives. "You? Who are you?" Luo Qing swallowed hard and asked in a daze. "Don't care who we are. Are you Luo Qing?" Luo Qing suddenly realized something and his whole body began to tremble. He probably vaguely realized the identity of these people in front of him and staggered a step with a guilty conscience. Unexpectedly, he was also a quick-witted person. He knew that this group of people was coming for him and Luo Hao, so he quickly turned around and ran. "Chase after them." Luo Qing ran out of the door, quickly unlocked the car, and started it. Seeing that the men in black suits were about to catch up, he stepped on the accelerator and wanted to escape. Alas, who would have thought that he would fall into a trap? Did they not know who sent these people? Most of them were soldiers. After careful consideration, they had already guessed that these two people would be restless and want to escape. Hence, they had done something to the car in advance. The forefront and rear tires were ruthlessly punctured. When they stepped on the accelerator, the car suddenly skidded, and the tires idled, and they almost flipped over. Luo Qing held on to the steering wheel, drenched in cold sweat. Knowing that he could not escape, but he did not dare to get out of the car. The man in the black suit stepped forward and grabbed the handle of the car door. He pulled it and it was locked from the inside. Luo Qing was secretly pleased with herself, but she did not expect the man to be so ruthless. She did not know where he got his strength from, but he pulled the locked car door open fiercely. "Get out of here. Behave yourself." Chapter 27:43. Thinking that these men were sent by Song Enya, he immediately said, "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have snatched that money. I'll definitely return Miss Song's money. 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. Please don't take me to jail. I beg you. What nonsense are you spouting?" The man kicked him fiercely, and Luo Qing immediately fell silent. Soon, Luo Hao was also dragged out of the gambling den. He had just won some money and was feeling smug. However, before he could count the money in his hand, a group of strong men appeared out of nowhere and dragged him out. Even when his hands were handcuffed, he still didn't know what was going on. It was only when he was taken out of the door and saw Luo Qing squatting on the ground that he understood what was going on. So that's what happened. He also thought that Song Enya had called the police to arrest them. He could not believe that this woman really dared to call the police. For a moment, he gritted his teeth in hatred. However, just as they thought that they would be taken to the police station for interrogation, a man in black walked up to them and questioned in a deep voice, "Where's the child?" "The child?" Luo Qing and Luo Hao looked at each other in shock before saying, "The child isn't with us." "Who sent you here?" "Did Miss Song send you?" "What Miss Song?" The man frowned unhappily and immediately took out a photo from a hidden pocket in his suit. It was a photo of Xiao Bao when he was 4 years old. Luo Qing stared at it for a long time before he realized who the child this man was talking about was. "You. You're looking for this child. Luo Qing immediately said, this child isn't with us. Where's the child? The child, Luo Qing was in a dilemma. Luo Hao also said gloomily, the child really isn't with us. Wasn't he left in that warehouse? We took the money and left. We didn't care about the child. The man furrowed his eyebrows, clearly confused. Thus, he gave the others a look one after another. Let's bring these two people back first. Let Chairman Mu handle it. Yes. After a 12-hour drive, Luo Qing and Luo Hao were brought back to the capital overnight. In the ward. Luo Qing and Luo Hao were dragged into the ward. Chu Ho had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights. She was extremely sleepy, but because she was worried about Xiao Bao, she had not slept for 48 hours. She was so tired that her eyes were bloodshot. Chairman Mu, we've brought them. Luo Qing and Luo Hao were dragged into the ward. Their backs were violently kicked, and the two of them fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. They struggled to stand up, but the black-clothed man behind them kicked them again. They could only kneel on the ground obediently with a mournful expression. Chairman Mu, these two men are called Luo Qing and Luo Hao. They are the people you're looking for. Mu Yanqing frowned and asked, where's the child? He stood up abruptly and staggered over to them. She sized them up before turning around and asking, Qingxue, were these two really the ones who took baby Chu away that day? Chapter 27:44. Chu Ho turned around again, this time without any grace. She suddenly went forward, grabbed Luo Qing's collar with one hand, and asked fiercely, where did you hide Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao? Are you talking about that chubby little boy? Luo Qing asked in confusion. He did not remember the child's name. Don't you care? Where did you hide the child that you took away from here that day? Speak. Chu Ho's voice was laced with a thunderous aura. For 2 days and 2 nights, there was no news of Xiao Bao, and her patience had been exhausted. Luo Qing was scared half to death by her fierce expression. He trembled all over, and even his voice was trembling. That child wasn't hidden by us. We were just following orders. That child was brought to the capital by us. Then, we took the money and left. That child was in the warehouse, and we didn't take him with us. We don't know what happened to him after that. Due to his nervousness and great fear, his words were incoherent and unclear. Chu Ho lost her patience and gave him a hard punch. This punch was so powerful that it almost dislocated his jaw. Luo Qing was so scared that his face turned pale, but he did not dare to resist at all. He had never seen a woman with such a terrifying aura. That look in her eyes was as if she could not wait to skin them alive, as if she was a wild beast that wanted to devour humans. Meng Qingxue got out of bed and asked angrily, that day, you broke into our house, stuffed Xiao Bao into a car, and took him away. What exactly happened? Who ordered you to do this? It was only when these two men were kidnapped by Mu Yanqing that she believed that all of this was not his doing. If it was not him, who could it be? We were also following orders. The employer gave us money, so we did it for her. We took the child away, but when we brought him over, the employer said that it wasn't the child she wanted. What happened? Mu Yanqing also felt that something was amiss. The employer said that she wants, as Luo Qing spoke, she sized up Meng Qingxue who was standing at the side with trepidation. She wanted to say something but hesitated, seeming to have some misgivings. Be honest and tell me everything. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Mu Yanqing chided sternly. With a plop, Luo Qing knelt on the ground in fright. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Spare me. We have no enmity with this lady, but our employer instructed us that she wanted a child. We misheard her instructions and misunderstood her intentions. When we brought the child over, she said that she wanted the child in this lady's womb. Luo Qing explained in a trembling voice as she carefully looked at Meng Qingxue. Meng Qingshue's face paled, and she could not help but cover her lower abdomen with lingering fear. Mu Yanqing frowned coldly. What do you mean? That employer said that she wanted the child in this lady's womb. She could either get rid of the child or kidnap her as well. But in a moment of folly, we mistook the child for the target and took him away. Meng Qingxue could not help but stagger a step, her heart beating like thunder. Chapter 27:45. Mu Yanqing came to his senses as well. His eyes were filled with anger, as if a storm was brewing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and enunciated each word clearly. What's the name of your employer? I don't know. Luo Qing lowered his head, appearing extremely guilty. How could she tell us her name so easily? This is not something to be proud of. We did not find out her identity or name. We only know that she seems to have a strong background and is very generous. She offered a high price of 500,000 yuan and said that as long as we complete the task, she will give us 500,000 yuan as a reward. 500,000 yuan. Was Mu Yanqing's child so cheap? Do you really not know her name, or are you deliberately hiding it from us? Chu Ho suddenly questioned. Luo Qing kept quiet. Luo Hao, who was standing at the side, suddenly thought of something and stammered, I remember that her surname is Song. She's a very young woman, dressed to the nines with heavy makeup. Her tone is very arrogant, like a rich missy from a big family. Song. At the mention of this name, Mu Yanqing's expression changed. He seemed to have some idea of the employer's identity. Song Enya. It's her. However, if it was Song Enya, it was not surprising that she would do such a thing. She probably knew that Meng Qingxue had left the capital and secretly settled down in Yan City to take care of her pregnancy. Meng Qingxue was pregnant with his child. If Meng Qingxue secretly gave birth to this child, it would indeed be extremely disadvantageous for her. He was not surprised that she would do this. Meng Qingxue was stunned, only to see a strange expression on Mu Yanqing's face. Being a sensitive person, she immediately guessed that he must have guessed who this employer with the surname Song was. Furthermore, he was very familiar with it, so when Luo Hao mentioned this surname, Mu Yanqing's expression changed instantly. You know her? Meng Qingxue could not help but ask. Mu Yanqing remained silent. Tell me. Meng Qingxue clenched her fists and said coldly, at this point, are you still trying to guard against me and hide everything from me? Mu Yanqing, I'm sure you know who this employer is. Tell me. Who is it? Mu Yanqing looked at her with a complicated expression. Then, he took a deep breath and said weakly, Song. Song Enya. Song Enya. This name was unfamiliar to Meng Qingxue, and she was puzzled. Mu Yanqing stroked his forehead with a headache and explained, she's my fiancée. Boom. Meng Qingshue's mind went blank at the sound of the explosion. That night, before I left the capital, I called you. Was she the woman who answered the call? Meng Qingxue made a bold guess. Mu Yanqing did not intend to avoid the topic and merely nodded silently. Ha! Meng Qingxue suddenly found it extremely funny. She laughed coldly and fell on the bed in a daze. For a moment, she felt like laughing and crying at the same time. She wanted to cry because she had almost lost the child in her stomach because of this woman. What was laughable was that he had openly announced Song Enya's fiancée. How ironic. Indeed. What reason did she have not to do so? Chapter 27:46. As Mu Yanqing's fiancée and the future young mistress of the Mu family, what reason did this woman, Song Enya, have to let her hide in an unfamiliar corner of the city and secretly give birth to her and Mu Yanqing's flesh and blood. This child was a huge threat to her status. There was no reason for her to let it go. Hence, hiring a hitman to kill her had become a duty-bound action. She wanted to kill the child in her womb before it was born. She wanted to kill it while it was still in the womb. What a vicious woman. What a cruel method. Meng Qingxue sneered. Very well. This woman was so shrewd and scheming that she couldn't help but shudder in fear. However, at the same time, a certain force in her heart silently awakened. Since this woman called Song Enya had declared war on her in such a way, what reason did she have to hide in a corner and drag out an ignoble existence? Did she want to eliminate her and snatch Mu Yanqing away from her? Dream on. Meng Qingxue decided that no matter what, she would fight Song Enya to the end. She wanted to take back everything that belonged to her, even if it didn't belong to her. With this thought in mind, Meng Qingxue laughed coldly. Seeing her sneer, Mu Yanqing thought that she had been provoked. Just as he was about to walk over, Meng Qingxue pushed him away fiercely. Looking at Luo Qing and Luo Hao, she questioned fiercely, "Where is the child now?" "Great aunt, we really don't know. After taking the money, we took it that we had completed our mission and left. How could we be in the mood to care about that child?" "So, you left the child there?" Luo Qing did not dare to speak. "Where did you take the child?" Seeing that they did not say a word, Chu He suddenly raised her leg and kicked Luo Hao's shoulder fiercely. There was a cracking sound, which seemed to be the sound of a dislocated shoulder joint. Luo Hao immediately clutched his shoulder and fell to the ground. She took a step forward, grabbed him by the collar, and said coldly, "If you don't tell me the truth, I won't be merciful anymore." "Speak." An abandoned warehouse in the outskirts of the capital. Luo Hao was in so much pain that he howled like a pig being slaughtered. His lips trembled as he said, "The location of the transaction is a warehouse in the suburbs. That place used to be a famous industrial area. Later on, it was abandoned. As for the specific coordinates, I really remember them all too clearly. I only remember that there were many abandoned factories there. At that time, the child was left alone in the warehouse. After that, we left. Please spare my life, please spare my life." Motherf *Ker. Chu Ho cursed for the first time. He couldn't wait to tear these two men into pieces. "I seem to remember a place in the suburbs of Beijing. It used to be a large industrial area. Later, the government wanted to transform it into an ecological park. However, the land was too polluted, so the project was put on hold and it became a deserted place." Mu Yanqing recalled for a moment and had some ideas. Meng Qingxue held his wrist tightly and said anxiously, "Then we will return to the capital tomorrow. The most important thing now is to find Chu Xiaobao as soon as possible. Maybe he's still there." What about you?" he asked out of the blue. Chapter 2747. Meng Qingxue glanced at Chu Ho, then looked deeply at Mu Yanqing before nodding solemnly. "Okay. I'll go back to the capital with you." Mu Yanqing's eyes lit up. "Really? You've changed your mind?" "Yes." Meng Qingxue had already made up her mind to fight Song Enya head-on. Since the latter was pushing her so hard and leaving no room for negotiation, then there was no need for her to hide and show mercy. Mu Yanqing was hers to begin with. She would no longer be weak. Even if she had to resort to unscrupulous means, she would take back what belonged to her. Meng Qingxue clenched her fists tightly and said to Chu Ho, "No matter what it takes, I must find Xiaobao." "Don't worry." Chu Ho said, "I'll go with you." Mu Yanqing glanced at Meng Qingxue. Seeing that she did not object, he nodded. "Then let's pack up immediately and prepare to return to the capital." "Okay." Ever since Gu Jinglian scolded Xiao Bao that night, Xiao Bao did not like to stick to him, nor did he call him uncle. In the morning, Xiao Bao woke up and stayed in his room alone. Uncle Fu liked him, so he took special care of him and carried a stack of comics for him. Uncle Fu had specially bought this stack of comics. Uncle Fu realized that this child seemed to be especially interested in drawing. No matter how restless he was, once a comic book was placed in front of him, he would immediately calm down. Hence, for the entire morning, Xiao Bao stayed in his room and quietly flipped through the comic books. During lunchtime, a call from the police station came in. On the other end, the deputy chief was holding the DNA report and comparing it with the data obtained from the DNA gene bank. He held the phone in his hand and was confused. He did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Xiao Bao's DNA test results are out. When will you bring him to the police station to find out more about it? Have you found his family members? Yes, but I'm a little doubtful about the authenticity of this result. Perhaps there's a mistake with the system. So, is it convenient for you to tell Mr. Gu to come to the police station with Xiao Bao personally? There are some situations that require his presence. Uncle Fu furrowed his brows, nodded, and said solemnly, I understand. As soon as Gu returned to the Gu residence, Uncle Fu came up to him nervously and briefly explained the matter. Why do you want me to go? That's what the chief said. President Gu, do you have any plans for the afternoon? No. Gu Jinglian said lightly, I have no patience for that child anymore. You can just send him to the police station. After saying that, he walked around Uncle Fu and walked towards the study. Butler Fu suddenly chased after him carefully and said worriedly, Mr. Gu. I suspect that the director asked you to go with him personally, not because of any other reason. It's because, you have to go. Gu Jinglian sized him up coldly with a strange expression. He asked faintly, what do you mean by that? Uncle Fu stammered and seemed to have some concerns. I can't really say because there's something that I'm not sure about. Anyway, old master, there's nothing wrong with you going along and personally verifying it. Chapter 2748. Uncle Fu could only explain vaguely, I don't really understand what the deputy bureau chief meant. He only said that there are some things that you need to verify personally. I suspect that the results of the DNA investigation are probably related to you. Me? Gu Jinglian curled his lips coldly and his gaze gradually turned cold. What does it have to do with me? Uncle Fu lifted his eyes and glanced at him. Then, he said carefully, it's a parent-child relationship. Gu Jinglian's expression changed. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he said coldly, you're joking with me. Old master, I wouldn't dare. Even if I had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts, I would never dare to joke about such things. Uncle Fu felt extremely wronged. He looked like he was about to burst into tears. Gu Jinglian snorted coldly. That's impossible. How can that little rascal be my son? He's so timid and stupid. My son would definitely not be as stupid as him. Uncle Fu thought to himself, isn't it a little too early for old master to say these words? What if he got slapped in the face? Suddenly, there was some movement in the room. Uncle Fu could not care less about Gu Jinglian's expression. He hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed into the room. He saw Xiao Bao lying on the bed, his tender and fair legs bouncing up and down. He seemed to be really satisfied. The commotion just now was because his movements were a little too big, and he accidentally swept the finished comic book to the ground. When Uncle Fu carried Xiao Bao out of the room, Chu Xiao Bao was halfway through the comic book. It was an exciting moment when he was abruptly interrupted. He felt extremely wronged. His little face was wrinkled and he looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. However, when Uncle Fu carried him out, the little guy looked up and saw Gu Jinglian leaning against the door with his arms crossed and a cold expression. Especially when the little guy met Gu Jinglian's incomparably cold gaze, his originally stormy little face completely collapsed. He closed his eyes tightly and opened his mouth, letting out a wail. He was so frightened that he started crying loudly. What? Gu Jinglian was already in a bad mood. He was even more baffled by the little guy's actions. His face suddenly became gloomy, and as a result, his expression became even more cold and terrifying. Xiao Bao could not help but feel his hair stand on end. He grabbed Uncle Fu's sleeve tightly. Because he was afraid, he finally could not care less about his little stubbornness and started crying loudly and wantonly. I want to go home. Mommy. He cried loudly and hugged Uncle Fu tightly. Tears rolled down from his eyes uncontrollably. Mommy. I want Mommy. Gu Jinglian had a splitting headache from his actions. He shouted angrily, Don't cry. This ferocious cold shout scared Xiao Bao even more. He waved his hands, obviously wanting to stay away from Gu Jinglian as if he was seeking protection. He stared at Uncle Fu with tears in his eyes, making people feel pity for him. Sob, sob. I want to go home. I don't want this, Uncle. Xiao Bao, don't cry, okay? Be good, we'll take you to find Mommy. Uncle Fu immediately comforted him. Uncle, carry me, okay? I don't want him, I don't want this uncle. This uncle is so fierce, he'll definitely eat me. Chapter 2749. Even if uncle doesn't eat me up, he'll break my neck and feed me to the dogs. Boo-hoo. Xiao Bao doesn't want to die. Gu Jinglian's threat from last night was still fresh in his mind. Uncle Fu coaxed him helplessly. Uncle is not a monster. Gu Jinglian was extremely helpless. He finally couldn't take it anymore and sent someone to drive the car over. Then he instructed Uncle Fu, hurry up and send this little guy to the police station. With that said, he went into the study in frustration and slammed the door shut. Uncle Fu couldn't help but shrug nervously at the loud noise. Uncle Fu had no choice but to send Xiao Bao to the police station alone. The car slowly drove into the police station. Uncle Fu carried Xiao Bao out of the car and walked into the police station. The bureau chief had been waiting for him for a long time. He was surprised to see that Gu Jinglian didn't come with him. Where's Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu is very busy. Deputy Bureau Chief, please tell me what you need. The Deputy Bureau Chief frowned and sighed. It's like this. We sent Xiao Bao's DNA to the gene bank for comparison. The results are a complete match with Mr. Gu's. That means, this child might be related to Mr. Gu by blood. Might be. We can't rule out the possibility that there's something wrong with the system. So I wanted to invite Mr. Gu along to see if he's willing to cooperate and do a DNA test with Xiao Bao. This way, the results will be more accurate. Uncle Fu lowered his head and glanced at Xiao Bao, who was trembling in his arms. He frowned and suddenly hissed. He seemed to be worried. As if he had gone through a long mental struggle, he suddenly asked cautiously, Mr. Gu isn't here. But for the DNA test, can we use his hair? When he was cleaning the room this morning, he paid special attention to the bed pillow. It took him a lot of effort to find a very short strand of hair on Gu Jinglian's bed. Thus, he collected it. It was not because of any other reason. It was because Xiao Bao and Gu Jinglian looked too similar. In this world, there were no two leaves that were exactly the same, and there were no two people who looked so similar for no reason. They weren't related to each other, but not only were their facial features similar, the unintentional expression between their eyebrows was also 50% similar. He paid special attention to it. Coincidentally, the deputy director had called him in the morning to tell him the results. Uncle Fu felt even more strange in his heart. He increasingly suspected that Xiao Bao and Gu Jinglian were really related by blood. Could it be that he was Master's illegitimate child? Thus, Uncle Fu carefully took out a well-wrapped handkerchief from his pocket. He opened the handkerchief and carefully wrapped a strand of hair in the middle. The deputy bureau chief asked, "Are you sure this strand of hair belongs to President Gu? If you make a mistake, it will affect the results. It can't be wrong. Next, I'll have to trouble the deputy director to examine it." The deputy bureau chief nodded. "It's a small matter. We'll get the results in the afternoon." Then, Uncle Fu immediately asked, "Have you found the child's mother?" No. The deputy bureau chief nodded solemnly. "There are still no results in the DNA database. Anyway, the DNA test will take some time. I'll contact you in the afternoon when the results are out." Chapter 2750. In the car, Xiaobao sat sullenly in Uncle Fu's arms. He pouted and muttered, "Uncle, that uncle is also very fierce to you. Don't you hate him? Although old master's temper is a little eccentric, he's very good to me. Although he doesn't show his concern, there are times when he occasionally shows his gentleness." The little guy did not understand what Uncle Fu was saying. He tilted his head with a puzzled expression and blinked his black eyes at him, but he did not understand the adult language. In the little guy's heart, Uncle Fu was a very gentle elder who was good to him and cared about him. In comparison, although that handsome uncle had a beautiful face, he felt that his heart was very black. It turned out that not all bad people were ugly. There were also people like this uncle who, although good-looking, was actually fierce and evil, just like a demon king. In Xiao Bao's ignorant heart, Gu Jinglian's image had already been stamped with a seal of approval, a demon king. If Uncle Fu knew what the little guy was silently criticizing at this moment, he would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. Last night, Meng Qingxue decided to return to the capital with Mu Yanqing. Naturally, Chu Ho wanted to follow them. After obtaining a precious clue, she naturally wanted to go to the capital personally to find Xiao Bao. Hence, there was no time to even pack her luggage. Anyway, to Meng Qingxue, there was nothing useful, just some personal belongings and daily necessities. These could be bought again when they returned to the capital. Now that time was of the essence, it was not something that could be measured by these worldly possessions. Meng Qingxue and Mu Yanqing were in the same car. Chu Ho, on the other hand, was in the other car. She had not slept for 2 days and 2 nights and was extremely tired. Hence, not long after she got into the car and set off, she leaned against the back seat and fell asleep. Where was Meng Qingxue? She was also exhausted. She had been on tenterhooks for 2 to 3 days. Although she closed her eyes to rest, she did not sleep well. After all, she had been trembling in fear and worried about Xiao Bao's whereabouts, so she could not sleep well. Hence, after getting into the car, she leaned on Mu Yanqing's shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. After a while, she fell into a deep sleep. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Mu Yanqing tilted his head to look at her before lowering his gaze to her flat stomach. He did not know if it was because she was too skinny, but her lower abdomen still looked flat and did not show any signs of bulging. She was probably too thin. He remembered that when his sister was pregnant, her belly was already slightly swollen at 3 months. What about Qingxue? There were no signs of pregnancy. And Qingxue? He glanced at her and saw that she was sleeping peacefully. He lowered his eyes and unexpectedly reached out his large palm. His warm palm gently pressed against her lower abdomen. His movements were extremely gentle, as if he was afraid that if his movements were too big, it would disturb the little life that was still sleeping in her stomach. Even through the belly, he couldn't sense any signs of life. She was more than 3 months pregnant, so there shouldn't be any fetal movements, right? He often saw men who were excited to become expectant fathers and excitedly pressed their hands against their bellies to listen to the fetal movements. He felt that it was ridiculous. Chapter 2751. It should be laughable, right? However, the birth of a life could indeed change a man's mentality to a great extent. Initially, when he learned about the birth of the little life, he was at a loss and even a little suspicious. One had to know that he had always taken good contraceptive measures. He rarely let her take pills. It was not that he had never had sex with other women, but usually, after having sex, he would urge his women to take the morning after pill. After all, there were many women who wanted to carry his child. Naturally, he would not let any fish escape the net. However, when it came to Meng Qingxue, he was more proactive. Usually, he would take the initiative to take precautions. Sometimes, when he really could not help himself and was not prepared beforehand, he would let her make up for it afterward. However, it was also very rare. After all, he knew that it was not good for a woman's health to take such pills. However, when he found out that she had a child with him, he found it hard to accept at first. He was not ready to be a father yet. A man in his 20s was still very playful. Especially at this critical juncture where the Mu group was in a crisis, he felt even more repulsed. Gradually, however, it was only after Meng Qingxue left that he came to realize that he had developed so many feelings for her that he should not have. He actually had great expectations for the little life in her stomach. He actually did something that he used to think was the stupidest thing. For example, Mu Yanqing carefully held her head, bent down slightly, and gently pressed his ear to her lower abdomen. However, after listening for a while, he did not hear anything special. There shouldn't be any fetal movement in 3 months, right? Mu Yanqing furrowed his brows and muttered to himself. He raised his head and met Meng Qingxue's indifferent gaze. Why was she awake? Mu Yanqing thought of how she had seen all of his silly actions earlier. Feeling embarrassed, he could not help fidgeting uneasily in his seat. When did she wake up? Wasn't she asleep? Then, did she see everything he did just now? Mu Yanqing bit his lip speechlessly. Meng Qingxue could not help but ask him, "What are you doing?" Ahem. Mu Yanqing furrowed his brows and pretended to be calm. Picking things up. Meng Qingxue smiled and asked, "Why are your ears on my stomach when you're picking things up?" Mu Yanqing was even more at a loss for words. Meng Qingxue suddenly said, "It's still early. I can't hear any fetal movements." Mu Yanqing did not bother to hide it anymore. He cleared his throat awkwardly as his cheeks turned unnaturally red. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Mu Yanqing was stunned for a moment. He picked up his phone and saw a string of numbers flashing on the screen. The number was not saved, but from the last digit, he knew that it was Song Enya's number. He did not make any special remarks. Mu Yanqing stared at the number in a daze. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly hung up. Meng Qingxue had a strange look on her face. She couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you answering?" "Oh, it's not a particularly important call." "Was it Song Enya calling?" Meng Qingxue asked. Mu Yanqing's face stiffened again. Before he could explain himself, his phone rang again. It was Song Enya, who was persistent in calling him. The urgent ringtone kept urging him to hurry up. Chapter 2752. Meng Qingxue said calmly, "It's okay. Just answer it. She must have something important to tell you." He said, "I don't want to answer it." "But you haven't answered it, and she keeps calling. The ringtone is very noisy." Since Meng Qingxue had said so, Mu Yanqing seemed to have no reason not to answer the call. He was worried that Meng Qingxue would mind, but seeing her indifferent expression, he answered the call. "Hello. Yanqing. Why did you hang up on me just now?" Song Enya's gentle voice came from the other end. She asked patiently, but her words expressed a lot of dissatisfaction. "Is it inconvenient?" Mu Yanqing felt an inexplicable sense of annoyance when he heard her voice. The thought of this woman being so heartless to force Qingxue to such a state made him feel that it was unreasonable. However, he still hadn't sorted out the series of events, and he hadn't figured out how to deal with it. What's the matter? Song Enya was dissatisfied with his tone and sounded a little impatient. Hence, she became a little unhappy. Must I only call you when something's up? It's nothing. There's nothing to talk about. Mu Yanqing's attitude was very cold. Compared to his previous aloof attitude toward her, it was much more indifferent. Hence, she said with some dissatisfaction, "Where have you been these 2 days? You didn't even answer my calls. You seem very busy." How could Song Enya not know where Mu Yanqing had gone? She knew that Mu Yanqing had personally led his men to Yen City, but she did not know that he was now on the way back to the capital with Meng Qingxue. "You don't have to ask so much about my whereabouts, do you?" Yanqing. Song Enya was slightly dissatisfied and, at the same time, aggrieved. "You're my fiancé and my future husband. No matter how unwilling you are, you can't deny this fact. As your fiancé, don't I have the right to ask about your whereabouts?" Her voice fell into Meng Qingxue's ears through the receiver. She couldn't help but frown as her eyes gradually turned cold. When she found out that the 2 men were acting under her orders and that she was the culprit behind her unborn child's death, her hatred for the Missy had reached its peak. Maternal instincts dictated this. Any mother would not tolerate any sand in their eyes. They would never allow anyone to harm their own flesh and blood. Even though she did not know who Song Enya was, she was already at loggerheads with her after what had happened. At the thought of this, the corners of her lips curled up coldly. She reached out and hugged Mu Yanqing's arm. Frowning slightly, she pretended to be uncomfortable and groaned softly. On the other end of the line, Song Enya, who was holding the phone and listening to the silence for a long time, suddenly heard a woman's faint moan. "It hurts." Meng Qingxue gently covered her lower abdomen with a pained expression. Yanqing, Song Enya was sure that she heard a woman's voice from the receiver. For a moment, she became nervous and immediately suspected Meng Qingxue. "He's with that B***TCH. Meng Qingxue. Who else could it be if not this woman?" Chapter 2753. Don't tell me that he's bringing Meng Qingxue back to the capital to nurse her pregnancy. At the thought of this possibility, an inexplicable fire ignited in her heart as she felt a great sense of crisis. "Mu Yanqing. Did you hear what I said?" At this moment, Mu Yanqing was a little alarmed by Meng Qingxue's weak moans of pain. However, Song Enya's stern voice on the other end of the phone made him lose his patience, and he could not help but sound a little anxious. "What? Mu Yanqing, who's that woman beside you?" Song Enya asked aggressively. "Are you questioning me?" Mu Yanqing retorted expressionlessly. "It's none of your business who I'm with, right? Mind your own business and don't worry about me." With that, he looked at her worriedly. Seeing her pale face, his eyes suddenly became a little flustered. "What's the matter?" "It hurts." Meng Qingxue's voice was more like an invisible provocation. Although it was very weak, it was still brazenly provoking Song Enya's brain. There was no need to think about who had made that sound. She could even tell that Meng Qingxue was deliberately diverting Mu Yanqing's attention while blatantly provoking her through the phone. This Meng Qingxue must know who called Mu Yanqing, so she's provoking me so arrogantly. D***MN. Mu Yanqing. Song Enya was so angry that the veins on her forehead were throbbing. "I'm busy now," Mu Yanqing said coldly and hung up the phone. Song Enya held the phone in a daze. When she heard the busy tone from the other end, the corners of her eyes twitched violently. She was so angry that she actually smashed the phone on the ground. B***TCH. She cursed angrily. As if not venting her anger, she picked up the phone and smashed it again, as if the phone was Meng Qingxue. Is this Meng Qingxue planning to officially declare war on me? Was she trying to declare her sovereignty over her by doing this? At the thought of this, Song Enya could not suppress her anger. Her face was ashen as she clenched her fists. Suddenly, her lips curled into a bloodthirsty sneer. Fine. Meng Qingxue. Since you've declared war on me, then I'll naturally accompany you to the end. Mu Yanqing's attention was focused on Meng Qingxue after he hung up the phone. Thinking that she was in pain again, he carefully placed his large palm on her lower abdomen and anxiously said, "Hold on for a while more. We'll be in the capital soon. Once we're in the capital, I'll transfer my lower abdomen earlier, but it's better now." Meng Qingxue smiled weakly. She felt a little satisfied when he hung up on Song Enya without any hesitation. Between her and Song's between the two, Song and Qingxue's, this man's is that. This knowledge made her somewhat elated. At the very least, he cares about me. Alright, don't worry and don't be so nervous. Didn't the doctor say that I'm fine? Meng Qingxue consoled him, feeling amused. He reminded her worriedly, "If you feel unwell, tell me immediately. Don't hide anything from me." Chapter 2754. Uncle Fu brought Xiaobao Chu around the Wanbao building. The Wanbao building had a very famous children's entertainment place called Leji Children's King. There were many game machines that were suitable for Xiaobao to play. Chu Xiaobao had never seen such a bustling building before, let alone such a bustling place. Leji Children's King sold products for infants aged 0 to 13, including clothes, milk powder, calcium tablets, and toys. Chu Xiaobao, who was originally in a very low mood, was immediately attracted by the many toys displayed in Leji Children's King when he stepped into the shop. For a moment, he was like a little mouse that had fallen into a rice jar, and all his unhappiness was thrown to the back of his mind. "Uncle, look, look!" Chu Xiaobao ran in front of a whack-a-mole game machine, and his eyes lit up. "What is this?" Uncle Fu walked over and squatted down beside him, and then patiently said, "This is a game machine. Do you see these little mice?" After a pause, Uncle Fu smiled and picked up a small red hammer that was hanging at the side. He handed it to him and explained, "When the game starts, these little mice's heads will pop out of the holes. At this time, you have to use the small hammer in your hand to hit the little mouse's head hard. This way, you can get 1 point." Wow! Xiao Bao's eyes seemed to have countless little stars surging. It seemed very fun. Chu Xiao Bao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then does this game require money to play? Although the little guy was still young, he already had the concept of money. He already knew that when he was outside, there were many things that required money. However, his mother had told him before that he could not simply spend other people's money. Therefore, he did not mention that he wanted to play. Instead, he looked at the flashing red light of the game machine with a yearning look on his face. Uncle Fu could tell what he was thinking. He smiled knowingly and immediately called the shop assistant over. He then paid for the coins and returned to the game machine with the coins. He saw that Xiao Bao was still holding the small hammer and staring at this extremely novel toy, so he deliberately teased him. "Xiao Bao, do you want to play?" Xiao Bao nodded heavily without any defense, but suddenly thought of something and said carefully, "This game costs money." "Forget it. I'm just looking, not playing." "Here." Uncle Fu opened his palm. Xiao Bao looked over and saw a few coins lying quietly in his palm. He was surprised. "What are these?" "Coins. As long as you put in the coins, you can play." Once he heard that he could play the game, Xiao Bao could not help but be excited. His face was flushed with excitement and yearning. He asked tentatively, "Can I really play?" Of course." Uncle Fu smiled knowingly and then put a coin into the terminal. After a while, the screen showed start. He gently urged, Xiao Bao, the game has started. Ah! Xiao Bao immediately raised the small hammer in his hand and smashed it heavily on the little mouse's head that popped out of the hole. Squeak squeak. The little mouse let out a scream and retreated back into the hole. So fun. So fun. Chapter 2755. It was Xiao Bao's first time playing, so his reflexes were not particularly nimble. Although he used a lot of strength, he was sometimes too nervous and could not perform well. Several times, he missed his target. Uncle Fu also became nervous and kept pointing out the mountains and rivers. Quickly hit that side. Over there, over there. Here. Baby Chu panted as he hammered away at the wall with his small hammer. Uncle Fu watched from the side and couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. Thinking about the old master when he was young, he still remembered that when Jinglian was 6 years old, they went to the commercial street to play. At that time, there was a huge pirate ship in the middle of the commercial street. At that time, Gu Jinglian was young. At the age of 6, he was really at his most playful age. He clamored to play. However, as the future successor of the Gu family, the family had extremely high hopes for Gu Jinglian. As the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Jinglian's every word and action were strictly controlled. At the age of 4, he had already started receiving strict training. Shooting, karate, jujitsu, he still remembered the first time he went to the shooting range. Little Jinglian threw a tantrum because he did not like such a serious occasion. In the end, his strict father threw him into the detention room as punishment. For the entire night, he knelt in the detention room and was not allowed to get up. The next morning, it was Uncle Fu who personally carried him back to his room. He had already lost all feeling in his knees and was unable to stand. From then on, his personality changed drastically. He was no longer as energetic as a normal child. His personality also became increasingly gloomy and he did not like to get close to anyone. At the age of 6, Gu Jinglian had already seen countless bloody scenes with his father. Once, at the casino, the 6-year-old Gu Jinglian watched helplessly as a gambler who cheated had his hands crippled by the casino's hired thugs. The ground was covered in blood, but there was no fear on his young face. It was as if this was a normal scene. Uncle Fu looked at Xiao Bao and sighed. At the end of the round, the little guy was sweating profusely, but he only got 10 points. The shop assistant stood to the side and watched. Xiao Bao's serious expression as he played the game was too funny. She couldn't help but ask, "Little friend, is this your first time playing?" Xiao Bao nodded in a daze and looked at her shyly. The shop assistant explained, "If you can clear the game and break the record, you have a chance to win a heavyweight prize." Xiao Bao's eyes seemed to be filled with countless little stars as he asked excitedly, "What's the prize?" The shop assistant pointed at the rules of the game and briefly introduced them. The final record was 100 points. Uncle Fu looked at it carefully. If he could break the record, he would be able to get the latest AI robot developed by Leji Holdings. It was a global limited edition. However, there was a prerequisite. Parents could not give any help in this game. The child had to break the record with his own strength in order to win the prize. Uncle Fu and Xiao Bao talked about this. Xiao Bao clenched his fists and looked determined to win. "I will work hard and win the prize." He looked like a tiger eyeing its prey with ambition in his eyes. Uncle Fu stayed by his side and was responsible for putting in the coins for him. He silently watched over him. Halfway through the game, the police station called. Chapter 2756. Thus, he walked to the side and picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, the deputy bureau chief sounded worried and conflicted. "The diagnosis report is out. It's basically confirmed." When Fu Bo heard this, he frowned slightly. "Are you sure?" There can't be any mistakes. As long as there's no problem with the sample you provided, it's basically confirmed. Fu Bo couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. In the end, they couldn't be bothered to play games anymore. Uncle Fu carried Chu Xiaobao back to the Gu family in a hurry and immediately asked about Gu Jinglian's whereabouts. His subordinate reported that Gu Jinglian had just left to survey the territory. The Gus intended to invest in a piece of land to build a financial center. That piece of land was what Gu Jinglian had liked previously. He had bought it through an auction. The area wasn't particularly prosperous, but the rail transportation was very convenient. In the future, when it was developed into a financial street, it would have great prospects. Did Old Master say when he'll be back? That person shook his head. No, Old Master didn't say anything. Uncle Fu frowned and carried Xiao Bao to the seat beside him. He paced back and forth a few times and suddenly asked, "I.e., you've been following Old Master all this time. Have you ever found out what kind of women he has around him?" He looked at him in a daze. He obviously didn't understand why he had thrown this question out of the blue. "Uncle Fu, why are you suddenly asking this?" "There's a reason why I'm asking you this. You just have to answer." He said doubtfully. "It doesn't seem appropriate to discuss Old Master's private matters in private, right? Old Master hates this the most. If he finds out that I'm talking too much, wouldn't it be?" "Don't worry. Just say it. You don't have to worry about what happens after that." He rubbed his chin and recalled. Then, he sighed helplessly. "Old Master has a lot of women around him." He said. Uncle Fu didn't give up and asked, "How many are close to him?" "Not many." He shrugged and said calmly, "Master has many women around him, but he doesn't have a close relationship with any of them. Most of it happened in one night." "Uncle Fu, you know it too. Master didn't care about women at all. Even if he had a lot of women, it was just a biological need. He's a man after all. Moreover, you also know that Old Master doesn't believe in marriage. He said that he won't marry. Therefore, his marriage has always been a sore point for the entire family. Aren't there any special exceptions?" He shook his head. "No." Fu Bo sighed. He felt that he couldn't make sense of the situation. He glanced at his expression, but tactfully did not ask further. An hour later, Gu Jinglian actually came back. He went to investigate the scene and saw that there were no major problems, so he went back home. As soon as he returned to the Gu family, the first question he asked was, "Did you send that brat back?" However, his subordinate reported that Uncle Fu had just brought that little fellow back to the Gu family. "Call that old man over." Gu Jinglian felt a wave of annoyance in his heart. He casually pulled at his collar and went upstairs. Uncle Fu hurried to the study. Gu Jinglian went straight to the point and questioned him, "Why did you bring that brat back again?" Chapter 2757. The police station verified it again. They used your hair and the blood samples collected from Xiao Bao Chu for a paternity test. The final report showed that you and Chu Xiao Bao are related. What? Gu Jinglian found it hard to accept such a conclusion. He stood up in shock and stared at him with a gloomy expression. "Where did you get the hair?" "On your pillow. The doctor said that fortunately, there were hair follicles left in your hair. Therefore, such a test report is valid." Gu Jinglian's expression froze for a moment. He frowned slightly. "Don't joke about such things." "Old Master, how could I joke about such things?" Uncle Fu said with an aggrieved expression. "The truth is right in front of us. From the first time I saw this child, I had some suspicions. Old Master, didn't you notice? This child looks a lot like you. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some kind of coincidence. However, this child's facial features are not only similar to yours. Even the expression he sometimes shows is extremely similar to yours. What confirmed my suspicions was the news from the police station that day. They collected Xiao Baochu's DNA and compared it with the national gene pool. In the end, the only match that matched him was you. What? Gu Jinglian felt that this was simply a fantasy. There were countless jaw-dropping coincidences in the world. But it was hard to imagine that such a coincidence would fall on his head. So, Xiao Baochu was his child. How could it be? No matter what kind of relationship he had with the women, he would always take strict precautions. He did not like children. In fact, it could even be said that he was sick of them. He would never let any woman have the chance to bear his child. Even if there was a fish that escaped the net, those greedy women who were pregnant with his child would definitely come knocking on his door with great fanfare. In the name of the child, they would use any means necessary to demand an astronomical amount of child support. How could they hide in such a small city with the child and secretly raise the child until he was 5 years old without alerting the Gu family? Ridiculous. Nonsense. Uncle Fu sighed, "Master, there are some things that you can't deny even if you don't admit it. Chu Xiaobao must be your flesh and blood." Gu Jinglian suddenly looked at him deeply, then curled his lips coldly and said, "This report doesn't count if I'm not present. Unless you do it again and I see the results with my own eyes, only then will I believe you." Uncle Fu said, "Master, if you want, you can go to the hospital for a detailed test right away." Before he could finish, there was a small movement at the door. Gu Jinglian sensed that someone was eavesdropping at the door. He shouted coldly, "Who's at the door?" "Ah," a tender voice came from the door. Chu Xiaobao stood at the door with an aggrieved expression. He nervously pinched the corner of his clothes. Just now, he had secretly followed behind Uncle Fu. He didn't dare to go in, so he hid at the door and eavesdropped. However, he couldn't understand what they were talking about. She could vaguely hear that this annoying bad uncle seemed to be yelling at Uncle Fu. Chapter 2758. Gu Jinglian saw his guilty look and frowned. "Why are you hiding at the door?" I, Chu Xiaobao stammered for a while and suddenly said, "Don't blame Uncle. I'll definitely return the money he used to buy clothes for me when I grow up and earn money." What did he mean? Gu Jinglian was baffled by her words. Uncle Fu's heart warmed. So this little guy was worried that he would be scolded by old master for spending money on him, so he secretly followed him. Although there was some misunderstanding, this child's kindness still warmed his heart. Gu Jinglian was a little impatient, but for some reason, he couldn't help but take a few more glances at this little guy. He saw him standing there with a wronged and indignant expression, pinching the corner of his shirt and looking at him uneasily. Suddenly, he sat back at the table and waved at him. "Come here." "What?" "Come here." Xiao Bao was a little shocked. This bad uncle was calling him. But he looked so fierce. Was he going to scold him? With such a fearful heart, Xiao Bao didn't dare to move forward for a while. Uncle Fu saw that he seemed to be very afraid of Gu Jinglian and smiled helplessly. Then he said, "Xiao Bao, Uncle is calling you over. But, don't be afraid. I'm here, aren't I?" Uncle Fu encouraged him. Xiao Bao bit his lip. Then he mustered up his courage and slowly walked over to Gu Jinglian. He stood still and lowered his head guiltily, not even daring to look at him. Gu Jinglian scrutinized him carefully, from his eyebrows to his small nose and exquisite facial features. He looked at every detail carefully. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. However, before he could touch him, his sudden movement startled the little guy. Xiao Bao saw him suddenly reach out his hand from the corner of his eye and thought that this bad uncle was going to hit him. He was so frightened that he immediately hugged his head and squatted on the ground, crying out loud. "Don't hit me." Gu Jinglian's lips instantly twitched. Who wanted to hit him? Why did this little guy become so timid? In the beginning, he had been wandering alone in the wilderness for so long, but he had never seen him cry. He had even been so bold as to climb into his car. Why had he become so timid now? He had only reached out his hand, and he had already been scared to this extent. Uncle Fu wanted to laugh, but his heart ached at the same time. It was probably because of Gu Jinglian's harsh words that night that the little guy was scared out of his wits. Hence, when he stood in front of Gu Jinglian, he could not help but feel paranoid and jittery. Xiao Bao, be good. Uncle isn't going to hit you. Xiao Bao raised his head. There were still a few drops of tears on his face. Seeing that Gu Jinglian was staring at him coldly, as if he really didn't want to hit him and didn't look as fierce as he remembered, Xiao Bao stood up, trembling all over, but his shoulders were still trembling. Uncle, you said not to hit me. The little guy said sobbingly. Gu Jinglian took a deep breath to calm his emotions. He deliberately eased his tone and said lightly, "Come here. Let Uncle take a good look at you." Woo, Xiao Bao was a little unwilling. Uncle Fu saw this and gently pushed him from behind. Only then did Chu Xiao Bao pout and walk in front of Gu Jinglian. He raised his head but didn't dare to look into his eyes. Chapter 27:59. Gu Jinglian looked at him up close and reached out his hand. His slender fingers slowly caressed every inch of his facial features. His fingertips gently rubbed his brows and eyes, and he couldn't help but stare blankly. He hadn't looked at him seriously before, but now that he was looking at him up close, he suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Uncle Fu was suspicious. This child did look like him when he was young. But, his child. Was it possible? Then, who was his mother? Uncle. Why do you keep staring at me? Chu Xiao Bao tilted his head and asked, puzzled. Gu Jinglian was silent. Behind him, Uncle Fu smiled and said, "Xiao Bao, haven't you always said that you want to find your father?" Chu Xiao Bao turned around and exchanged glances with Uncle Fu. He nodded vigorously. Yeah. Xiao Bao didn't have a father since he was young. Mommy doesn't know where Daddy is either, but Mommy said that Xiao Bao has a father. It's just that they were temporarily separated for some reason. Xiao Bao has always wanted to find his father. Uncle Fu asked deliberately, "If you really find your father, are you willing to acknowledge him?" Yes, yes. Chu Xiao Bao nodded vigorously. If I can find my father, of course I'm willing to acknowledge him. Because he's my father. Without my father, there wouldn't be a Xiao Bao. Uncle Fu smiled in relief. He walked forward and picked him up. Then he gestured, "Xiao Bao, Uncle will tell you a secret, okay?" Okay. Xiao Bao went forward. Uncle Fu leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Your father is right in front of you." What do you mean? Xiao Bao couldn't wrap his head around it for a while. Uncle Fu gestured with his eyes. This uncle is your father. The afternoon sun was glaring and vicious. Even though it was only April, the weather was gradually turning hot. There seemed to be no transition between winter and summer as it quietly arrived without warning. Mu Yanqing and his entourage arrived in the capital. According to the clues and coordinates provided by Luo Qing, they quickly found the exact location. Just as the clues provided by them were, there was indeed a very well-hidden industrial area in the suburbs. This industrial area was built in the last century. They found the warehouse, and when they walked over, they saw breadcrumbs and broken chairs scattered on the ground. Chu Ho walked over and squatted on the ground. She gently rubbed the breadcrumbs. She walked over to the broken chair and looked at it. The chair was made of solid wood. After years of being exposed to the wind and sun, many parts of the warehouse were already moldy and decayed. It could be easily broken with a gentle twist. Luo Qing said that the warehouse is very humid, so they used a chair to tie baby Chu up. From the looks of it, it should be here, she said. Chu Ho frowned and said slowly, but Xiao Bao isn't here. Where could he have gone? Could Song Enya have brought him back? Meng Qingxue asked worriedly. Impossible. Mu Yanqing said, since this child isn't the one she wants, she won't take the risk to bring him back. After all, it won't do her any good to harm a child. She won't do anything to Xiao Bao. A woman like her is ruthless. What won't she do? Meng Qingxue said hatefully. Chapter 2760. Chu Ho suddenly stood up, turned around, and looked around before saying calmly, Xiao Bao should be fine. Mu Yanqing was stunned. What do you mean? Meng Qingxue was surprised to hear this. Chu Ho, how can you be so sure? Did you see this chair? Chu Ho kicked the wreckage of the chair on the ground expressionlessly and said slowly, didn't Luo Qing say that they left after tying Xiao Bao to the chair? I looked at the scene and didn't see any signs of an intense fight. I originally thought that Xiao Bao had been taken away by that woman. However, when I saw this chair, I could infer that that woman was probably like Luo Qing and Luo Hao. She didn't care about the child and just left. Meng Qingxue walked to Chu Ho's side and looked down at the chair on the ground. It seemed to have suffered a huge impact and was broken into pieces. She was a little puzzled. What happened to this chair? Do you see it? The chair is broken and broken into pieces, but do you see here? There are traces of handcuffs here. Judging from these traces, the little guy was probably tied to the chair and wanted to escape, so he dragged the chair to the wall. Then, he turned his back and slammed into the wall to break the chair. This chair looks very sturdy, but after being exposed to the wind and sun for so many years, coupled with being soaked in water, it has long rotted and broken. Maybe the little guy was left here alone and thought of this way to get away. After Chu Ho explained in detail, Meng Qingxue came to a realization. I understand what you mean. In other words, Xiao Bao didn't get into an accident. That's true, but that might not be the case. Chu He frowned. She turned around, walked to the door, and looked around. This was the suburbs, remote and desolate. Even if she could escape from here, she was only a 5-year-old child. How could she leave this place on her own? After arriving in the capital, Chu Ho noticed along the way that this place was barren and there was no sign of human habitation. Even an adult would have to walk for 3 days and 3 nights to leave such a desolate place. With Xiao Bao's leg strength, there was no way he could walk out of here. Chu Ho frowned and clenched her fists tightly. For a moment, she felt a little lost. She wanted to find Xiao Bao, but she did not know how to do it. In the huge capital, finding a child was like finding a needle in a haystack. She did not dare to think in a bad way, but it was not that she was not worried that Xiao Bao might have encountered an accident in this wilderness. If it were any other woman, she would probably be so helpless that she would break down in despair and wail at this time, but Chu Ho did not. Meng Qingxue said, why don't we call the police? Call the police. Mu Yanqing snorted. Haven't you seen the efficiency of the police? Call the police. There won't be any clues at all. But it's better than just sitting there and not doing anything. Meng Qingxue, however, disagreed. What if baby Chu meets a kind-hearted person on his way out and sends him to the police station to file a report? Who knows, we might be able to get some leads by calling the police. Chapter 2761. Chu Ho also silently agreed with this suggestion. Even if Xiao Bao had really met with an accident, they could still get news from him by calling the police. If there was no news, it would probably be the best news. In short, they should contact the local police station first and file a record. What if there was a lead? With such hope, Chu Ho picked up her phone and dialed the police station's number. After connecting to the police station, she recorded Xiao Bao's basic characteristics and some information, waiting for a slim chance of survival. Just as the group was driving towards the city center, Chu Ho suddenly received a call from the police station. "Hello, are you Miss Chu? I'm from the Yanhu District Public Security Bureau. Previously, the call center received a report from you saying that your son was missing. The name you provided was Xiaobao Chu, right?" "Yes." Hearing this, Chu Ho was a little excited. She held the phone tightly and asked, "Excuse me, is there any news from your side?" "Oh, it's like this. This name was not found in the household registration center. However, I checked online. Previously, the Shenzhen Public Security Bureau also received a report that a child was missing and entrusted to the Public Security Bureau to find his family. However, 10 minutes ago, the family called to close the case. Apparently, the child has already found his family." "What?" Chu Ho's expression froze for a moment. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together. "Officer, are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. How could it be?" Chu Ho was a little unsteady on her feet. For a moment, many doubts arose in her mind. She clenched her teeth tightly and said with difficulty, "Could it be a false claim?" She had seen on the news that some criminals would pretend to be the child's family and claim the child. Previously, there was such a blunder in Sea City. Due to the negligence of a few police officers at the Public Security Bureau, the child was falsely claimed by an unrelated stranger and was then abducted and sold to a remote mountain area. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and through the police station's surveillance cameras, they had a detailed picture of the child's facial features. The police officer immediately said, "That's impossible." The information on the case said that the child and his family had undergone a DNA test and confirmed that they were related. That's why the case was closed. Chu Ho's face suddenly turned ugly. "However, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a coincidence of names. After all, other than providing names and general information, you didn't provide any other strong clues. Is it convenient for you to come to the police station now? Collect DNA information and then do a detailed investigation. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. However, please rest assured that the DNA information of the child is basically consistent with his father's. If the blood relationship is not confirmed, we can't just close the case casually." Chu Ho hung up the phone with a complicated look on his face. For a moment, it was as if there were countless inexplicable threads crazily rushing to the center of his eyebrows, giving him a splitting headache. She rubbed the space between her eyebrows, but her forehead had unknowingly started to sweat. Meng Qingxue saw that she looked terrible and couldn't help but walk up to her worriedly. She asked anxiously, "Chu Ho, is there any news from Xiaobao?" Chapter 2762. The police said that there was indeed a child named Chu Xiaobao, who got lost and was sent to the Public Security Bureau. However, after an investigation, his family members claimed him and the case was closed. Family members? Meng Qingxue was shocked. How is that possible? I think it's very strange too. This is simply a fantasy. Chu Ho said. Mu Yanqing said from the side, "It's useless to say so much now. Calm down. We might as well go to the police station to take a look. It's better than being flustered here." For the first time, Chu Ho did not refute and only nodded. The car drove toward the Yanhu District Public Security Bureau. The Yanhu District Public Security Bureau was not far from the highway intersection. The intersection of the highway intersection and the provincial road was the only road that led to the suburbs, which was the abandoned industrial area. Yanhu District was in charge of the jurisdiction of this area. Therefore, after 20 minutes, Chu Ho arrived at the police station. Mu Yanqing was in charge of parking the car while Meng Qingxue followed closely behind Chu Ho into the police station. The police officer in charge of the case received them. The police officer had already printed out the documents for the record and explained it concisely. That child is 120 centimeters tall and looks very delicate. He's about 5 years old. As the household registration center couldn't find his file, he probably wasn't registered on the household register. Just 3 days ago, a middle-aged man brought him to the police station to report a case. He said that the child was lost and asked the police to find his family members. However, after searching hard, they couldn't find any information about the child. After that, the child's DNA was collected and sent to the DNA database for comparison. 3 days ago. Chu Ho frowned. The timing was basically the same. But where was Xiao Bao before the case was reported? Where was the child found? Chu Ho asked. The police officer shook his head and said, he didn't say. The person who reported the case only said that he accidentally picked him up on the road. At that time, it was very late and the child was alone on the road in the suburbs. He seemed to have gotten lost from his family. Then, didn't you say that you collected the child's DNA and sent it to the database for comparison? Chu Ho paused and asked nervously, did you get any results? The police officer only said, there are no notes on the details. They only said that the child's father had been found and brought the child home. The case has been closed. That's my child. Chu Ho said confidently, if it's really as described in this case, then all the characteristics are consistent, and the time of disappearance is also consistent, then that child is my son. His name was Xiao Bao Chu. Officer, can you help me find my child? It's naturally impossible to rely on your one-sided statement. Is it convenient for you to do a DNA test? If the information matches, we'll take you to the child. Chu Ho gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. He forced himself to calm down and asked, then, the premise is that if something goes wrong and the man is not related to the child, can the child's safety be guaranteed? The child's safety will definitely be guaranteed. Don't worry about that. Okay. Chu Ho nodded. Then I'll try my best to cooperate with you. Don't worry. As long as you cooperate with us to collect the DNA information, we'll give you a reply immediately. Chapter 2763. On the other side, Xiao Bao, who also felt that this world was extremely mysterious, stood in front of Gu Jinglian in a daze. His eyes were dull and his face was full of doubt. He looked at Gu Jinglian, then carefully looked at Uncle Fu. It took him a long time to digest Uncle Fu's words. He looked at Gu Jinglian again, his eyes full of doubt and fear. He couldn't help but walk in front of Uncle Fu and grumble, Uncle, this joke isn't funny at all. How can this bad uncle be my father? Uncle Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He squatted down, held his shoulder, and said very seriously, Xiao Bao, Uncle isn't joking with you. This is your father. He doesn't look like my father at all. Feeling aggrieved, Baby Chu pinched the corner of his shirt tightly, clearly unwilling to do so. No matter how he looked at it, this uncle was bad. He was like a demon king, black-bellied and terrifying. Just one look was enough to make one's hair stand on end and shudder. In his imagination, his father was an extremely imposing figure. He was tall, gentle, handsome, and made people feel very safe. However, this uncle seemed to have a handsome and tall image. He was satisfied, but this gentleness, his temper was obviously very bad. Moreover, he was fierce and glared at him viciously. He was not gentlemanly at all. Naturally, he couldn't accept this fact. Similarly, Gu Jinglian felt extremely awkward. A little child had appeared out of nowhere. All kinds of evidence proved that this 5-year-old kid in front of him was his flesh and blood. For a moment, he was a little confused and gloomy. He didn't have the awareness of a father at all. When it came to children, other than annoyance and disgust, he didn't have any patience. Therefore, even though the entire Gu family had great enthusiasm and hope for his lifelong happiness, to him, he didn't believe in marriage. It was just that he didn't want children. However, this little kid fell from the sky and was pushed in front of him by Uncle Fu to call him father. He panicked and was at a loss for some reason. He was already feeling conflicted. Looking at Xiao Bao, he was also looking at him awkwardly. He was also very unwilling to acknowledge this father of his. The father and son stood face to face. The awkwardness between them was exactly the same. Gu Jinglian snorted, still in disbelief. He suddenly said, "How can my son be so stupid?" Xiao Bao Chu heard him. Not only did he hear it, but he also understood it. He was so angry that his little face twisted. He glared at him fiercely and put his hands on his hips in defiance. Then, he pouted and glared at him. He said arrogantly, "My father can't be so fierce. I won't admit that you're my father." His face was full of disdain. The repulsion in his eyes was even more obvious. Gu Jinglian was furious and glared at him. If Chu Xiaobao Chu wasn't used to his cold and threatening gaze, he would have been trembling in fear. However, after these 2 days of interaction, he had gotten used to Gu Jinglian's bad temper. He also gradually got used to his cold expression. He was no longer afraid. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and said provocatively, "Why are you glaring at me? You don't want to acknowledge me, but I don't want to acknowledge you." Humph. You. Chapter 2764. Gu Jinglian was so angry that he was at a loss for words. He cursed fiercely in his heart. Brat. He had learned how to be fierce with his mouth. Uncle Fu immediately gave Gu Jinglian a look. He squatted down and patiently coaxed, "Xiao Bao, didn't you say that you really wanted a father? Now that you found a father, why are you saying that you don't want one anymore? He's not the kind of father I want." Xiao Bao said angrily, "Besides, not only does this uncle look fierce, he obviously doesn't like me at all. Why should I stick my warm buttocks to his cold face?" Pfft, stick my warm buttocks to his cold face. Uncle Fu couldn't help but be amused by Xiao Bao's innocent and amusing behavior. As Xiao Bao complained, he looked at Gu Jinglian with a resentful gaze, as if he was silently mocking him with his eyes. Gu Jinglian wasn't a good-natured person. He threatened, "If you look at me again, do you believe that I'll dig your eyeballs out?" Xiao Bao immediately pursed his lips and shrank back behind Uncle Fu. His 2 little hands grabbed the corner of Uncle Fu's shirt in fear. However, he relied on Uncle Fu's presence and was certain that Gu Jinglian wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He continued to provoke him, "Dig if you can." Humph. Big baddie. I won't be threatened by you. Xiao Bao is a brave man. I'm not afraid. Oh. Gu Jinglian smiled mischievously. He strode over to Uncle Fu and suddenly reached out. He grabbed Xiao Bao's collar and pulled him over. "Aw!" Chu Xiao Bao cried out in alarm. Before he could dodge, and before Uncle Fu could stop him, Gu Jinglian had already lifted him up. Coincidentally, Uncle Fu had specially bought a pair of suspenders for Xiao Bao today. Gu Jinglian's strength was frightening. With just a little bit of force, he grabbed his collar and lifted him up easily. Gu Jinglian looked straight at him. His eyes were cold and sharp, as if they were going to devour his soul. Chu Xiao Bao swallowed nervously. However, he saw Gu Jinglian's lips curl into a cold smile. He said coldly, "Look at you. You're so arrogant. Do you really think I don't dare?" Chu Xiao Bao's shoulders couldn't help but tremble. He didn't dare to struggle. He just bit his trembling lips tightly, and his eyes gradually moistened. He probably knew that he was afraid. He really thought that Gu Jinglian was a man of his word, and that he wasn't just bluffing. But even though he was afraid, so afraid that his whole body was trembling, Chu Xiaobao still pretended to be brave and clenched his fists. His teary eyes tried hard to widen as he stared at Gu Jinglian. Even though tears kept rolling in his eyes, he tried hard to force himself to not show any cowardly expression in front of Gu Jinglian. Instead, he pretended to be calm and said, "I'm not afraid. You're taller than me and stronger than me. You can bully me, and I can't beat you. But I won't beg you for mercy, and I won't be afraid. Because Mom said that Xiaobao is the bravest child." After saying that, Chu Xiaobao clenched his fists even tighter. His expression was solemn as if he was facing death calmly. However, no matter how hard he tried to show how majestic his spirit was, his trembling voice still betrayed him in the end. "You're afraid," Gu Jinglian said lightly. Chapter 2765. Chu Xiaobao snorted coldly and flashed his clenched fists as if to show off his strength. "I'm not afraid. Didn't you say you were going to gouge out my eyes? Just do it. I won't beg for mercy, and I won't cry out in pain." "Oh." Gu Jinglian raised his eyebrows. Then, he moved his shoulders and raised his hand slightly. Unexpectedly, his simple action of raising his hand completely frightened Xiaobao, who was on the verge of panic. He finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart. He covered his eyes tightly with both hands and gritted his teeth. Tears of fear flowed continuously through the gaps between his fingers and rolled down his face. However, he gritted his teeth and tried hard not to cry out loud. His trembling shoulders silently betrayed the fear in his heart at that moment. Uncle Fu couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately walked forward and snatched the child from Gu Jinglian's hands. He was a little angry. "Old master, Xiaobao is still young. You can't scare him like this. The child is so young. He can't be scared at all. Isn't he very stubborn?" Gu Jinglian disagreed. "Since he's my son, how can he be so pretentious?" "Old master," Uncle Fu said helplessly, "don't you feel sorry for Xiaobao?" Gu Jinglian glanced at him. His gaze was unreadable. "Feel sorry for him?" Uncle Fu was about to say something, but on second thought, old master's reaction was only because he wasn't mentally prepared for his son. Men were different from women. A woman's latent maternal instincts would be immediately aroused by the birth of a child. However, men were different. Gu Jinglian was even more so. Since he was young, his concept of family was very weak. Moreover, he didn't have any feelings for this child. He was no different from a stranger. It was indeed ridiculous for him to immediately acknowledge this child from the bottom of his heart. His indifferent reaction couldn't be more normal. Uncle Fu asked seriously, "Old master, what do you plan to do with this child?" Gu Jinglian sized him up and said indifferently, "It's up to you. In that case, can we keep Xiaobao in the Gu family?" Uncle Fu's eyes lit up. Chu Xiaobao seemed to have understood something. His whole body trembled as he said, "I don't want to. Xiaobao. I don't want to be with this uncle. He's a bad guy. He's not my father. He wants to dig out my eyes. He's a demon king. Great demon king." After Chu Xiaobao shouted herself hoarse from complaining, she could no longer hold back her grievances and sobbed, "I want to go home. I miss my mother. I want my mother. Whoa whoa. I want to go home." Xiaobao. Chu Xiaobao didn't listen to any of Uncle Fu's kind words at all. He rubbed his eyes pitifully with his little hands and cried sadly. Actually, from the first time he met Gu Jinglian, Xiaobao liked this uncle from the bottom of his heart. At that time, Gu Jinglian took him to eat KFC. His heart was filled with anticipation. If such a handsome and nice uncle was his biological father, how happy would he be? Ever since he was born, he didn't have a father. His yearning for a father was definitely not a simple fantasy. However, a child's heart was delicate and extremely sensitive. During this period of time together, he deeply understood that this uncle didn't like him. Moreover, he really hated him. Chapter 2766. Chu Xiaobao felt wronged. He didn't want his father anymore. As long as he had his mother, that would be enough. Just as he lowered his head, sobbing and feeling extremely sad and lonely, his helpless appearance finally touched the only soft spot in Gu Jinglian's heart. He actually didn't want to acknowledge this child who appeared out of nowhere. He wasn't mentally prepared for a child who appeared out of nowhere and claimed to be his son. He didn't want to acknowledge and accept it. But blood was thicker than water. After all, he was his own flesh and blood. Gu Jinglian wasn't cold to the point of being heartless, especially when he saw Xiaobao's teary eyes. A taut string in his mind finally snapped. It seemed that because of his helpless appearance, his heart finally softened. Thus, he reached out his large palm and gently rubbed Chu Xiaobao's neat bangs. "Don't cry." He was a little helpless. He looked at Xiaobao and frowned. He wanted to comfort him like a father, but because of his pride, he couldn't bring himself to do so. However, it wasn't right for this child to cry like this. If he didn't restrain him, he reckoned that he wouldn't be able to have a peaceful night. Forget it. Why should he lower himself to the same level as a child? Should he coax him a little? But how could he coax a child? He was a new official and didn't have any experience. Gu Jinglian looked at Xiaobao gloomily for a long time. After deliberating for a while, he said this with an awkward expression, "Don't cry. Don't you know that you look ugly when you cry?" Baby Chu blinked his teary eyes and suddenly cried even louder with a loud wah. How was this coaxing a child? Uncle Fu broke out in cold sweat. He said, "Master, this isn't how you coax a child. If you say this, the child will only cry more sadly." Gu Jinglian's expression was awkward for a moment. Then, he glared at him coldly. "Who's coaxing him? I just feel that his crying is annoying." Uncle Fu's lips twitched violently. He could tell that Gu Jinglian was not without a trace of heartache. Although he said that he was annoyed by baby Chu's cries, it was definitely not that he did not feel any heartache. However, Gu Jinglian had always been so arrogant and unyielding. It was absolutely impossible for him to bow his head to a child. Uncle Fu sighed. Hence, he carried the crying child to Gu Jinglian and said sternly, "Master, please hug him." Gu Jinglian looked at baby Chu in disgust, who was nestled in Butler Fu's arms and crying pitifully with tears and snot all over his face. His forehead turned green. To him, even though he was usually able to call the wind and summon the rain, no matter how troublesome the matter was, it couldn't compare to standing in front of a child at this moment. The child was such a fragile little thing. His entire body was soft and chubby. He was like a glassware that would break easily with a drop. He didn't even know where to pick him up. "Master, children are very easy to coax. Just hug and coax him, and he won't cry anymore. Xiaobao is still young. You can't be fierce to him. Since you're Xiaobao's father, then you should at least take up the responsibility of a father." Responsibility of a father. Chapter 2767. Chu Xiaobao realized that he had already left Uncle Fu's embrace. He looked up and saw Gu Jinglian's disdainful and gloomy eyes. His tears fell even more violently. "Boo-hoo. I don't want you to carry me." Xiaobao turned his head and reached out his small hands to Uncle Fu. He waved them continuously and pleaded, "I don't want him to carry me, boo-hoo. I don't want him to carry me." Uncle Fu could not bear to see him like this. However, he looked at Xiaobao and knew that the most important thing now was to nurture the relationship between the father and son. Hence, he hardened his heart, turned around, and strode out of the room. With a bang, the door was closed. In the huge room, only Gu Jinglian and Xiaobao were left. Xiao Bao cried even more helplessly. Once Uncle Fu left, Gu Jinglian became a little unrestrained. Hearing Xiao Bao's cries, he said fiercely, "If you cry again, I won't go easy on you." Although Xiao Bao felt wronged and afraid, such a threat was extremely effective. He stopped crying immediately. Just now, when Uncle Fu was present, he dared to challenge Gu Jinglian because of Uncle Fu. Now that Uncle Fu had left, his only support was gone. He did not dare to be rash. With Gu Jinglian's threat, he learned to be obedient. He pursed his lips and did not make a sound. Now, there was only him and this bad uncle in the room. He had no one to rely on and no one to back him up. Hence, he should not push his luck and stop while he was ahead. Gu Jinglian did not know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that she was amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. "You've learned your lesson." When Gu Jinglian saw that he finally stopped crying, he was naturally satisfied. He thought in his heart that he should not spoil the child. When it was time to be fierce, he should be fierce. See, with just one shout, he immediately stopped. He carried Chu Xiaobao to the sofa and sat on the side. He saw Chu Xiaobao staring at him innocently, trembling in fear as he leaned against the corner of the sofa, timidly looking at his face. Such a young child actually knew how to read people's expressions. Seeing that Gu Jinglian's face was no longer as gloomy as before, Chu Xiaobao's wildly beating heart finally calmed down. Chu Xiaobao silently thought in his heart, how can he return to his mother's side? After thinking about it, he looked at Gu Jinglian again. Crying and throwing a tantrum wouldn't work, so the little guy decided to use a stalling tactic. Thus, he pursed his lips and said carefully, "Uncle, let's make up, okay? I won't be angry with you anymore. Don't be fierce to me, okay?" Gu Jinglian glanced at him faintly and hummed, taking it as a tacit agreement to the man's suggestion of reconciliation. "Then, let's make up." As Xiao Bao said this, he reached out his little hand and clumsily wiped the tears from his face. His eyes darted around and suddenly asked tentatively, Uncle said that you're my father. Is that true? Or is he joking?" Gu Jinglian narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not know what this little guy was up to. Thus, he casually crossed his legs and elegantly stretched his posture, admitting, "It's true." "No way." Chu Xiaobao naturally did not believe him. He asked suspiciously, "You're not lying to me, are you?" Chapter 2768. As he spoke, he thought to himself that although this uncle looked very handsome, he was so fierce and had such a bad personality. He definitely could not find a wife. His mother said that many men could not find a wife, so they had no choice but to buy children from human traffickers at a high price. Some of these children were abducted, and some were cheated. Therefore, he was certain that this uncle could not have children, so he lied to him and said that he was his father. Yes. That must be it. Gu Jinglian's eyes twitched when he heard this. Could not find a wife. Physically weak. Unable to have children. Could it be that this brat was implying that he had a physical defect? Baby Chu thought that he had hit the nail on the head when he saw the look on his uncle's face. Hence, he tried to console him in all seriousness. "Uncle, it's actually not that embarrassing to have some physical defects. You don't have to feel inferior. Maybe there's still hope for a baby. But I can't be your son. I still have my mother. If she can't find me, she'll be worried." Gu Jinglian was speechless. Did this kid think that he was lying to him? He frowned and suddenly took out a cigarette box. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Then, he flicked away the ash and said calmly, "What kind of person is your mother?" Quack. The abrupt question stunned him for a moment. "Didn't you say that you want to go back to your mother?" Gu Jinglian continued, "Why don't you tell me your mother's name and what characteristics she has? As long as I know the details, I can help you find her." Really? Xiao Bao asked excitedly, can you really help me find my mother? Yes. That's impossible, right? Xiao Bao quickly regained his senses and looked at him suspiciously. Even the police can't find my mother. How can you? I have a way. They are useless, but I have the ability. Gu Jinglian looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Of course, if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. He was retreating in order to advance. The reason why he asked about that woman was because he was curious about the child's mother. It was true that he had many women, but it wasn't like he couldn't count them all. If this guy could provide him with some characteristics, he might be able to think of something. Xiao Bao thought about it for a long time. Finally, his eagerness to find his mother overshadowed everything else. He hesitated for a long time before saying, my mother's name is Chu Ho. She's very tall, thin, and has short black hair. She's a police officer. However, I've heard a lot of people say that my mother wasn't born and raised in Yen City. They all said that when my mother was pregnant with me, she had an accident. 5 years ago, they rescued my mother from the river. At that time, his mother seemed to have suffered a head injury and lost all her memories. She didn't even remember her own name. The name Chu Ho was given to me by my mother. After a pause, the little guy continued, after I was born, my mother worked at a police station and came home very late every day. If I have to talk about some characteristics, my mother is very beautiful. She has a pair of big eyes, a high nose, and a pair of lips that are not too thin or thick. Chapter 2769. Based on the clues provided by Chu Xiaobao, Gu Jinglian formed a portrait in his mind, but he could not remember for a long time that he had been in contact with such a woman. Short hair. Just this point alone was enough to cut off all the clues. Among the women he had been with, none of them had short hair. He liked long hair, dark and waist length. Therefore, among the women he had been with, none of them had short hair. She was very tall and very thin. As a police officer, it meant that she had good skills. However, for Chu Xiaobao, the so-called very tall might not be very tall. Relatively speaking, for a child's field of vision, the concept of very tall was probably between 1.5 to 1.6 meters. The most important point was, previously, through the DNA genetic test at the police station, he could not find her in the DNA information database. This meant that this woman was an illegal resident. There were only a few reasons why she was an illegal resident. Either she had been missing for too long and her household registration had been cancelled. Or she had a special identity, such as a member of the black organization, a black agent, a spy, an assassin, or an undercover agent. Wait. Undercover. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gu Jinglian's mind. He frowned. In the river of sand in his memory, a woman's cold face flashed past, black shoulder-length hair, exquisite facial features, cold eyebrows, and a kind of boldness that ordinary women did not have. She did not have a name, only a code name, Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird, the highest anti-crime inspector of the Interpol. Could it be her? Gu Jinglian was not very clear about this woman's appearance, but vaguely, those exquisite eyebrows seemed to match Xiao Bao's young and tender eyebrows. Gu Jinglian was in a daze for a long time. 6 years ago, this woman was planted by his side as an undercover agent. At that time, when he first came to power, he was ambitious. In order to expand his territory, he was unscrupulous and ruthless. He offended many forces. The Gu family's power continued to expand. In the end, because of the cross-border arms sales, they even built 2 military factories in Vietnam and North America, which alarmed the Interpol. However, at that time, the Gu family had many connections in the capital. Coupled with the protection of the country's government, the Interpol could not do anything to them. At that time, Vermilion Bird was an anti-corruption inspector. She was sent on a mission to infiltrate the Gu family as a spy. She used her methods to get close to him and was ordered to carry out an assassination plan. However, because her identity was exposed and the assassination failed, the Gu family sent people to hunt her down. In the end, she managed to escape and her whereabouts became a mystery. Thinking of this, Gu Jinglian furrowed his brows. His gaze was deep and serene as he collected his thoughts. His gaze was complex. He didn't know that the woman was pregnant with his child. This woman was very powerful. Back then, when she was placed by his side, she did not reveal any flaws. Even he did not notice anything strange about her. However, 5 years ago, his whereabouts were unknown, and his whereabouts were a mystery. In this way, the characteristics of all aspects were basically consistent. He didn't expect it to be her. He thought that she was dead. Interpol also secretly searched for her for a few months, but in the end, they could only conclude that she was dead. After losing their beloved general, the Interpol secretly erased all her information for 100 years. But did she lose her memory? So, she didn't remember anything, including her memories of him. Chapter 2770. In the police station, Chu Ho sat quietly on the bench, patiently waiting for news. Unknowingly, it was already late. Mu Yanqing settled Meng Qingxue in a hotel. Her body was still weak, and she was exhausted after a day's drive. Although she was a little worried about Xiao Bao's whereabouts, Chu Ho comforted her that even if she stayed at the police station, she might not be able to make any progress. She might as well go back to the hotel to rest first. Meng Qingxue listened to her. Chu Ho waited at the police station for an entire night. The police officer clearly told her that there would not be any progress if she just waited at the police station. The DNA test would take some time. It was already so late, and the hospital had already knocked off, so there would not be any movement. The earliest they could get the DNA test report would be tomorrow morning, when the hospital went back to work. The police station would then send someone to rush them. However, Chu Ho stubbornly stayed at the police station and refused to leave. She firmly believed that she had to know Xiao Bao's whereabouts as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how tired she was, she would not be able to sleep in peace. It was a long night. Finally, dawn came. Chu Ho waited for several hours in torment. Finally, at 10:30 a.m., the hospital gave her a reply. The police officer brought her to the hospital and personally collected the report. When she held the report in her hand, Chu Ho looked at the words on the report, confirmed paternity. She finally could not control her surging emotions and her eyes turned red with excitement. It's Xiao Bao. He's still fine. He's still alive and well. Chu Ho was so excited that her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. She thought that he must have met with some mishap, but she had been controlling herself and did not dare to think of the worst. She was afraid that her words would really come true. However, when she learned that Xiao Bao was still alive and well, she was so surprised that she could not believe it. "Officer, have you seen this report?" Chu Ho handed the report to the police officer with a smile on her face. "Since it's confirmed that I'm related to that child, please bring me to him immediately." Strange. The police officer held the report and muttered with a strange expression. When Chu Ho heard this, she raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, "What's strange about it? Is this child really your biological son?" The police officer raised his hand and rubbed his chin as he narrowed his eyes. "But I contacted the Shengguan Public Security Bureau yesterday, and they replied that the child was brought back by his biological father. Since you're the child's mother, then, what's the relationship between you and the child's father?" Generally speaking, no matter how abnormal the relationship between a child's mother and father was, a child's mother. In other words, even if they were divorced, the children's parents would still be able to communicate with each other. However, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that this woman's background was somewhat unusual. He bit her lip and said with some difficulty, "Actually, I don't know who the child's biological father is." "What? You don't know?" The police officer was shocked. "How is that possible? No matter how careless a woman was, she would still know who the father of her child was, right? Unless it was a one-night stand. After making love with a strange man, she accidentally got pregnant and gave birth to the child. It's true." Chapter 2771. After a pause, Chuhi added, "Later, I found out that I was pregnant, but I lost all my memories of who the child was, who the father was, and what my relationship with that man was. I can't remember even the slightest bit." "You didn't try hard to remember." "It's no use." Chu-ho shook her head, looking exhausted. "I racked my brains, but I still couldn't remember. The doctor said that I lost my memory because my head was severely injured. There was a blood clot in my brain, and it had congealed into a blood clot that pressed on my nerves. In addition, subconsciously, I didn't want to recall that past. However, if the blood clot eventually disappeared, there was a possibility that I could regain my memory." The police officer said suspiciously, "But the strange thing was that I couldn't find any information about you in the database. Even the household registration center couldn't get your file. What kind of special identity did you have in the past? So special that all the networks couldn't find out who you were." Chu-ho said, "I really don't remember. What my identity was, who I was, and what happened in the past, I don't care about it." As she said that, she walked in front of him and held his shoulders tightly. "I just want to see my son right now. Didn't you say that as long as the DNA report confirms our parent-child relationship, you'll be able to bring me to him?" The police officer was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently. "Calm down, don't be agitated. Don't worry, the child is very safe. Come back to the police station with me later. I'll help you contact him and bring you to see him." "Okay." Chu-ho smiled, and her expression finally relaxed. However, perhaps it was because she hadn't slept well for a few days, but Chu-ho's complexion was really bad. Her eyelids were dark, and her face was ashen. There was no color in her face. He couldn't help but worry. "Do you want to have a good rest? You don't look well." "No need." Chu-ho waved her hand. "I'm fine." The police officer was kind. "Madam Chu, if you ask me, your body is your own. You haven't slept for a few days, right? If this goes on, your body will be exhausted. Even if it's for the child, you have to take good care of your body." He sucked in a deep breath of cold air and turned around abruptly. Staring at him with bloodshot eyes, she asked, "Have you ever had a child? Do you know the pain of being separated from your own flesh and blood?" She continued to push him. The police officer stared at her blankly. Chu-ho's shoulders heaved uncontrollably. Over the past few days, he had been scared witless, restless, and worried about Xiao Bao's whereabouts. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't slept for a few days and his physical exhaustion, he vented all of his frustrations. "For the past 5 years, Xiao Bao has never left my side. He must be very scared and helpless right now. He must want to see me immediately. I miss him very much too. I'm very worried about him. No matter how much you emphasize to me that he's safe and not in danger, I also hope to appear in front of him in the next second to comfort him, protect him, and not let him be frightened. You're a police officer. What you have to do is to help me find the child immediately, not." Chu-ho's blood rushed to her heart. Halfway through her sentence, there was a destructive darkness in front of her, and her body swayed lightly. Chapter 2772. When Meng Qingxue heard the news, she rushed to the hospital with Mu Yanqing. When they reached the door of the ward, they pushed it open and rushed in. They saw Chu-ho lying sickly on the bed. Her face was pale and weak, and there was no sign of life. It was as if her body was already an empty shell. Meng Qingxue rushed to the bed anxiously, only to see Chu Ho lying on the bed. Even though she was unconscious, her brows were tightly knitted, as if she was immersed in great pain. The doctor was holding a clipboard by the bed and writing something silently. Meng Qingxue walked over and lowered her voice. She asked in a panic, "Doctor, what's wrong with her? Why does she look so weak? What's going on?" When the doctor heard this, he could not help but turn to look at them. After sizing them up for a while, he asked, "Are you the patient's family members?" "Yes." Meng Qingxue replied without thinking. The doctor nodded. 3 hours ago, the patient was sent to the hospital. After a checkup, we found that her body is very weak. Preliminary diagnosis is that she has not had good rest for a long time and is physically exhausted. Furthermore, she has very serious anemia. Moreover, after a brain CT scan, we found that there is a large blood clot in the patient's head that is pressing on the cranial nerves. Is it very serious? Meng Qingxue asked worriedly. As the patient's family member, don't you know about her physical condition? Her condition is very serious. She needs immediate surgery to drain the blood clot. The doctor was a little surprised. Meng Qingxue shook her head. I only know that she suffered a serious head injury due to an accident and lost all her memories. The patient has amnesia. Yes. The doctor pondered for a moment before saying, it's probably because the blood clot is pressing on the nerves. I suggest immediate surgery. Meng Qingxue sucked in a breath of cold air, obviously a little shocked. Surgery. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Don't tell me we need a craniotomy. In her impression, any surgery that required moving the brain was a craniotomy. However, such a surgery was too risky. When the time comes, a few surgical plans will be given. It also depended on the specific location of the blood clot. If it was in the brain or the internal capsule, it would definitely require a craniotomy, which was also very risky. However, if the location of the blood clot is relatively shallow, we can also perform a minimally invasive surgery to remove the hematoma through ventriculoscopy. Minimally invasive. Is it an incision on the surface of the head? The doctor nodded. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What if we don't do the surgery? There are countless possible risks, but for the time being, we can't determine the specifics. Some patients insisted on not undergoing surgery because the location of the blood clot was more dangerous. It pressed on the nerves and skull. There were also some patients who died of sudden cerebral hemorrhage. There were also cases where the blood clot slowly disappeared after more than 10 years. Everyone's physique was different, and the situations they encountered were also different. However, to be safe, surgery was still recommended. If it presses on other nerves in the future, it will be difficult to determine the unknown risk. Meng Qingxue clenched her fists, frowned slightly, and asked, how long will it take to prepare for the operation? If you are well prepared, the operation can be carried out the day after tomorrow. However, the family member's signature is required. Chapter 2773. At night, there was a sudden thunderstorm. A white light suddenly flashed outside the window, followed by a thunderclap. Chu Xiaobao was awakened from his sleep by the sound of thunder. He was so frightened that he cried out loud. Mom, he had a nightmare. He dreamed that Chu Ho was standing in front of him, but she looked like a stranger. She looked at him as if she did not know him and was a stranger. He panicked and wailed. He hugged her, but she pushed him away coldly. Mom! Xiaobao cried out in alarm, but he saw Chu Ho turn around and leave. He chased after her in fear, but the road under his feet seemed to be endless. He ran and Chu Ho walked, but he could not catch up. Mom! No matter how much he screamed, Chu Ho did not look back. He was so frightened that he did not know what to do. He chased after her desperately, but he could only watch as Chu Ho's back gradually disappeared at the end of his sight. When he was awakened from his nightmare by the sound of thunder, he was already in a cold sweat and trembling. Unknowingly, tears streamed down his face. The more Xiao Bao recalled the scene in his dream, the more frightened he became. He rarely dreamed. Even if he did, he would forget everything in the dream when he woke up. However, this dream was extremely clear. Even when he woke up, it was still deeply engraved in his memory. "Mom," Xiao Bao cried sadly. The crying alarmed Gu Jinglian, who was reading in the study. He had the habit of reading before going to bed. When he heard the crying, he walked into the master bedroom and saw Xiao Bao covering his eyes and crying bitterly. "Why are you crying again?" Gu Jinglian looked a little unhappy. Why was his son crying all day long? He looked so weak and frail. He was the blood of the Gu family after all. He did not inherit his courage at all. He was like a fragile glass doll. When should he bring him to gain experience? Gu Jinglian cursed silently in his heart. As soon as Chu Xiaobao saw him, he felt a great sense of security in his heart. He got up and threw himself at him. He didn't care that the two of them had an earth-shattering Cold War before. He threw himself into his arms without any scruples. Sob, sob, sob. "Uncle, Mommy doesn't want me anymore. I can't catch up with her no matter how hard I try. She doesn't want me anymore. She just left me like this." When Gu Jinglian saw her throwing herself into his arms so recklessly, he felt as if a soft spot in his heart had been touched. He could not help but reach out his hand and gently stroke the back of his head as a form of consolation. Nightmares. Woo-woo, Chu Xiaobao did not have the concept of a nightmare. He only knew that this dream had shattered all his hopes. Will Mom really abandon me? Why hasn't she come to find me after so long? Is she going to abandon Xiaobao? Gu Jinglian raised his eyebrows, but his voice unconsciously softened. No. Really? It's just a nightmare. Be good. Gu Jinglian stroked his hair and said, "Go to sleep." "Uncle, you won't abandon me, right?" Xiao Bao still looked at him uneasily. Gu Jinglian looked at him and was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "I won't." In this way, Xiao Bao felt inexplicably relieved. He had just carried him to the bed and covered him with the blanket when his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 2774. What? We don't have enough manpower here. Young Master Gu, you see, trash. Gu Jinglian scolded and hung up the phone. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Xiao Bao staring at him with tears in his eyes. Seeing that he was about to leave, he looked scared. "Uncle, where are you going? Are you going to leave me behind too?" Gu Jinglian frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and his lips curled into a cold arc. Didn't he want to train his courage? Wasn't this the best time? Muroga Casino, the biggest casino under the Gu family. Now, there was a boiling cauldron of voices and the scene was chaotic. There were cheers and curses mixed in, and the mood was high. This was the biggest gambling den in the capital, and also the only casino in the capital that was not controlled by the government. It had always been controlled by the Gu family's Vermilion Bird Hall, and was also the territory of the Gu family's power. At this moment, in the middle of the hall, two groups of people were fighting with their weapons. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, accompanied by angry curses and roars, and the scene was chaotic. The gamblers were all crowded on the second floor in fear. Some people were injured because of the fierce conflict, but because of the chaos, they could not get out for a while. They had no choice but to cover their wounds and watch in a panic in front of the railing. Some people were already so scared that their legs were weak. They were half kneeling on the ground, and their faces were pale and colorless. Suddenly, there was a clamor from the crowd, with a sense of provocation and arrogance. It was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Damn it. Brothers. Go. Smash it for me. Smash it for me. Take revenge for the brothers of the Green Dragon group who died in vain. Go. At the command, the people of the Green Dragon group all pulled out large machetes from their backs. Their faces were ferocious as they waved their machetes and rushed forward. The crowd became more and more chaotic. For a moment, there were wails, cries of pain, and sounds of fighting. At this moment, the door of the casino was suddenly kicked open by someone, accompanied by a deafening gunshot. The gunshot echoed in the hall for a long time, and the scene suddenly became strangely quiet. A group of men in black rushed in from the door, and then respectfully stood in 2 rows, bowing their heads. Then, a cold man's voice came from the door. I heard that someone is causing trouble on my territory. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of casual footsteps at the door, and a tall and slender figure slowly walked in. Everyone was stunned and surprised. Under the gazes of 2 rows of men in black, Gu Jinglian stood tall with his hands in his trouser pockets. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd gathered together and he let out a low chuckle. Green Dragon Group's mood. Or was it because I was not ruthless enough that you dared to stir up trouble under my watch? The man was wearing a black British long windbreaker, a pair of black trousers, and a pair of black high boots. His sharp black hair was neatly tied to his ears. He looked neat and free, and his whole body exuded an unruly aura. He was obviously a young man, but when he stood there, his every movement showed the demeanor of an emperor. It was as if he was born with an elegant and arrogant temperament. Gu Jinglian looked around at the messy scene, and the corners of his lips curved into a cold arc. Chapter 2775. From the moment he appeared, the crowd fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked towards the door, and their hands froze in place. The people from the Green Dragon gang were stunned. They were shocked by his imposing manner and stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. Young Master Gu. It's young Master Gu. A man suddenly exclaimed in surprise and rushed out from the crowd. He quickly ran in front of her and respectfully bowed his body. He lowered his head and said loudly, "Young Master Gu. I don't know what happened today, but the Green Dragon gang brought people to cause trouble." Before he finished speaking, Gu Jinglian raised his eyebrows impatiently and kicked him to the side. The force of the blow was so strong that even the man, who had been fighting in the black streets for many years, could not withstand it. He flew a few meters away and fell to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Useless thing. Gu Jinglian arrogantly scolded and walked in front of him. He kicked his shoulder. The man groaned and fell to the ground, his face full of cold sweat. Gu Jinglian walked towards him and his patent leather boots stepped on his chest mercilessly. He coughed and raised his head. He saw a pair of evil eyes shining like a ghost hiding in the night, ghostly and fierce. He narrowed his eyes dangerously. The man was so scared that he hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground, trembling. His shoulders trembled violently. I said, I don't keep useless people under me. Gu Jinglian said coldly. His amber eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light and there was a touch of disdain in his eyes. He slowly raised his eyes and his sharp gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. His voice was like a bloodthirsty demon, "You dare to cause trouble here, so don't dream of walking out of here alive." After saying that, he raised his chin and signaled with his eyes. The door behind him was closed and locked. A group of men in black took out their pistols neatly and skillfully. The dark holes were aimed at the people from the Green Dragon gang. At the same time, the gamblers who surrounded the railings on the second floor sucked in a sharp breath. Gu Jinglian looked up expressionlessly and pulled out a pistol from his waist. He pointed it at the crowd and curled his lips impatiently. "I'll shoot whoever makes another sound." His skin was fair and clean, his eyebrows were sword-like, and his eyes were upturned. He looked extremely devilish. His facial features were clearly so beautiful and exquisite. His delicate and pretty contours were dyed with traces of cold and sharp heroic spirit because of his cold eyes. Cries of surprise rose and fell from the group of gamblers as they retreated one after another. On the other side, the members of the Azure Dragon group opened up a path. A burly man slowly walked in front of Gu Jinglian. This man was the leader of the Azure Dragon group, known as Long Si. The Dragon sect was the head of the three major Hadao clans in the capital. It was once an all-powerful clan in the capital, and its reputation spread far and wide. At that time, the Dragon sect and the Gu family stood side by side. They were on par with each other and were feared by other clans. They once had a glorious period. However, since the young master of the Dragon sect, Long Air, passed away 3 years ago, the Dragon sect had declined. Their power had greatly weakened and even their status had fallen to the bottom. Chapter 2776. The Long family's bloodline was extremely weak. In the early years, because the Long family's status was unstable, Long Air's first 2 children were assassinated and persecuted. Later on, Long Air had a son. However, when Long Air passed away 3 years ago, Long Si was only 16 years old. In order to revive the Long family's prosperity and protect the Dragon sect status in the underworld, Long Si had no choice but to rope in other families through marriage a year ago to obtain protection. However, the prosperity of the Dragon sect was something Gu Jinglian could not bear to see. No emperor would be willing to share the country with others. The capital was his territory. If the Dragon sect wanted to rise, they had to ask if he could agree. Therefore, a few days ago, the Gu family gathered together and took action. In less than 3 days, they wiped out the casino and Jiangnan clubhouse that the Dragon sect controlled. The Dragon sect's vitality was greatly damaged. The Jiangnan clubhouse was the Dragon sect's largest gathering place. On that night, the Dragon sect's glorious history became a thing of the past. Long Air flew into a rage out of humiliation. Therefore, he gathered his men on this day to bring bad luck to the Gu family. Even if both sides suffered losses and perished together, he would not hesitate. Young Master Gu, long time no see. Long Air opened his mouth, but his voice was hoarse. When he laughed, he was evil and threatening. Gu Jinglian looked around and frowned slightly. Long Air, sometimes, a last-ditch struggle is not a wise choice. His tone was filled with mockery. Long Air flew into a rage out of humiliation and said angrily, "Cut the crap. Go, go." Long Air pointed at Gu Jinglian. "Kill him." The group of people behind Long Air was ready to move. With a command, the group of burly men behind Long Air rushed toward Gu Jinglian at lightning speed. "Gu Jinglian, tonight is the day you die." Gu Jinglian looked at the crowd rushing toward him casually and sneered. Then, he waved his coat away and gently unbuttoned his collar. "Protect young Master Gu." The Dragon sect's fighters rushed towards him. The man in the lead had a body of terrifying muscles, especially the bulging muscles on his arms. It was as though his clothes were about to burst. He strode over, raised his fist, and smashed it down on Gu Jinglian's face. However, in the next second, Gu Jinglian raised his hand and caught his punch. The man was shocked and looked up, only to see a cold look of contempt in Gu Jinglian's eyes. "You overestimate yourself." In the next second, Gu Jinglian twisted and broke his wrist. "Ah!" The man roared in pain. Gu Jinglian pulled out his gun and aimed it between the man's eyebrows. With a bang, he gave the man a quick death. Blood splattered all over his body, staining it red. Gu Jinglian smiled coldly, but he didn't say much. He waved his hand lightly, and his subordinates immediately swarmed forward. Gu Jinglian was famous for his ruthlessness. The Azure Dragon gang dared to cause trouble in the Gu family's territory, so they naturally cut off their own escape route. Chapter 2777. Bang, bang, bang. Long Si turned pale with fright. He did not expect Gu Jinglian to be able to mobilize so many people in such a short period of time. The two sides fought fiercely, and the scene was intense. Smoke filled the air and blood flowed like a river. Tonight was destined to be a bloody night in Moroga. There were severely injured people lying on the ground. Some of them had already stopped breathing. Most of the gamblers had seen the world, but they had never seen such a grand scene. They could not help but be stunned on the spot. Some of the more timid ones were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Just as the crowd was restless, a child's loud cry suddenly came from outside the closed door. Gu Jinglian paused and silently put away his gun. He signaled to his subordinates with his eyes. As soon as the door was opened, the child's childish cries became louder and louder. A handsome young man rushed in with a crying face holding a child who looked no more than 5 years old. Gu Jinglian took a look and his eyebrows twitched. Dark clouds covered his face. Everyone looked at the child. The man was very tall, so when such a small child nestled in his chest, he looked too small. The boy was very cute. His skin was fair and tender, his hair was black, and his eyes were bright and clear. At this moment, there were sparkling tears in his eyes. However, this child was not as soft and weak as she looked. At this moment, she had a fierce expression as she bared her fangs and brandished her claws, tearing at the man's face and hair. She kicked and kicked at the man's arms with her little feet as she cried loudly. The man was called Maman, and he was one of Gu Jinglian's most trusted subordinates. Now, such a fierce man was carrying such a small child. It was a little out of place. He held up the little child's hands in front of Gu Jinglian as if he was presenting a treasure. "Boss, the young master has been crying non-stop. I can't coax him no matter how hard I try." Maman frowned in distress. Before he could say anything, Chu Xiaobao in his arms pouted his cherry-red lips and cried out twice. His teary eyes stared innocently at Gu Jinglian. That sad and pitiful look in his eyes made one feel pity for him. Gu Jinglian carried him in his arms with one hand. Chu Xiaobao hugged his shoulders and looked around curiously. Just now, he was carried by Maman outside the door. It was pouring rain outside and thunder was rumbling. He was timid and was scared to tears, crying for Gu Jinglian. Gu Jinglian did not want the little guy to come into contact with such a scene. However, as the young master of the Gu family, he would definitely see more of such scenes in the future. He soon discovered the corpse lying in a pool of blood in the casino. Confusion flashed across his eyes, but when he recognized the sticky bloodstains on the ground, his face turned ghastly pale in fright. "Uncle." "Ugh, so much blood." Maman looked at the child's shocked expression and could not help but ask worriedly, "Do you want the young master to leave for a while?" "No need." Gu Jinglian sneered, "The people of the Gu family have lived a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife since they were young. If they can't even see such a scene, how can they still be considered a member of the Gu family?" Chapter 2778. There's no need. Gu Jinglian sneered. The Gu family members have been living on the edge of a knife since young. If they can't even see such a scene, how can they still be considered part of the Gu family? Gu Jinglian carried Xiaobao Chu with one hand. His eyes suddenly narrowed dangerously as he cursed silently in his heart. Who gave the Green Dragon gang the courage to come knocking on his door? As he thought about it, he called out, "Lin Suong." A response came from the black suit behind him. After a while, a burly man walked out. He lowered his head and walked in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "Boss, please give me your orders." Gu Jinglian's fingertips gently caressed the baby's soft cheeks. He said without raising his head, if I remember correctly, Moroga has always been under the jurisdiction of Vermilion Bird Hall. As the Hall Master of Vermilion Bird Hall, you let me see such a scene today. I'm very unhappy. His strange smile suddenly sent a chill down Lin Suhong's spine. He was a little shocked. Just as he was feeling guilty, he saw the man turn around and glance at him from the corner of his eyes. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "You should know that I don't keep useless people under me. You should think about how to protect your position as Hall Master." His heart suddenly sank. He immediately rushed in front of him and knelt on the ground with a plop. He said with a head full of cold sweat, "I'm sorry. Boss. What happened tonight was my mistake. Get out of the way. Don't block the way." Gu Jinglian did not even look at him and kicked him to the side. He walked a few steps towards the door and suddenly remembered something. He said coldly, "Lin Suong, if you don't clean this place up, don't think about keeping your hands." After saying that, he sneered and walked away with the baby in one hand. He left Lin Suong alone on the ground, trembling with fear. Until Gu Jinglian carried Xiao Bao Chu out of the door, the child in his arms was still in great fear and trembling all over. So much blood, so much blood. The ground is covered in blood. Chu Xiaobao had never seen such a scene before. However, for as long as Gu Jinglian could remember, he was carried in the arms of his father's subordinates. When he was patrolling the casino, he was not used to seeing such a scene. Those who had their fingers chopped off because of cheating were holding their bloody palms and wailing in pain. The gamblers who had their legs broken and were lying on the ground convulsing from the immense pain. In fact, because of the drug abuse, he was in a state of madness. The scenes of men and women abandoning all restraint were incomparably deep in his memory when he was young. Children who grew up in the Gu family had to experience this from a young age. Chu Xiaobao asked fearfully, "Uncle, did you kill those people?" Gu Jinglian leaned lazily against the back seat and lowered his head to look helplessly at Xiaobao, who was crying non-stop in his arms. He was physically and mentally exhausted from the crying. He gently ran his long fingers through his hair and sighed in annoyance. It seemed that he had made a wrong decision. It seemed that he should not have brought this child to such an occasion. Looking at him crying and throwing a tantrum, he actually felt a sense of pity for him. Was it an illusion? He actually felt heartache and pity for a person. Could it be that because this child was his flesh and blood, he had developed a feeling of pity for the child? "Stop crying." Mammon, who was at the side, was dumbfounded. Chapter 2779. Chu Xiaobao, this guy, was his child. When he first learned of this fact, he could not accept it. After all, a little guy who fell from the sky with the same bloodline as him was too sudden, so he could not quickly integrate into the role of a father. He could not help but think that life was really a strange thing. Inexplicably, this child who appeared had his blood flowing in his body. However, he was cold and proud. He had no concept of such a special emotion as family. However, when he saw Chu Xiaobao curled up in the corner of the sofa, dozing off, his head heavy. In the end, he fell clumsily on the sofa. Then, he woke up abruptly and got up from the sofa. He rubbed his eyes sleepily. That sleepy and confused look was actually a little simple and honest and cute. Like a little panda. For some reason, the place in his heart softened slightly. For the first time, he realized that such a cute little guy was his son. He walked to the sofa and reached out to ravage his head. In his confusion, Xiaobao reached out his small hand to grab his hand. Such a small hand just happened to hold two of his fingers. It was so soft and cute. This kind of emotion resonated with him. It was really magical. Her hands were so small and tender as if they were carved out of tofu. Her cheeks were pink and had the unique milky fragrance of a child. Her chubby body, especially her belly, was so round that it looked as if it could be broken by the wind. Perhaps it was because she had eaten her fill at dinner. Gu Jinglian looked at him seriously. His eyebrows and eyes were similar to his, but they were not fully open yet. His eyes were black and white, watery, and sparkling. His eyelids were slightly red. Perhaps it was because he had cried just now, but his eyelashes were still faintly stained with dew. They were very similar. At first, he did not particularly look at this child. When his subordinates said that this child was similar to him, he did not think much of it. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that they were very similar. Just like a replica of him when he was young. This was his son. Gu Jinglian's son. A descendant of the Gu family. He could not help but outline an unfamiliar arc. It was like tenderness. Seeing him cry, Gu Jinglian finally could not bear it. "Maman." "Yes." Gu Jinglian said, "Bring the little toy from the trunk over." Maman's eyebrows furrowed, and the corner of his lips twitched violently. He turned around and fetched it for him. "Coax him." Gu Jinglian gave the order again. The corner of Maman's lips twitched again. If he was asked to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire, he would not hesitate at all. However, wasn't it too much to coax a child? However, despite his misgivings, he still obeyed Gu Jinglian's orders. Shaking the doll in his hand, Maman coaxed and lied to the baby in Gu Jinglian's arms. His voice was as gentle as it could be. "Little master, look at what this is. Cute." The subordinate standing beside Maman actually wanted to say that the anime seemed to have been outdated a long time ago. Gu Jinglian rubbed his head. After careful consideration, he decided to do it himself and coax this timid little fellow. "Good boy, don't be afraid. It's fake." His words caused the little guy to be surprised. Fake. Chu Xiaobao stared at him with tears in his eyes. He did not believe him. "Where's the blood?" "It's all ketchup." Chapter 2780. Ketchup. When Chu Xiaobao heard this, he immediately stopped crying and did not feel afraid anymore. In the end, he was easy to deceive. With just a few words, he was coaxed. He blindly believed Gu Jinglian's words and did not doubt them at all. Originally, he was afraid of the smell of blood, but now, because of his few words, his courage gradually grew. "Are you playing a game?" Chu Xiaobao pointed at the blood splattered on his body. "Is this also ketchup?" "Yes." Chu Xiaobao heaved a long sigh of relief and patted his chest lightly. However, he was still breathing rapidly with lingering fear. "I thought you were really a heinous scoundrel. Murder and arson, this kind of scoundrel is very scary." Chu Xiaobao's unintentional words caused Gu Jinglian to be stunned for a moment. "I hate scoundrels." Chu Xiaobao emphasized again. Suddenly, he changed the topic and whispered, "However, uncle looks like a very elegant gentleman. He must not be a bad person." Gu Jinglian was startled for a long time. He suddenly frowned slightly, but seemed to be deep in thought. Maman respectfully walked forward and leaned close to the window. Gu Jinglian stretched out his long fingers and gently rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Without raising his head, he asked coldly, "Is the leader of the Azure Dragon group completely dead?" Maman said, "No, there's still a pulse, but his breathing is very weak." He raised his eyebrows impatiently and curled his lips. "He's not even dead yet. His life is really tough. It's good to keep him. Bring him back." "I still have something to ask." "Yes. There's more." Maman was puzzled. "Boss, please give your orders." Gu Jinglian said coldly to Maman, "Don't waste time. Deal with it cleanly." "Yes, sir." "Also, everyone except Long Si, do it for me. Don't leave a single one alive." "Yes, sir." Gu Jinglian frowned and scolded with a gloomy expression, "It's really bad luck to see blood in the middle of the night." The car window rolled up and the car drove away. 2 days later, in the morning, Chu Ho was pushed into the operating room for a minimally invasive surgery. Meng Qingxue waited outside the operating room. She was scared out of her wits. The doctor said that the operation was very risky. However, he refused to say exactly how big the risk was. He only said that the worst-case scenario was that he would end up in a vegetative state. Meng Qingxue wanted to give up on the operation. However, the doctor said that the chances of him becoming a vegetable were very small. It was just that before the surgery, the chief surgeon would habitually report the worst-case scenario in advance so that the family could be mentally prepared. After a second brain CT scan, the doctor said with relief that the blood clot in the brain was not in the ventricle or the skull. This meant that there was no need to use a craniotomy plan for the surgery. However, in order to prevent future problems, it was recommended that she undergo surgery immediately to remove the blood clot in her brain. The cost of the surgery was very high. Chu Ho naturally did not have such wealth. As for Meng Qingxue, she naturally did not have that much savings. She discussed this matter with Mu Yanqing, but Mu Yanqing paid for all the medical expenses without hesitation. Meng Qingxue was very grateful. She hoped that the operation would be successful. It would be best if Chu Ho could recover his original memory. Losing one's memory was a very painful thing. She did not expect Mu Yanqing to agree to it so readily without a second thought. Chapter 2781. He was not so kind-hearted as to pay hundreds of thousands of yuan for an unrelated person's medical expenses for no reason. However, Chu Ho was different. During this period of time, Meng Qingxue had been staying at his house. He had to admit that Chu Ho had taken very good care of her. He wasn't a heartless person, and he still had to remember this favor. After all, he did not take good care of his woman. This Chu Ho had taken care of Qingxue for him for a period of time. He had to repay this favor. Moreover, to him, a few 100,000 was an insignificant amount. It was completely insignificant. However, if such an insignificant amount could evoke her gratitude, then it would definitely be worth it. While the operation was still ongoing, Meng Qingxue called Mu Yanqing. Mu Yanqing said that there was a board meeting in the morning and that he needed to attend. Previously, because he had left the capital and was not in the company for a long time, a few senior executives were dissatisfied and criticized him without thinking. Even Mu Linfeng scolded him harshly. Mu Yanqing said that he would rush to the hospital immediately after the meeting. Meng Qingxue hung up the phone, but she felt an inexplicable feeling. Mu Yanqing seemed to be treating her differently than before. In the past, when she called him, he would never pick up when he was busy, let alone when he was in a meeting. Even if he was free, he would not immediately think of coming to her side to accompany her. Just now, he said over the phone that he would come to the hospital to accompany her after the meeting. He had changed. He seemed to be gentler, more considerate, and more affectionate toward her than before. She could not get used to this Mu Yanqing in such a short time. Meng Qingxue could not help but think mockingly, could it be that he only feels that he should cherish something when he loses it? She looked up at the lights above the operating theater. The doctor said that the operation would probably last until the afternoon. As it was a relatively major and complicated operation, the process was relatively long. Meng Qingxue looked at the time. It was almost noon and her stomach was a little hungry. Hence, she planned to go to the snack bar to buy some bread and yogurt to fill her stomach. As she was worried about Chu Ho, she was not in the mood to go to a restaurant. Meng Qingxue walked to the snack bar, bought some bread and water, and turned to enter the elevator. When she returned to the entrance of the operating theater, she was surprised to see a woman sitting on a bench outside with her arms crossed with an arrogant expression. She was surrounded by several tall men in suits. Meng Qingxue was stunned. She thought that she had gone in the wrong direction. However, when she got closer, the woman sitting on the bench also noticed her. She raised her head, and on her face with light makeup, her eyes were extremely sharp and domineering. You are. Meng Qingxue did not know her and had never seen her before. However, when she spoke, the woman sneered and said coldly, So, Meng Qingxue, looks like this? I thought you were as beautiful as a fairy. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, that's all there is to it. The moment she opened her mouth, Meng Qingxue was taken aback. It was as if a taut string in her head had snapped. She frowned and uttered the name she had suspected. Are you Song Enya? Oh. Song Enya raised a brow in surprise. You know me. Chapter 2782. That name is like thunder to my ears. Meng Qingxue curled her lips and asked bluntly, What are you doing here? What am I doing? Song Enya was so angry that she laughed. She found the other's question extremely laughable. Her gaze was fixed on the other's stomach as she said fiercely, Meng Qingxue, since you know who I am, not only do you not show any sense of shame, you even ask me who I am as if it's a matter of course. I'm Mu Yanqing's fiancée and the future young mistress of the Mu group. We're officially married. What about you? I don't know where this wild vixen came from, but you're delusional enough to snatch my man. Are you even worthy? Mu Yanqing is my fiancé and future husband. Who do you think you are? Wild vixen. Meng Qingxue burst into laughter when she heard this term. Song Enya, how can you be so smug? Strictly speaking, you're the real third party, right? Yanqing and I have been dating for 3 years, and our relationship is stable. I don't know what tricks you used to force him to marry you for no reason. Yanqing loves me, not you. Song Enya sneered. Oh. Since you keep saying that Yanqing loves you, why would he rather marry me than give you a status? Meng Qingxue's words hit the nail on the head and she was at a loss for words. There was a boom. As if she had been struck by lightning, she could not move at all. This was an irrefutable fact. Yes. Mu Yanqing kept telling her how much he cared about her, but he was unwilling to marry her. However, no matter how much he detested Song Enya, she was still his legitimate fiancée. She bit her lip tightly as her face turned pale. She did not know how to refute this. Song Enya continued aggressively, no matter how unwilling you are to admit this matter, the truth is still the truth. Do you think Mu Yanqing loves you that much? Or do you think that binding you to my side is just because I covet your youth? I admit that you do have some beauty, and Yanchen has taken a fancy to this. He wants to possess you and squander your beautiful youth, but he's unwilling to give you a home. He wants to possess you without restraint, but he's not even willing to give you a status. Don't tell me you really think that this is what love is. He said he loved you, but he wasn't willing to give up his wealth for you. Do you know why Yanqing agreed to marry me? Because with my ability, I can give him everything he wants, power, prestige, and status. Is this something you can afford to give me? Not only can you not afford it, but for you, he might even have to give up his wealth. Right now, the only reason he didn't change his mind was that he hadn't had enough fun yet. When he's tired of you, you'll be nothing more than a withered flower. Shut up. Meng Qingxue couldn't take it anymore. She interrupted her and sneered, So? You traveled thousands of miles to find me, just to show off your prowess. I won't fall for that. Withered flower. How could this woman's mouth be so vicious? Ha ha. Song Enya sized her up before her gaze slowly moved down and finally landed on her flat belly. She suddenly mocked, Oh, how could I forget that you're pregnant? Why? Did Yanqing ask you to give birth to this child? Didn't he ask you to abort it? Chapter 2783. Tisk, tsk. Song Enya shook her head mockingly. If this child is really Yanqing's, it should be very beautiful. However, it's a pity that the mother is disappointing. This child is destined to be a bastard from the moment it's born. You. Meng Qingxue sneered and retorted, it's not up to you to judge whether it's a bastard or not. I'm just telling the truth. As Song Enya spoke, she stroked her lower abdomen meaningfully and smiled. It's also an unborn child. My child is destined to be doted on the moment it's born. What about the child in your stomach? It's a bastard from the moment it's born. It's destined to have no status for the rest of its life. Even if Yanqing brings the child back to the Mu family out of consideration for their relationship, it will be suppressed by my child for the rest of its life. Ha! Meng Qingshue's face turned pale. Her actions made it seem as if she was already pregnant. She exuded an extremely dazzling motherly glow from head to toe. Even though she knew very well that Song Enya was deliberately faking it. However, she really did not know that Song Enya was pregnant. She looked at Song Enya's lower abdomen suspiciously. It was also flat. If she was pregnant, it was probably not too long ago. You're pregnant. Meng Qingxue was in disbelief. Seeing her puzzled expression, Song Enya's lips curled into a smug smile as she said frankly, yes. I'm pregnant with Yanqing's child. Meng Qingshue's face turned pale. Song Enya became even more smug when she saw this. She snorted coldly and said, judging from your expression, you seem very surprised. Why? Yanqing didn't tell you about this, did he? Look, he says that he loves you, but he's not even honest with you. In that case, did Yanqing tell you about my pregnancy long ago? Meng Qingxue asked coldly. Song Enya's expression froze. Meng Qingxue suppressed the resentment in her heart and suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Song Enya, I thought you were very capable, but here I am. So, are you using your status and power to blackmail Yanqing into marrying you? Is this what you're capable of? I don't think you're that capable. Otherwise, why would she come all the way here to flaunt her prowess when she's pregnant? I think your relationship with Yanqing is also very distant. What? Song Enya thought that her words would anger the Missy. Unexpectedly, Meng Qingxue did not fall for this trick. Yes, Yanqing did say that he can't marry me, even though my relationship with him is a little shady. But, I'm willing to do it. Meng Qingxue paused for a moment and then sneered. Who's the one suppressing who? Song Enya, do you think you're so glorious now that you'll be able to make a comeback? With the passage of time, she was nothing more than a withered flower. At the end of the day, what else do you have other than your own superiority? But I'm different from you. Yanqing really likes to Yanqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally come to Yen City to persuade me to come back. What? You? Meng Qingxue, you're really shameless. Song Enya was furious. Chapter 2784. As for status, those things are indeed very important. However, what I can't have now doesn't mean that I can't have it in the future. Have you heard of a third party ascending to the top? Song Enya, let's wait and see. I swear that I'll take back everything that originally belonged to me. His heart, his body, I want all of it. Along with my status. Together. If you have the guts, destroy me. Otherwise, I'll take back everything that you have now. You. Song Enya was furious. With nowhere to vent her anger, she bit her lip hard and clenched her fists. Then, with a sinister smile, she said coldly, all of you, go. Teach this shameless B*tch a lesson. Let her know what it means by saying that trouble comes from a loose tongue. As soon as she finished speaking, the bodyguards behind her closed in on Meng Qingxue, eyeing her covetously. Meng Qingxue, however, did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, she calmly watched as they closed in and surrounded her. The next second, Mu Yanqing's cold voice came from behind. All of you, stop it. Song Anya was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she looked in the direction of the voice and saw Mu Yanqing walking toward Meng Qingxue. When he reached her side, he stopped in his tracks and raised his leg to kick the bodyguard who was about to make a move on Meng Qingxue. Get lost. The bodyguard did not lose his temper at all and dodged to the side dejectedly. No one would dare to go against the person with the highest authority in the Mu family. Mu Yanqing. Why is he here? She had found out that Meng Qingxue was in this hospital earlier, so she came here with her men. She wanted to take advantage of Mu Yanqing's return to the Mu group for a board meeting to show her who was boss. Yanqing. Song Anya was flustered and exasperated. I was wondering why I didn't see you these few days. It turns out that you've been with this B*TCH all this time. Have you forgotten about our marriage agreement? Who is this woman? You're not even married yet, and you're already flirting with other women. Mu Yanqing, let's see how you're going to explain this to me. She spoke in a righteous manner, as if she was a first wife who had caught an adulterer in the act. The man swept a cold glance at her and sneered. Song Anya, we're not married yet. There wasn't even an engagement. Don't talk to me in such a tone. You don't have the qualifications to do that. You. Song Anya sneered in anger. Are you speaking up for this wild woman? Don't forget that I'm your legitimate fiancé. And she. Shut up. Mu Yanqing was obviously protecting Meng Qingxue, and his tone towards Song Anya was extremely nasty. Song Anya's heart ached even more when she saw this. When Meng Qingxue saw him, she immediately hugged him aggrievedly. Burying her head in his chest, she sobbed, Yanqing, you're here. You came at the right time. If you came one step later, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep the child in my stomach. You know what? She said, I'm a wild vixen, you're playing with my feelings. She even said that the child in my stomach was a bastard and that it would be a bastard the moment it was born. But I don't understand. If this child is a bastard, then as the child's father, wouldn't she be insulting you? I couldn't stand it, so I retorted a few times. She flew into a rage and said that she wanted to abort my child. I was so scared. She pretended to be weak and helpless. Mu Yanqing's heart ached when he saw this. Chapter 2785. This B*TCH really knows how to sow discord. When did she say that she wanted to get rid of the child in her womb? Bastard child. When Mu Yanqing heard this, he laughed out of anger. He glanced coldly at Song Anya and said without thinking, if Qingxue is pregnant with a bastard child, then what about the one in your womb? At the very least, the child in her womb was personally conceived by me. Let me tell you, I admit to this child. Furthermore, I'll take good care of it. As for the child in your womb, I've never touched you. What dirty and despicable means did you use to conceive it? You know very well in your heart. What? Meng Qingxue seized the opportunity to ask. She said that the child in her womb is yours. Why? Isn't it yours? The child is mine. But I've never touched her. Mu Yanqing said coldly, as for how the child came about, she knows very well in her heart. Mu Yanqing. Song Anya could not take it anymore and questioned hysterically, must you stand on her side and defend her? Mu Yanqing, do you have a conscience? I'm pregnant with your child, too. No matter how this child came about, it's still your flesh and blood and has your blood flowing in it. How can you be so cruel and heartless? Cruel and heartless. Mu Yanqing sneered. Song Anya, don't make it sound so dignified. It's as if I have to marry you. You have to know that if you hadn't used such despicable means, I wouldn't have taken a liking to a filthy woman like you. I'm warning you, don't play any more tricks. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. You. She could not refute his coldness. She could not help but clench her fists so hard that her sharp nails almost dug into her palms. She sucked in a few breaths of cold air and suddenly said fiercely, Mu Yanqing, you win. Just you wait and see. With that, the Missy stormed off in a huff. The bodyguards behind her exchanged glances before hurrying after her and soon disappeared from their sight. It was only after Song Enya left that Meng Qingxue regained her cool demeanor. She pushed him away unhappily and walked to the side with an awkward look on her face. Mu Yanqing walked over and held her shoulders. Straightening her body, he asked patiently, what's wrong? Did she make you angry? What else? Meng Qingxue smiled faintly. Mu Yanqing, you're really amazing. Do you think it's still ancient times? Do they still practice polygamy? Today, there was Song Enya, tomorrow, there would be another Li Enya. What should I do? I don't even have a status. Do I deserve to be trampled under their feet? Don't overthink it. However, Meng Qingxue did not listen to his superficial words. Instead, she asked, is the child in her stomach yours? Mu Yanqing was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Yes. Meng Qingxue clenched her fists and hit him hard. How could you do this? Mu Yanqing immediately grabbed her punching hands and explained, Qingxue, things aren't what you think. Didn't I say just now that I didn't lay a finger on her? Chapter 2786. She stole someone else's sperm to conceive that child. Mu Yanqing interrupted her. Meng Qingxue widened her eyes in shock. What? You should know that I have a second brother. Mu Yanqing decided to come clean with her about this matter. Song Enya is in love with my second brother and wants to marry him wholeheartedly. This woman's abacus was extremely shrewd. How did she do it? Behind everyone's back, she secretly stole Mu Yaja's sperm from the Mu family's sperm bank and went to America for artificial insemination. After that, just as she wished, she successfully got pregnant. But no matter how good she is at scheming, how can she scheme against that second brother of mine? Mu Yaja secretly did something behind her back and destroyed his sperm from the bank long ago. Song Enya used my sperm to conceive the child. What? Meng Qingxue turned pale with fright. This was ridiculous. This was even more bizarre than the bizarre plots in the television dramas she had watched. Sperm. Artificial insemination. How could that woman do such a thing? Shameless. Song Enya even accused the child in her womb of being a bastard. Then, what was the child in her womb? The child in her womb was the one with an unknown origin. How did you know about this? Meng Qingxue asked suspiciously, since you knew, why didn't you force her to abort the child in her womb? I didn't know about this before. After all, I wasn't very familiar with her at that time. Mu Yanqing also felt wronged. If I had known, I would have done it long before the Song family found out about this. Would I have waited until now? Then, what exactly is going on? Meng Qingxue sneered. What ability does that woman have to pin this on you? He. She was kept in the dark from the start too. That second brother of mine is quite capable. He stole the sky and swapped the sun without anyone noticing. Song Enya was overjoyed after she got pregnant. However, when she returned to the country in high spirits and eagerly went to Mu Yaja to tell him the truth, Mu Yaja refused to admit that the child in her stomach was his. Song Enya took out the DNA test report, but because I'm related to Mu Yaja by blood, no matter how the child is tested, it's definitely related to Mu Yaja. He paused for a moment before his expression turned frosty. After all her scheming, Song Enya probably knew that it was impossible between her and Mu Yaja anymore. So, she schemed against me again. Since the child in her stomach is not Mu Yaja's, my shrewd second brother will naturally not admit it. But the child had to have a status and a father. He couldn't just abort it. She's the city's young lady. If news of her abortion were to spread, it would bring shame to the Song family. So, she schemed against me. That night, I bumped into her at a bar. She spiked my drink and brought me to a hotel. The next day, she slandered me for sleeping with her. At first, I was kept in the dark. But after that, I specially sent someone to investigate this matter. I didn't expect to be set up from the start. So, Meng Qingxue could not help but feel indignant when she heard this. Why did you marry such a woman? Chapter 2787. Mu Yanqing's expression was a little solemn. I just got promoted and didn't have a strong foundation. If I were to marry into the Song family, my position would be stabilized. Hence, I obeyed my second uncle's wishes and agreed to marry her. Meng Qingxue bit her lip hard. She could not take it lying down. She could not take it lying down. At the end of the day, it's because I'm a commoner with no status or background that I can't be with you, right? Meng Qingxue smiled coldly and suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. How ridiculous. What's the point of marriage? Isn't it because of love? What a joke. Mu Yanqing suddenly stopped talking. Seeing that he did not speak, Meng Qingxue felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly turned around and sat back on the bench in silence. However, the tears in her eyes could not be stopped. What Song Enya said was right. He could love her and give her all the glory and wealth, but he could not give her the most basic status. What was the difference between her and a canary if she stayed by his side? She swore that she would snatch Mu Yanqing back from Song Enya. Unfortunately, she did not have a family background like Song Enya's. Just the word family background was enough to crush her powerlessly. Mu Yanqing walked over and sat down beside her. He reached out his long arms and pulled her into his embrace. Qingxue, don't think too much. I can swear to you that I have no feelings for Song Enya at all. Everything can't even be considered as an act. In the future, I won't be like before and indulge in debauchery outside. I can promise you that from now on, I'll only have you and treat you well. I'll take good care of you. Mu Yanqing promised her again and again. I'll only have you in the future. There won't be any other woman. Qingxue, I'll definitely keep my promise. This is my promise to you. You can give me everything, but you can't marry me. Meng Qingxue suddenly became agitated. Why are you so obsessed with marriage? Mu Yanqing asked in puzzlement. Meng Qingxue's expression suddenly froze. She looked at him bitterly. Then what should I be obsessed with? Isn't marriage where love belongs? Wasn't this natural? This was a title, and also a basic respect for me. Mu Yanqing, do you even know what I need? Mu Yanqing looked at her expressionlessly in silence. Seeing that he was silent, Meng Qingxue felt even more wronged. Suddenly, she sucked in a breath of cold air. Her eyes were slightly red as she said calmly, I saw the news some time ago. Mu Yaja's fiancée is that popular A-list actress, Yun Shishir. I know that Mu Yaja is your second brother. I also know that he was willing to give up everything in the Mu group, including that glorious title, for Yun Shishir's sake. When I saw it, I was really touched. I was envious of Yun Shishir for being married to love. But I know that this kind of utopian love is something that can only be hoped for but not achieved. But to be honest, when I saw the news, I was so envious that my eyes were about to pierce through. Why can Yun Shishir be so happy, while I can only live lowly? Mu Yanqing suddenly interrupted him coldly. Are you blaming me? Mu Yanqing asked again, or are you blaming me for being useless?
Chapter 1322. Reforging the physical body at this moment, the power of heaven's will appeared around Su Yan, wrapping around Su Yan. Heaven's will was protecting Su Yan. This was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was emitting a divine radiance. You're actually protecting someone from the boundless world. Ha ha ha, what a pity. Attacking the boundless world and achieving the will of heaven and earth, wasn't that your ambition? Now, you're actually joining forces with someone from the boundless world to fight me. The shadow god was clearly enraged at this point. At this time, his power spread out and directly attacked the heaven's will. However, even if you want to protect him, so what? You won't be a match for me. Since I can suppress you for so many years, I can also defeat you now. With so many shadow emperors and the shadow king, how terrifying was this pressure? Everything in the world began to tremble. This was simply too powerful. With such a terrifying aura surging out, it was even more unimaginable. At this moment, dark clouds began to descend from the sky. That ray of light began to burn at this moment. The power of the light began to spiral and then turned into a light barrier. Blasphemer, end your own life. At the front was a shadow emperor. His aura was extremely terrifying. Even among the dozen shadow emperors, his aura was the strongest. At this moment, he directly uttered such words. He looked down at Fang Yueshan from high above. However, as he spoke, his brows were slightly furrowed. Because at this moment, Fang Yueshan's aura became extremely strange. Sometimes, it was so weak that it wasn't worth mentioning. It was like a small bug that flew out of nowhere. However, in the next moment, his aura would suddenly surge, reaching an extremely terrifying level. Even he was apprehensive. To be able to reach his level, he had lived for countless years. He had witnessed too many historical changes. The traces of time had stayed in this place for too long. However, no matter what, he didn't expect such a change to happen. His power was simply too terrifying. That boundless aura was simply too powerful and terrifying. The terrifying radiance moved at this moment. Such an aura was like the dark clouds of heaven and earth. At this moment, he spoke like this. Naturally, he didn't expect Fang Yueshan to do this. Since he could become a blasphemer, he naturally couldn't be a weak paper man. Behind him, all the powerful shadow creatures focused their gazes on Fang Yueshan. It was an invisible pressure. At this moment, Kato shouted, "Audacious." The fact that he was still able to stand in front of Fang Yueshan was already an act of supreme courage. Even though he had already become the king of shadows, how could he compare to so many terrifying existences in the sky? His power was so terrifying, and his aura was so strong that it was outrageous. At this moment, between heaven and earth, endless radiance moved at this moment. The terrifying power was even more unimaginable. At this moment, another shadow emperor snorted coldly. A power directly turned into a black lightning bolt and struck towards Kato. The Shadow King dared to speak to him like this. He was simply courting death. The power of this lightning bolt was extremely fast. It arrived in front of Kato in almost an instant. At this moment, Kato immediately felt the threat of death. This power was too terrifying. He couldn't block it. Despair grew in his heart. Of course, this despair wasn't because he was going to die. It was because he couldn't protect Fang Yueshan anymore. The moment he chose to believe in Fang Yueshan, his life, even his soul, everything already belonged to Fang Yueshan. This was the most devout belief. However, the moment the black lightning bolt was about to hit him, the radiance of the lightning suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared. Such a change was simply bizarre. It's really strange. The expression of the Shadow Emperor in the lead became extremely solemn. How did the power disappear just now? He actually didn't see it at all. This was truly out of the ordinary. Why hesitate? Just attack directly. I don't believe that he can block all of our attacks. At this moment, a Shadow Emperor suddenly spoke. This Shadow Emperor wasn't a very patient person. However, what he said was actually very reasonable. With so many people attacking at the same time, perhaps even the shadow god would have some misgivings. Even though the blasphemer was powerful, he wasn't a god yet. They didn't believe that he could block such a powerful attack. At this moment, a terrifying power directly condensed. That terrifying aura turned into the most endless thunderclouds, and that terrifying power directly descended. Endless power was manifesting continuously at this moment. Such a terrifying aura was changing at this moment. The Shadow King had already made his move. Several hundred the Shadow King. What kind of terrifying power was this? When this power condensed into a single point, that kind of destructive power was unimaginable. Such a terrifying aura completely erupted at this moment. The most terrifying radiance directly descended at this moment. It was as if a terrifying thundercloud started flickering. Boundless power constantly flickered at this moment. The power of light constantly changed at this moment. That terrifying aura reached an extreme level. At this point in time, all the auras between heaven and earth had become endless. That most terrifying power had turned into a strike of despair at this moment. Cater really started to tremble at this moment. He couldn't resist the Shadow Emperor's attack just now, but that power descended in an instant. He didn't have time to react and was already prepared to face death. However, it was different this time. This time, he could only watch as that power descended and tried to devour him. This was a process of waiting for death. People were most terrifying when they were waiting for death. However, at this moment, Fang Yueshan said indifferently, "Cater, get behind me." At this moment, Cater didn't speak any nonsense. He was indeed very scared, but he was more willing to believe in the God he believed in. In an instant, such a terrifying power had completely devoured Fang Yueshan and Cater. Cater only felt a terrifying storm descending. Such a rich aura was constantly rotating. The most terrifying power was constantly skyrocketing at this moment. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. Darkness and destruction seemed to have become an eternal part of the world at this moment. At this moment, all the power was constantly reincarnating at this moment. Am I dead? Am I going to die? At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was constantly rotating at this moment. Cater felt that he was really weak, like a flying insect in a gale, as if he would die at any moment. In fact, this couldn't be helped. His power wasn't weak, but compared to these most terrifying existences, he was still too weak. Moreover, he was facing hundreds of the Shadow King. Such a blow, not to mention the current him, even if he reached the Shadow Emperor realm, so what? He still couldn't block it. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth directly rose at this moment. The most terrifying power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. All the power at this moment was even more unimaginable. The aura between heaven and earth had manifested to the extreme at this moment. That beam of light directly descended. The most extreme power was constantly rioting at this moment. At this moment, the most terrifying power had already manifested to the extreme. There was no light between heaven and earth. Everything had been completely devoured and annihilated. Sound disappeared. The world also disappeared at this moment. Everything had completely dissipated. The power of heaven's will was getting weaker and weaker. That guy was right. No matter how powerful heaven's will was, it couldn't be his opponent. For such a long time, he had been suppressing heaven's will and then dominating the shadow world. This in itself was enough to explain the problem. At this moment, although heaven's will had begun to protect him, at this moment, such a power was surging. The power of the shadow god was gradually penetrating and suppressing his aura. When his power completely gained the upper hand, it would be time for him to take control of everything. At that time, Su Yan would undoubtedly die. The shadow god wouldn't give Su Yan another chance. I want to see how you're going to reforge your body and reverse reality. There was a hint of viciousness in his words. For Su Yan, the situation had become more and more dangerous. However, at this moment, Su Yan had already closed his eyes. His entire person was like an old monk, towering and unmoving. At this moment, he had forgotten everything. There was only one thing in his mind, and that was to reforge his body. He was very clear that at this time, he could only do his own thing. As for other things, he couldn't control them. Since he couldn't control them, he might as well ignore them. As the saying goes, each person has their own job. At this moment, he could only do his own thing. As for other things, Su Yan was powerless now. The power of the shadow god became more and more fierce. At this moment, his aura directly rose and expanded. At this moment, there was even more intense greed in his eyes. Chapter 1323. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, where the heart desires, as long as he could obtain the divine sword, he might be able to make a breakthrough even if he was as powerful as he was. The power of the divine sword was too ferocious. When he was fighting in the infinite world, those super terrifying existences with divine swords had directly killed the will of the heavens. If he could obtain the divine sword, its power would definitely be raised to the extreme. He could even comprehend from it. At this time, he actually wanted to have his own physical body and reach the level of reality. However, it was a pity that he had still walked too far on his own path. At this time, he could no longer give up on his own path, so the only thing he could do now was to constantly invade. Only by entering the infinite world and invading the will of the heavens would he be able to occupy the throne. Then he would be able to reach the ultimate realm. However, this was an extremely difficult thing to do. But at this time, there was a great tribulation. The great tribulation of the infinite world was their greatest opportunity. As long as they could seize this opportunity, then everything would be under their control. At this time, as a powerful god in the shadow world who had usurped the will of the heavens, he still vaguely grasped the key, and that was Su Yan. If he could subdue Su Yan, it would definitely be of great help to his plan. At that time, he could really reverse everything and achieve his goal. However, he did not expect that at this time, the will of the heavens of the Shura world would actually start to help him directly. This was really damn it. However, he could not eliminate the obstruction of the will of the heavens and then subdue Su Yan. This was something that would happen sooner or later. No matter how powerful this Su Yan was, he could not resist him. The defense of the will of the heavens was broken down layer by layer. If this continued, he could directly defeat his opponent. However, at this time, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I want to enter the infinite world, I can only invade. But if I can control this person and then hang a strand of my will on him and then infiltrate, wouldn't I be able to take more initiative? Thinking of this, he was already tempted. At this time, the power of his attack actually began to slow down. At this time, he seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to come. At this time, that extremely terrifying power continued to emerge. At this time, the powerful power was even more unimaginable. At this moment, the rich power directly transformed into the most dazzling light. Such power was simply unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, all the power in the world began to wither away. In Su Yan's eyes, there was already a dazzling radiance that had begun to rise. You've actually reduced your strength? Is it because it's starting to get tired and unable to continue attacking, or does it have other intentions? At this moment, Su Yan already had an idea in his mind. At this moment, he immediately understood that under such circumstances, the shadow god clearly had the absolute upper hand, so it was impossible that he did not have the strength to follow up with a follow-up attack. But at this time, he had stopped his power. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had other intentions. No matter what, I just want to become the strongest version of myself. As for what other schemes you have in your heart, we'll talk about it later. Since Su Yan had already made up his mind, he would definitely not hesitate anymore. No matter what kind of schemes the shadow god had, he would let himself reach the nirvana realm first. At this moment, Su Yan's aura had completely increased. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. At this time, the most painful time for Su Yan had just begun. At this time, his power began to change, and the most terrifying aura continued to attack at this time. At this moment, his power had changed to an unimaginable level. The power of light was even more unimaginable at this time. At this time, the rich light fell straight down, as if the entire world had begun to lose all color. Rebuilding the body and reversing reality and illusion was definitely not a simple matter. At this time, he could feel the pain that came from the depths of his soul that could shatter everything. Even someone as powerful as him could not bear it at this time. At this moment, he was constantly gasping for breath. He deeply understood that he had to bear such pain, otherwise, everything would be empty talk. What a person with strong willpower to be able to bear such pain. The power of the shadow god was extremely subtle. He controlled his power to a limit. In this way, his power would not break the will of heaven in an instant. But at the same time, he was able to control everything. Once Su Yan's power began to fade, he would naturally be able to control everything directly, including Su Yan's body and soul. The light finally dissipated. For Kader, this was like a dream. His power was so terrifying, but at this time, he was not dead. He was alive. The wind that blew told him that he was still alive at this time. This was simply unimaginable. For a moment, he felt that his life was about to end. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for him to live. However, in fact, at this time, he was still alive and well. His entire aura was circulating with an indescribable aura. At this time, his power was constantly circulating, and his power was even more unimaginable. At this time, in the sky, a light was constantly flashing, and the power was even more unimaginable. God, it was his God. Immediately, Kato felt that the source of this power was his God. In other words, Feng Yueshan. The great God is indeed omnipotent. Even with such a powerful force, it did not harm him in the slightest. This is too terrifying and too inconceivable. At that moment, he was trembling non-stop. He was not trembling in fear, but excitement. At this time, Feng Yueshan was gently floating, and his body was filled with sacred light. He looked at the sky. Those guys were clearly high up, but at this time, they were like ignorant lambs. Silence. At this time, everyone was silent. No matter what, they would never have thought that such a frightening attack would not have any effect at all. Such a powerful and terrifying power, but just now, it did not gain any advantage. How is this possible? Even at this moment, they still could not believe that such a powerful attack did not cause any damage to this guy. Do you still not understand? I am the real God. Feng Yueshan's voice filled the whole world. Your power is bestowed by this world. The sky and the earth are your mothers. All the creatures in the shadow world must live by the will of the shadow world. As for the shadow god, he has already violated the will of the world, and I am the new god. In fact, the reason why gods could be born was because they could communicate with the will of the world and become the executors of the laws of the world. But at this time, everything had changed. His power was no longer strong. That most terrifying aura had now become so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this time, the power of the sky and the earth had completely changed. Feng Yueshan had been recognized by the will of the world, so he was the representative of the will of the world. Whether it was the Shadow King or the Shadow Emperor, they both existed in this world, and their souls were marked by this world. As such, it was naturally impossible for them to attack Feng Yueshan. In other words, their attacks were ineffective against Feng Yueshan, and would instead become Feng Yueshan's power. There was one thing that Feng Yueshan had said that wasn't wrong, and that was that he was the true God. Nonsense. At this time, the city lord of Heavenly Emperor City, one of the Shadow Emperors, shouted in disdain. Then, a power directly fell. That power attack seemed very ordinary, but at this time, Feng Yueshan directly made his move. His power directly turned into a sword, blocking the power and directly neutralizing it. The nonsense just now was just a bunch of nonsense. God is the master. Those who betray God will eventually decay. You don't dare to face my power, because it is the power of God. The attack just now was not his own power. It was the power of God. When he directly released his power, the terrifying aura in that moment expanded. The power of the shadow world's laws was very difficult for Feng Yueshan to harm. As he said, he was the representative of the will of the world. Since this was the case, how could the laws of this world hurt him? However, he was not invincible, because the power of the shadow god could still cause fatal damage. The power of the shadow god had completely changed, and he had jumped out of the scope of the world's laws. The strength of such power was even more unimaginable. When this terrible aura directly descended at this time, the light was completely released, and it was incomparably frightening. The power of the world at this time reached the most terrifying peak. You're right, no one is invincible. Even as strong as I am not invincible. That power just now was the power of the shadow god. He suppressed the will of the heavens in order to become the true ruler. Feng Yueshan said calmly. Chapter 1324. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Physical Body Achievement. My strength is not something you can imagine. Feng Yueshan's cultivation level increased again. This was simply unimaginable. His strength was so terrifying, and now he was going to increase his cultivation level again. How long had it been? It was impossible for any other cultivator to increase their strength so quickly, but he had done it. At this moment, his aura surged. His aura had reached an unimaginable level. His strength was displayed at this moment. It was so terrifying that all the shadow creatures were afraid. Oh no, he's going to transform. Don't give him a chance. Quick, kill him. At this moment, they realized that this blasphemer's strength had exceeded their expectations. Therefore, if they allowed him to continue growing stronger, they would lose their chance. At least for now, his strength had not reached its peak. At this moment, Feng Yueshan was still within their range of suppression. With so many experts descending from the sky, Lin Fan could not help but frown. Set up the god's seal and bring this blasphemer back. A powerful alternative force was released. At the very beginning, the god disciple had already imparted them a brand new power. This power might not be powerful to others, but to Feng Yueshan, it was a natural restraint. No matter how powerful Feng Yueshan was, it was useless against such power. All his struggles were in vain. This showed how domineering and terrifying this power was. Dense runes appeared. Countless runes combined to form a brand new pattern. Within this diagram, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power. When such a power rolled out, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was in the most extreme and terrifying state. At this moment, the darkness had reached its most extreme state. The terrifying and violent power was unimaginable. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth had begun to condense. A ray of light was changing at this moment. The most mysterious and unfathomable power manifested at this moment. Endless aura circulated at this moment. Such a mysterious light was almost unimaginable at this moment. At this moment, the power of the entire world had begun to change completely. It was the most mysterious brilliance. The power of the world was beginning to be cut off. The god of shadow had suppressed the will of heaven for so long. Of course, he thought that the will of heaven would retaliate. Therefore, in this shadow world, he kept killing the child of the world. At the same time, he also thought about what he would do if the child of the world returned. Therefore, he thought of an extremely powerful and terrifying sealing method. It was capable of sealing everything. At this moment, the sealing technique finally began to display its formidable might. You seem to be invincible, but you're just relying on the power of the world. At this moment, we've sealed the power of the world. Let's see what you can do at this moment. The Shadow Emperor, the Shadow Emperor. He was actually afraid of Feng Yuan. Fun him. Because he was fun. The Shadow God had existed in this world for too long. Everything they had was built on the Shadow God. If the Shadow God fell, then they might lose everything they had at this moment. This was an undeniable fact. Therefore, even if it was for themselves, they had to kill Fang Yuan. Soon, the power of the world was cut off. You guys, maintain this power. As for us, go and kill this fiend. At this moment, the Shadow Emperor directly gave the order. This seal that cut off the power of the world required great power to maintain. At this moment, the Shadow King was responsible for this task. As for the 10 Shadow Emperors, their task was to directly enter and completely defeat Fang Yuan. If they could suppress Fang Yuan and bring him to their god, that would naturally be the best thing. But if they couldn't succeed, then they would directly kill him. As the child of the world, Fang Yuan was different from the past. In the past, the children of the world were all born inside the shadow world. Those children of the world possessed extremely terrifying power after their birth, but it was useless. They couldn't escape the eyes of the shadow god. As long as the shadow god was willing, only death awaited them. But the one in front of them was completely different. He was from the endless world. A native of the endless world became the child of the shadow. This was a very absurd thing. But it was also because of this that he appeared even more precious. Perhaps his body was extremely nourishing for the shadow god. Fang Yuan watched the power of the world disappear bit by bit. At this moment, he didn't panic at all. He just waited for the arrival of the Shadow Emperors. It was as if everything was under his control. Come, all of you, come. At this moment, Fang Yuan was completely different from before. Even if he encountered such a situation, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was very calm and waited for the arrival of these guys. In his heart, he didn't put these guys in his eyes at all. At this moment, his power had reached an unimaginable level. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. At this moment, he was the child of the world, representing the entire world. The 10 Shadow Emperors directly came to his side. At this moment, the power of the 10 people directly began to connect. That terrifying aura surged at this moment. At this moment, such rich power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura was so powerful that it was boundless. Without the support of the world's power, how can you still hold on in our hands? So, surrender. At this moment, the most powerful Shadow Emperor spoke. But when he spoke, he had already made his move. He didn't intend to give Fang Yuan a chance to choose. This was his way of doing things. He was incomparably overbearing. If he didn't make a choice, then he would directly perish. The power of darkness surged at this moment. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. For Fang Yuan, he was still a turtle in a jar. Even if I die, I have to fight. This was Fang Yuan's answer. At this moment, his power directly radiated out. When his power appeared, the expressions of these powerful Shadow Emperors all changed. At this moment, Fang Yuashan's power was almost on par with the strongest Shadow Emperor. In fact, he was even stronger than the strongest Shadow Emperor. In just a short period of time, his strength had already risen to such a level. From the looks of it, their choice to seal Fang Yuan was the most correct decision. If they didn't seal Fang Yuan and let him continue to exist in the world, then who knew how powerful his strength would be? Then you will die. A powerful force directly appeared, and a terrifying aura was already heading towards Su Yan to kill him. Such a terrifying aura surged forward. It was truly unimaginable. At this moment, Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since you want to fight, then come. At this moment, he had already completely thrown away the fear in his heart. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. An attack directly blasted out. The prelude to the war was directly pulled open. That shadow child, he's your friend, right? Su Yan's body reconstruction had already reached the final juncture. For Su Yan, success or failure depended on this. If he could succeed, then it would mean a new life. However, if he failed, then he would completely fall into the abyss. If he completely fell into death, then everything would be destroyed. This was the most terrifying thing. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth was constantly changing. For him, this was already his final struggle. However, at this moment, the shadow god said such words. Su Yan ignored him. The shadow child is really strong. After all, he has the support of heaven and earth. However, it's a pity that he can't be stronger than me. I've already connected him to heaven and earth and started fighting. At this moment, he should be facing the siege of 10 shadow emperors. His voice was filled with incomparable pride. No matter what, he would be the final victor. This was already enough. However, at this moment, Su Yan said, "Don't worry, he won't lose." At this moment, Su Yan should have ignored him, but he didn't. Instead, he spoke. "Ha ha ha, funny. This is the best joke I've ever heard. Then tell me, how can he win?" Yes, Fang Yueshan already had no chance of victory. In the shadow world, his greatest reliance was the blessing of heaven's will, which allowed him to use the power of heaven and earth at will. However, at this moment, Yi Shiwen had already sealed his power. In this case, his most powerful reliance was gone. At this moment, he had to face 10 shadow emperors. That was the most terrifying power in the shadow world apart from Yi Shiwen. In this case, how could he win? What awaited him was only failure. Yi Shiwen would still be the winner, controlling this world and standing high above. However, Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "I know he will succeed, just like I know I will succeed." Chapter 1325. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. Fang Yueshan is in danger. Even the suppression of the shadow god began to shake at this time. Even the god of shadows' expression changed. He had never thought that Su Yan would be able to unleash such a terrifying amount of power after the fusion of his spirit and flesh and the reconstruction of his body. Not to mention him, even Su Yan felt extremely surprised at this moment. I really didn't expect that the power I can unleash would reach such a level. This aura is so terrifying that it's unimaginable. At this time, he was already incomparably shocked. This kind of terrifying power was surging at this time. It was simply unimaginable. Such an aura was constantly changing. The power after yin and yang unification was simply unimaginable. The most terrifying lights suddenly rose up at this moment. At this moment, the boundless power directly descended. At this point, the raging power had achieved everything it wanted. At this moment, darkness directly descended upon them. The god of shadow couldn't watch Su Yan continue to grow stronger. Therefore, he directly descended. He wanted to suppress Su Yan. He wanted to seize Su Yan's physical body and turn it into a completely new body. At this time, if Su Yan could complete his transformation, it would be his wish. However, if Su Yan escaped from his control, then his opportunity would be lost. This was absolutely unbearable for him. At this moment, his power rose. At this moment, the intense radiance was even more unimaginable. All the mighty power was constantly changing. At this moment, such power had already manifested to the extreme. Yin and yang unification, death and rebirth, my power. Su Yan's eyes burst out with divine light. Not only his eyes, but his entire body was surging with power at this moment. That terrifying aura was constantly changing at this moment. At this time, his strength was even more unimaginable. At this moment, a rich radiance surged continuously. This power was truly terrifying. The most violent aura was constantly rotating at this moment. Boundless power continued to manifest at this moment. The silent power between heaven and earth was even more powerful. It seemed to be breaking through a limit. It's really amazing. What level has my power reached? Su Yan originally thought that it was extremely rare for him to be able to regain his original realm after reforging his body. However, it seemed that he was wrong. He had underestimated his own power. The terror of this power was simply unimaginable. That boundless aura rose at this moment, reaching an unprecedented level. Demon God's heart. At this time, Su Yan suddenly discovered that the heart of the demon god in his body was still there. What's going on? The moment my body was destroyed, the demon god's heart should have been destroyed as well. Why is the power still there? Not only the demon god's heart, but also the power of the Buddha. Good, this is good. This time, I'll reforge my body. Then, I'll use this plan to escape from the shackles of fate. Su Yan suddenly became excited. At this moment, there were all kinds of powers in his body. For him, these powers had brought him many benefits. For example, the Buddha's heart had helped him in the past and prevented him from being affected by the great demon dragon's heart. In fact, these powers were his opportunities, but they were also his shackles. The existence of these powers had limited his fate and made him fall into the trap of those powerful existences. Back then, Duan Mulonghu had told him that there was a way to escape fate. He and Duan Mulonghu were both children of fate. However, at this time, Duan Mulonghu seemed to be able to do it. Therefore, he had been resurrected after 1,000 years and his strength had increased rapidly. Su Yan naturally wanted to escape fate, but he couldn't compromise with Duan Mulonghu. However, at this moment, Su Yan finally understood how to escape the shackles of fate. There was a phrase called facing death. Now was the time. At this moment, he had just experienced death. Becoming a shadow creature was actually the end of one of his forms of life. At this moment, a brand new life finally began to reincarnate. For him, this was the arrival of a brand new opportunity. At this moment, he would take a brand new step and definitely wouldn't be troubled by such power again. The power of yin and yang flowed, and the terrifying aura kept vibrating. In an instant, all the powers had begun to burn. The most terrifying power gradually rotated at this moment. The first thing to shatter was the demon god's heart. This demon god's heart was something that the island master of the divine demon island had once bestowed upon him. It was the only thing left behind by a dead demon god and had extremely powerful and terrifying power. However, at this moment, under Su Yan's powerful power, this heart was completely obliterated. Therefore, the power was devoured by Su Yan and integrated into his body. Next was the Buddha's heart. The so-called Buddha's heart was actually condensed from the Buddha seal that wrapped around his own heart. Originally, Su Yan didn't dare to have any thoughts about this Buddha's heart. However, at this moment, he existed in the shadow world. He was in the process of life and death, so he was fearless. Such power was constantly rioting, and the terrifying power was rolling at this moment. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, a golden divine brilliance appeared. The golden power directly impacted, and at this moment, it actually blocked the power of the god of shadow. Ancestor Buter. The god of shadow spat out a name with hatred. When he was invading the infinite world, he had once fought with this powerful existence. He was a god, so his strength should have been above the other party. However, that was in the infinite world. The ancestor Buter had the help of the infinite world's heaven's will, so he was able to withstand the attack of the ancestor Buter. Now, many years had passed, and the aura of the ancestor Buter reappeared. This time, it was actually in his own world. At this moment, he actually still didn't know what had happened to Su Yan. However, the moment the aura of the ancestor Buter appeared, he immediately became extremely angry. A terrifying power directly appeared at this moment, and it wanted to suppress the power of the ancestor Buter. The heavens are helping me. At this time, Su Yan saw that the power of the ancestor Buter was actually blocked by the god of shadow. He immediately seized the opportunity, and his power completely went berserk at this time. Then, he directly began to create his own brand new body. At this moment, the small world was operating, and it was constantly connected with his power. At this time, Su Yan was going to break his old self and welcome a brand new self. At this time, his power was constantly soaring into the sky. At this time, the powerful and terrifying aura had reached its peak. All of the power was changing at this time. The most intense and dazzling light had become the eternal melody of this world. At this time, Su Yan's power was rising slowly like the scorching sun. The power of the god of shadow had already suppressed the power of the ancestor Buter. After all, this was his world, and in this place, he was the eternal master. He had become the most powerful and terrifying existence, and he suppressed the heaven's will. No matter how powerful the ancestor Buter was, it was impossible for him to defeat him in this place. After he suppressed the power of the ancestor Buter, his eyes immediately fell on Su Yan. At this time, he saw Su Yan's complete transformation. Flames condensed directly in his eyes, and the aura of his entire body was roaring. Damn it, this kid's power is too strong, and it is beyond my expectations. No, I have to take over his body now. At this time, his power suddenly flashed, and the terrifying power was like thunder and lightning at this time. The incomparably powerful aura directly oppressed Su Yan. You can succeed in recasting your physical body. You are amazing. However, your body is mine, and so is your life. At this time, the god of shadow had made up his mind to directly take over everything of Su Yan, and then create a brand new self. However, how could Su Yan give up so easily? Supreme. When these two words appeared, the terrifying power had already represented everything. The intense light directly rose to the extreme, turning into the most blazing flame. The flame was like a pillar, directly blocking this ray of light. For a moment, the power of the two was in a stalemate. However, gradually, the power of the god of shadow finally gained the upper hand. In front of me, everything is futile. If you obediently accept your fate, I may still be able to keep your consciousness and give you a chance to be reincarnated as a shadow creature again. Otherwise, I will completely obliterate you. At this time, his aura was cold and cruel. At this time, he had already condensed his power to the highest point. However, at this time, a voice suddenly appeared. You talk too much nonsense, and this guy has never accepted his fate. This voice appeared so suddenly, but Su Yan knew who the owner of this voice was as soon as he heard it. Fang Yueshan. In front of Su Yan, Fang Yueshan's figure suddenly condensed. However, this time, it was not Fang Yueshan's real body. It seemed to be just a projection. Fang Yueshan looked at Su Yan, then said, "Yes, it's me, Su Yan. You are not suitable to stay in this world, so you should leave." As Fang Yueshan spoke, he suddenly waved his hand, and in an instant, an extremely majestic power directly suppressed down. At this moment, the terrifying power displayed its boundless might. Such an aura was so heavy at this moment. For a moment, even the powerful power of the god of shadow was blocked. Chapter 13:26. Return to infinity. However, this guy actually appeared at this time and directly blocked his power. This made the shadow god extremely angry, but he also did not understand. However, Fang Yueshan did not care about the shadow god's anger at all. None of this had anything to do with him. His voice was still so calm as he said to Su Yan, "You go back first, and then I'll come back." This was his answer to Su Yan. He would come back, he would definitely come back. Under the operation of his power, the energy in the shadow's sacred land began to change, and a powerful and terrifying aura began to circulate at this time. The rich power had reached an unimaginable level at this time. The powerful and violent power had reached its peak at this time. A huge vortex appeared, and in the center of this vortex was the most terrifying hole, which was an extremely terrifying spatial power. When Su Yan saw this hole, he immediately came to a realization. At the end of this spatial hole, he saw the familiar light and shadow. This was the end of the shadow world, and also his hometown, the infinity world. Don't even think about leaving. At this time, the shadow god directly erupted with power, and this power turned into a huge palm at this time, directly grabbing at Su Yan. Of course, he would not let Su Yan leave just like that. At this time, Su Yan was an extremely important bargaining chip for him. At this time, Su Yan directly turned around. His physical body had been completely cast, and at this moment, he had broken through a new boundary. At this time, his realm was no longer the Emperor realm, but the Saint realm. As soon as his palm appeared, the power of law could only surge up at this time, and a terrifying flame directly appeared at this time. In an instant, the color of the flame had filled the whole world. At this time, his power was too violent, and that violent power had almost filled up everything. Fire of the Shura, endless flame, burn for me. At this time, Su Yan was extremely powerful. Although he wasn't a true flame dominator, the flames he released at this time were already extremely terrifying and powerful. They could thoroughly incinerate everything. It was also at this moment that a figure appeared. The flame blocked the power of the shadow god, but at the same time, it seemed to sense a somewhat familiar aura. That aura came from the infinite world. Fang Yueshan, I'll wait for you in the boundless world. At that moment, Su Yan sent a voice transmission to Fang Yueshan. A smile appeared on Fang Yueshan's face as he watched Su Yan leave. Go, return to your battlefield. As for me, this is my battlefield. Don't worry, my friend, I won't die so easily. Fang Yueshan's figure faded away. What appeared just now was a projection of his power, not his real body. At this moment, he had already broken through the Shadow Emperor rank and reached a whole new level. Just now, the Shadow God's talisman directly cut him off from the power of the world. At this time, he should have fallen into complete despair. No matter what, he shouldn't have broken free of his power. But at this time, Fang Yueshan not only broke free, he even projected his power here, directly changing the situation of the battle. For him, this was simply unimaginable. Are you still wondering how I got here? At this time, Fang Yueshan directly asked. His power projection had been shattered, and his consciousness seemed to have returned. But his voice still sounded here. At this time, it was as if Fang Yueshan was the omnipotent god. This kind of feeling made him very unhappy. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth began to undergo a huge change. Damn it! The shadow god roared. In an instant, it seemed that the whole world shook. At this time, without Su Yan's existence, the shadow god directly projected his consciousness. At this time, he saw an extremely inconceivable scene. Hundreds of the Shadow King, including 10 Shadow Emperors, were all sitting quietly. They were praying, but they weren't praying to him, but to Fang Yueshan. At this time, the shadow god felt that the world had gone crazy. No matter what, he couldn't understand why such a thing would happen. He was the great god, the ruler of all of them. And these guys were originally ordered to kill Fang Yueshan, but why did everything turn around at this time? Damn it, since you chose to betray me, then I'll bury all of you. At this time, he directly displayed his power. At this moment, his power completely erupted. At this moment, he wanted to kill all of these people. Even if they were the most powerful forces in the shadow world, since they had betrayed him, there was no meaning in their existence. Angry out of humiliation, so you want to destroy everything? Hee, you're just a destroyer in the end, but you won't succeed. At this time, Fang Yueshan's power became denser and denser. His power was surging at this time, and his aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, he was like the ruler of the entire world. His power was so powerful that it was like the might of the heavens. At this time, the entire heavens will gather towards Fang Yueshan again. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly said, "This world has been under your control for too long, and now it's time to set things right." At this moment, his will directly rose, and a powerful force filled the peak of the sky. Just as Fang Yueshan said, his war had truly begun. At this time, the Shadow Emperors and the Shadow King could no longer interfere. This was a battle between gods. Whichever side emerged victorious would be the ruler of the world. The most important war in the Shadow world had finally arrived, and the door between the Shadow world and the Infinite world was finally completely closed. The door of the space opened at this time. This was the vast and boundless void. Countless stars were twinkling. At this time, Su Yan confirmed that he had finally returned to this place. He had returned to his original infinite world. The moment he entered this world, he could feel the joy of his soul. Countless power directly gathered towards him, and a powerful aura directly surrounded Su Yan's body. Su Yan's realm had already reached the Saint Venerable level. At this time, he had returned from the shadow world, so the powerful energy naturally came towards him. At this time, Su Yan was like a fish back in water. He enjoyed the violent energy and felt the aura at this time. Such a violent and terrifying aura made him feel very gratified. At this time, this power directly returned, which made him extremely happy. Gradually, countless rock layers piled up on his body. At this time, he had already become a meteorite. Time passed, and at this moment, the meteorite was quietly floating. At this time, Su Yan had already entered a very wonderful state. At this time, his power was constantly gathering and then beginning to be nurtured. At this time, he had already become a Saint Venerable. However, because he had become a Saint Venerable in the shadow world, when he had just entered the infinite world, the sudden powerful power of law caused him to sink into a deep state. Not far from Su Yan, there was also a huge black hole. In that black hole, there was an extremely powerful power constantly surging. The power of the black hole was extremely terrifying. It was activated by a terrifying demon rank, and the person imprisoned in the black hole was the Heartless Fairy. The Heartless Fairy was still beautiful, but at this time, there was a look of exhaustion on her face. Even someone as powerful as her had begun to show signs of weakness after being suppressed by the power of this powerful demon rank monster. Still not willing to give up. But it doesn't matter. I have already seen the limits of your power. When your power completely dissipates, you will be mine. Ha ha ha, Saint Venerable of the infinite world. As long as I can devour you, I will be able to analyze even more power of law. Really, I am looking forward to it. The demon rank monster's voice appeared again. After a period of time, the demon rank monster's voice would appear again and disturb the Heartless Fairy. This was a kind of mental suppression. He wanted to directly refine the Heartless Fairy and use her to analyze the power of law of the infinite world. This existence was the most terrifying existence in the demon rank. Even in the powerful demon rank, such a terrifying demon rank monster had never been seen before. That berserk aura was even more terrifying and unprecedented. This was a monster. His appearance had completely changed the entire demon rank monster. At this time, the entire demon rank monster was under his power. He was even able to create a terrifying existence like the great demon god of dark judgment. He had become the true ruler of the demon rank monster, completely devouring the heavens will of their world. Compared to the shadow god, he was clearly much stronger and had taken a much further path. On this day, his power appeared again. The Heartless Fairy's power grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, this Saint Venerable would not be able to hold on. However, at this moment, the huge black hole that trapped the Heartless Fairy began to shake violently. A powerful and terrifying power began to attack the black hole. What's going on? At this time, the powerful demon rank monster was surprised. At this time, the Heartless Fairy opened her eyes. Chapter 1327. Unexpected Rescue Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The person Heartless Fairy was waiting for was the Island Master of Divine Demon Island. Only the powerful Island Master had the power to rescue her. Unfortunately, she had waited for an extremely long time, but the Island Master had yet to appear. He didn't even make a move. Just as the terrifying demon had said, since he had already made arrangements and launched this attack, he naturally would not let anyone ruin it. Even the Island Master of the Divine Devil Island would not be able to calculate what would happen here at this time. Who is it? At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Both of them looked over at the same time. They finally found the culprit behind this huge collision. It was a meteorite. If it was an ordinary meteorite, it would have been destroyed by the terrifying power before it could even get close. However, this meteorite didn't just get close, it was even attacking the black hole. Thus, it was obvious that there was an extremely powerful existence inside. I don't care what you are. Since you're here to cause trouble, you can die. The terrifying monster released its power directly at this time. It would not forgive anyone who tried to destroy it. Therefore, its terrifying aura directly burst out at this time. An extremely terrifying force appeared at this moment and directly rushed towards Yunxing, Wang. The loud sound was so terrifying. The meteorite began to explode, and a terrifying destructive power appeared at this time, and then annihilated in all directions. This power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The appearance of such an aura was simply capable of annihilating everything. This power was so strong that it was terrifying. At this moment, the mysterious and dark aura had reached its peak. When the meteorite was destroyed, a divine light appeared. "Exterminate, Grand Elder." A soft voice reverberated in the void. Then, an extremely domineering sword aura appeared. In the void, a sword shadow appeared. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. The most terrifying power condensed in the void. "It's him." Heartless Fairy immediately recognized Su Yan. After all, Su Yan had barged into Heartless Island to take away the disciple she was most proud of. Although she did not appear at that time, she saw everything with her own eyes. Back then, Su Yan was just a weakling who hadn't even reached the supremacy realm. He was like an ant in her eyes. But today, this Su Yan had actually reached such a terrifying stage. The power of his sword aura had revealed his strength. Sacred Venerate. This kid has reached the Sacred Venerate level in such a short time. It's unimaginable. She was also a Sacred Venerate and was almost invincible in the endless world. How long did it take her to cultivate to this level? However, Su Yan, the moment he appeared in front of Sacred Venerate, Venerate Editor, Venerate, it was Sacred Venerate Translation Editor, Venerate's Sacred Venerate Master was Sacred Venerate. Su Yan's attack directly pierced into the tentacles of the terrifying demonic creature. The terrifying demonic power began to explode. That boundless and terrifying aura was so dense at this moment that it seemed as though everything was about to be annihilated by this power. Damn it, where did this brat come from? Being suddenly slashed by Su Yan like this, even he felt a huge impact at this moment. However, how could he be willing to accept this at a time like this? Therefore, at this time, he directly gathered his power. The most direct and terrifying power appeared and headed straight for Su Yan. Be careful, that's the ruler of the demonic world. At this time, Heartless Fairy directly channeled her power and transmitted her thoughts. She could see that Su Yan seemed to have entered a mysterious state. It seemed like he had just awakened from cultivation. That sword was powerful, but it was probably just a fleeting moment. If he was attacked by such a terrifying power at this time, it would be a huge disaster for him. She was trapped in this place by this terrifying thing. Therefore, she did not doubt the power of this terrifying existence. However, the voice she transmitted through her power could not be transmitted out at this time. This caused her to panic in her heart. She was naturally aware of her current situation. At this time, she could not hold on for much longer. If no one came to save her, she would really be refined by this terrifying existence. And at this time, Su Yan was where her hope lay. She did not know how Su Yan could become a Sacred Venerate, but she knew that if this Sacred Venerate in front of her died, she would not have a trace of hope. At this time, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Such an aura had reached an unimaginable level. That kind of power surged at this time like thunder, directly exploding. Just as that power was about to hit Su Yan, a golden light suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. Even in the deep black hole, his power was so dazzling and eye-catching. The terrifying aura completely exploded at this time, and the endless power almost instantly dispersed everything. What is that? No, that's not right. That's a devil. But how can it be so fast and terrifying? Under the threat of this powerful power, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. However, he never would have thought that this power would be so terrifying. Such a direct impact of such an aura seemed to want to destroy the entire world. This kind of power was really violent to the extreme. At this time, he already knew that his situation was critical, so he did not think too much and directly summoned the power of the small world. Then, the most terrifying power appeared and dispersed that power. At this moment, he finally awoke from the mysterious state of enlightenment. Fortunately, this enlightenment has directly increased my strength by a large margin. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time, I'm really going to die here. The power just now made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, his strength had reached a whole new level, and he could directly use the power of the small world. Otherwise, he was afraid that this time, he would be buried here. He quickly turned his attention to this terrifying monster. The terrifying aura of this monster shocked him. He really could not imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. This kind of power was really too strong. At this time, he could not imagine what kind of existence it was. One must know that he was no longer the same as before. Now, he had become a holy venerate, and his strength was definitely not the same as before. However, this aura still made him despair. No, this aura is very familiar. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura. This aura was the heartless aura. Chu Linger cultivated the heartless Tao, and then completely stepped into the celestial Tao. Therefore, Su Yan would definitely not forget this aura. I understand. When I was in seclusion, my body instinctively felt this aura, so I came here. At this time, Su Yan immediately understood the crux of the matter. Su Yan, be careful. This is the sovereign's avatar of the demon world. Its strength is terrifying. At this time, the heartless fairy finally transmitted her thoughts. Taiji, extermination, universal extermination. After receiving this news, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly channeled all of his strength, and the Taiji divine sword appeared at this time. The moment the divine sword appeared, even the void began to tremble. At this time, the terrifying power was simply lawless. Boundless power directly spread out at this time. The terrifying power was simply unparalleled at this time. The boundless power directly appeared at this time. After such a power appeared, the most terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The power between heaven and earth began to surge at this time. The most terrifying and frightening aura had truly reached its limit at this time. At this time, all of the power in the entire world began to surge at this time. At this time, the boundless power was simply unimaginable. The condensed power completely surged at this time. The power of this power had already surpassed Su Yan's strongest attack in the past. However, Su Yan's attack was not used to kill the terrifying existence because he knew very well that it would not be used to kill the terrifying existence. Even with his current strength, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to that guy. That guy's strength was simply too terrifying. He had already reached a level that was unimaginable to him. Such an aura was truly incomparably terrifying. Such power was simply unimaginable at this time. At this time, the boundless aura surged at this time. Then, the aura directly moved towards the heartless fairy. At this time, the heartless fairy immediately understood Su Yan's intention. Good kid, you're smart. With this attack, Su Yan wanted to break the heartless fairy's prison. At this time, Su Yan alone was definitely not a match for this terrifying sovereign of the demon world. However, at this time, if the heartless fairy also escaped, then the two of them together would have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 1328. To get out of trouble, the heartless fairy's power and Su Yan's terrifying sword chi reached each other at almost the same time. Then, the terrifying power was completely incinerated. Under such an attack, the most violent power finally began to dissipate. In the end, the sealing power finally began to dissipate. Senior, I've broken free. At this time, Su Yan directly transmitted to the heartless fairy. Su Yan actually hated the heartless fairy a little. He hated this woman for taking Chu Linger away, causing him to fall into endless longing. But later on, this hatred finally began to dissipate after he saw Chu Linger. This was because he knew very well that sometimes, leaving was also a kind of power. His heart ached when he was separated from Chu Linger. But he couldn't just watch Chu Linger die. If it had not been for the heartless fairy, Chu Ling would have died. If that was the case, it would be true pain for him. Su Yan had reached the level of a holy venerate. In other words, he had comprehended the will of the heavens. The higher his level, the more he could understand some of the principles in the unseen world. Many things, in the end, were just helplessness. If he was strong enough, then he could naturally avoid that helplessness. Unfortunately, even though he had become a sacred venerate, it was still impossible for him to move unhindered. "All right." The heartless fairy's voice rang out. The moment the prison was broken, she broke free from it. "Leave this place." At this moment, the two's power reached the most terrifying peak. Their auras flickered continuously. Under the impact of this power, the demon's clones' shackles that restrained their power were finally completely broken. "Where do you think you're going?" At this time, the demon's clone was still unwilling to let them go. He was extremely angry. He was about to force the heartless fairy into a corner and then completely refine her, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. The sudden appearance of a holy venerate directly ruined his plan. At this moment, his power surged, and two figures appeared. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black existence that suddenly appeared in front of him and was shocked. What kind of power is this? He simply could not imagine that this terrifying existence had actually created two demons out of thin air. Moreover, this was definitely not an ordinary demon. That's the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God. He possesses the most terrifying battle prowess. Let's leave quickly. This fellow is a monster. If he can create such a terrifying devil, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to leave here. Fairy Heartless had already fought this great fiend before. She was well aware of how terrifying this great fiend was. Godslayer's sword, slay demons. At this moment, Su Yan directly used the Taiji sword to condense an extremely terrifying sword. Sword chi flew out. Such a sword was simply unimaginable. The terrifying sword chi slashed down and killed the terrifying great demon in an instant. Such a sword strike was clean and efficient. Even Fairy Heartless was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Senior, there's no need to be shocked. It's not that I'm too powerful. It's just that the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God that this fellow created is not in its complete form. That's why I was able to kill it. However, let's leave quickly. I can feel that this fellow's power is condensing." At this moment, Su Yan could not care less. He could feel that Fairy Heartless was extremely weak at this moment, so he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Regal Sword Teleportation. In an instant, he activated the Regal Sword Teleportation. The Regal Sword Teleportation was the most terrifying teleportation technique that Su Yan had mastered. His strength was simply unimaginable. Back then, he could already use the Regal Sword Teleportation to travel through space. Now, he was already a holy venerate. Using the Regal Sword Teleportation at this level was like teleportation. No, even Su Yan himself could not describe his current speed. In just an instant, he had disappeared from where he was. Don't even think about leaving. Even now, the terrifying existence still did not want Su Yan and the heartless fairy to leave just like that. Once they left, his plan would be completely ruined. However, Su Yan's Regal Sword Teleportation was simply too fast. Even if he suddenly made a move at this time, he could only touch an afterimage. That was really dangerous. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh. The terrifying power from earlier was simply unimaginable. However, the palm was still unwilling to give up at this moment. It actually chased after the two of them. Damn it, it's still haunting us. He did not think that this fellow would be so persistent. However, at this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "There's no need to worry anymore." In fact, although Fairy Heartless' voice was cold, it was very pleasant to hear. Su Yan did not understand. At this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "The sealing power has been broken." That fellow must have sensed his aura. Just as Su Yan was about to ask who she was referring to, another brilliance appeared in the void. The moment that brilliance appeared, everything seemed to fall silent. That power was simply too terrifying. Even Su Yan, who was already a holy venerate, did not have any confidence in dealing with that power. That power moved slowly, and in the end, it directly reached the huge dark power. "You're indeed powerful. However, since I've already sensed your aura, don't even think about escaping." Su Yan was very familiar with that voice. It was the voice of the powerful divine demon island master. At this moment, the powerful divine demon island master finally appeared. That ray of light turned into the celestial demon diagram at this moment, and then directly swept towards that terrifying and frightening aura. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze focused on the divine demon diagram. Taiji, Su Yan muttered to himself. That divine demon diagram was very similar to his Taiji power. He never thought that the powerful island master of Divine Devil Island would actually be able to condense such a power. That terrifying demon roared, "Do you think you can trap me? You're dreaming." At this moment, he directly released his power and immediately fled into the distance. The power of the divine demon diagram chased after him relentlessly, wanting to erase him. However, that power was getting further and further away. As expected, that fellow will still make a move. Fairy Heartless felt a little complicated. Back then, she had actually been used as bait by this heartless divine demon island master. However, that terrifying existence was one step ahead of her. He had actually set up a trap within a trap, and she had almost been directly refined. This time, if not for Su Yan's unexpected appearance, she would have really died. Thinking of Su Yan, she finally remembered that Su Yan was still hugging her waist. With a slight movement, she had already escaped from Su Yan's embrace. Of course, at their level, they naturally did not care about such trivial matters. She said to Su Yan, "This time, I really have to thank you." When they first met back then, the gap between the two of them was so huge. However, at this moment, the two of them had become equal existences. They were both saint sovereigns. Moreover, Su Yan's battle strength was faintly discernible. It seemed to have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even she did not have the slightest confidence that she could defeat Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan gently smiled and said, "Senior, there's no need to say so much. This is what I should do." At this moment, the two of them felt a little awkward. They did not know how to deal with the current situation. But at this moment, a diagram of gods and demons fell directly on top of their heads. "Fellow cultivators, please come to the Divine Demon Island for a chat." It was only a simple sentence. Afterward, a divine light descended. This divine light directly enveloped the two of them. Su Yan and Fairy Heartless didn't even have time to react before they were swept away by the diagram of gods and demons. Of course, Su Yan knew that this powerful island master would not harm them. However, he still felt helpless at this moment. This existence was simply too terrifying. His strength was simply unimaginable. Even though he had reached the level of a saint sovereign, he was still not a match for him. In the blink of an eye, the divine demon diagram disappeared and the two of them were already on the divine demon island. The memories of when they first came to the Divine Demon Island were like a dream. At that time, they were under the lead of the island master to hunt evil demons. However, at this moment, it was like child's play. Long time no see, Su Yan. Su Yan did not see the island master of the Divine Demon Island. Instead, a woman appeared in front of him. She was Xiao Qian, the woman who had said that she had taken a fancy to Su Yan. "As expected of the man I have taken a fancy to. You did not disappoint me." "Very good." She smiled gently. She seemed very happy. Su Yan could only smile. Back then, he could not see through Xiao Qian's cultivation level at all. The difference between the two of them was simply too great. However, at this moment, he had reached the level of a saint sovereign. He could roughly tell her cultivation level. She was probably at the level of a sovereign. Her strength was extremely terrifying. She was only a maid, yet she had such terrifying strength. This was truly unbelievable. "Miss Xiao Qian, long time no see." Su Yan also returned the greeting. At this moment, Xiao Qian said, "What? You don't seem to want to see me." Her voice was somewhat sorrowful. This made Su Yan brazen. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Not at all. I'm just a little surprised." Chapter 1329. Seeing the island master again from start to finish, she didn't pay any attention to Fairy Heartless at all. Fairy Heartless didn't care about her rudeness, as if she was already used to it. This time, he saw something different from the past. As his strength increased, so did his vision. He could see more things that he didn't know before. At this point, Su Yan finally understood how strong the island master was. He was above the sage venerables. Su Yan had fought with the shadow god in the shadow world. He had also seen the dragon god. Although he didn't know the full strength of these people, at this point, he could already see the general situation and begin to make a rough plan. However, it seemed that even they couldn't compare to the island master of Godly Devil Island. Of course, that terrifying super demon seemed to be able to fight with the island master of Godly Devil Island. What are you thinking about? Xiao Qian saw Su Yan's thoughts and asked directly. Regardless of whether her words were a joke, she was really good to Su Yan. Su Yan said, I'm thinking about how strong the island master is. Su Yan said honestly. Xiao Qian smiled, as if she was proud. After all, that extremely strong person was her master. How could she not be proud? However, it was Fairy Heartless who spoke. Have you heard of the 5 great sovereigns of the 5 counties continent? Su Yan was startled. He didn't understand why Fairy Heartless would suddenly bring this up. However, he understood in the next moment. Senior, you're saying that the island master is one of the 5 great sovereigns? Legend had it that the 5 great sovereigns were extremely powerful existences. Even gods weren't their opponents. Such existences were practically legends. Su Yan didn't even dare to think about it. However, he finally understood now. Only existences like the 5 great sovereigns could be so powerful and terrifying. This is the demon monarch, said the demon monarch. Fairy Heartless said directly. She had no intention of hiding anything. Then, she added, cultivation is not based on seniority. Now that we are at the same level, let's call each other fellow cultivators. Su Yan was not used to it at first. After all, the other party was Chu Linger's master. But in the next moment, he said, that's fine too. At this time, the Heartless Fairy said, I know that you are worried about Linger, but I didn't force her. I just let her choose her own path. I'm afraid that she has already chosen the path of Heaven's heart. Between you and her. Su Yan sighed and said, Senior, I already know. When he first returned to the 9 regions, he had already sensed it. At that time, he felt that he was about to lose the person he loved the most. This was because at that time, Su Yan already had a certain level of perception towards fate. At that time, he could have gone to Heartless Island to see Chu Linger. However, he didn't do so because he understood that even if he saw Chu Linger, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This was Chu Linger's own decision. Since she wanted to walk the path of Heaven's heart, then he could only give her his blessing. This was his love for her and also their own love. This time, he had reached the heavenly sovereign realm and was even closer to Heaven's will. His perception of fate became even clearer. He was once the child of destiny. When he was in the shadow world, he had reversed reality and illusion, allowing his body to be reforged, which was equivalent to bringing himself back from the dead. In a sense, he had already broken free from the shackles of destiny. However, after returning to this world, he finally understood one thing. Fate was something that could never be fought. It didn't mean that once you broke free from someone's control, you were no longer related to fate. As long as your heart was still there, no matter how much you struggled, you couldn't break free from fate. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked about the Demon King. The 5 great sovereigns actually existed. Originally, he thought that it was just a legend. After all, an existence stronger than the gods was simply inconceivable. Although the Heavenly Saint sect was said to be the inheritance of the sage, Su Yan didn't think that the Heavenly Saint sect was that strong. However, at this time, Heartless Fairy told him that the master of Divine Devil Island was the Demon King. Moreover, Xiao Qian didn't say anything at this time. Clearly, she had acquiesced. The Demon King, the master of Divine Devil Island, was actually the Demon King. Even at this time, Su Yan still couldn't understand the meaning of the 5 great sovereigns. In that case, the sage's words were true. After a long time, they finally arrived at the resting place of the Island Master of Divine Devil Island. The Island Master of the Divine Devil Island was still lying there quietly as usual. However, there was a ray of divine light that constantly revolved around him. Seeing the Island Master, Heartless Fairy felt extremely indignant. After all, she had been schemed against by this heartless man. However, she also understood that although she cultivated the absolute green Tao technique, this man was definitely more heartless than her. His scheme was extremely huge. He was doing it for the sake of the common people. She and he were actually from two completely different worlds. No one was born heartless. After so many years, there were some things that needed to be let go. I'm sorry. At this time, the Island Master of Divine Devil Island, who was also the mysterious Demon King, actually opened his mouth. Heartless Fairy found it hard to believe. After so many years, had he ever said a word of apology? At this time, the Demon King opened his mouth again. I'm going to die. These 4 short words shocked both Su Yan and Heartless Fairy. At this time, Heartless Fairy said, haven't you always? She wanted to say that the Demon King was currently in a state of death. What did he mean by saying such words now? However, the Demon King had already interrupted her. You should understand. I'm saying that I'm going to sink into eternal oblivion, never to wake up again. His voice was so calm. However, both Su Yan and Heartless Fairy's hearts were in a perilous situation. Su Yan was fine. After all, he didn't know this powerful Demon King. However, Heartless Fairy was incomparably shocked and heartbroken at the same time. She knew how powerful this guy was. He could be said to be omnipotent. The war back then was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. It was this guy who single-handedly stopped the invasion of Heaven's will, giving the boundless world a chance to breathe. After that, the boundless world's experts rose up and turned defeat into victory. No one knew how long this Demon King had lived. They only knew that he was an extremely powerful and terrifying person. However, at this time, he said that he was going to die. Moreover, it was an eternal wither with no chance of waking up. Why? Why? He finally asked this question. With his strength, why would he die? The Demon King's voice sounded. In this world, no one is immortal. Even the heavenly Tao can fall. You're already a heavenly sovereign. Could it be that you can't even see through life and death? He didn't care about his own death at all. He only felt that it was a very normal thing. At this time, Xiao Qian had already quietly left. Clearly, she couldn't accept this reality. They had been under this person's protection for too long. To her, the Demon King was simply her father. And now, their father was about to die. Face your own heart. Walk the path you want to walk. It's also the path you should walk. Don't continue like this. The Demon King's voice sounded. His words were calm, but there was a trace of tenderness in them. Heartless Fairy's heart was in turmoil. If it was before, she would definitely feel warmth in her heart after hearing such words. However, at this time, she couldn't feel any warmth. He was going to leave, an eternal departure. The invasion of the evil demons is finally about to begin. At this time, the Demon King changed the topic and began to talk about the current situation. In the boundless world, the evil demon world's invasion wormholes are constantly opening. Although the wormholes aren't big enough to allow the truly powerful evil demon gods to enter, if this continues, those terrifying existences will eventually appear. He paused for a moment before continuing. Su Yan, you just fought with that guy. Tell me, what do you think? The Island Master's words made Su Yan feel a little helpless. Then, he said, that guy is very strong, much stronger than I imagined. I know that it's only his clone, but even if it's his clone, I'm not his match. Su Yan was unperturbed. This was a cruel and terrifying fact. You're right. That's an extremely terrifying guy. He's an destroyer, an existence that can destroy everything. An extremely terrifying existence was born in the evil demon world that was filled with endless slaughter. Right now, the entire evil demon world is his body. His strength is extremely terrifying. Even if I were alive, I wouldn't be his opponent. When he said this, Su Yan was shocked. Although he hadn't seen the Demon King's strength at his peak, just from hearing about it, he already knew how terrifying and powerful this person was. But now, this person was saying that even if he were alive, he wouldn't be that terrifying existence's opponent. Then, just what level had this terrifying guy reached? How horrifying and terrifying was this? Could they really defeat such a terrifying opponent? At this time, the Demon King spoke again. Cougar, go back. Let me talk to Su Yan. Chapter 1330. The mystery of the Five Lords Cougar was the name of the heartless fairy. It had been a long time since he called her that name. Even she had forgotten about it, and he had almost never called her that. But today, he had called her name twice in a row. This made the heartless fairy feel even more terrible. This was because she clearly knew that this tyrannical figure had finally reached the end of his road at this moment. The parting came so suddenly, and so heartbreaking. However, she didn't say anything. She only sighed and left. Just as the island master of Divine Devil Island had said, after experiencing so many things, life and death should be indifferent. Even if she felt helpless in her heart, she wouldn't say it now. Xiao Qian had already left with the heartless fairy. Only Su Yan and the powerful demon lord were left in this place. At this moment, the island master of Divine Devil Island slowly floated up. His gaze was exceptionally gentle. Clearly, he was still in a deep sleep, but Su Yan felt like he was looking at a living king. At this moment, strands of power emerged, and the extremely powerful power spread out. You're even more outstanding than I imagined. This is very good. There was a sense of gratification in his words. Thank you, senior. Su Yan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if it wasn't for this person's nurturing, it wouldn't have been easy for Su Yan to reach his current level. But at this moment, the parting was about to come. There's no need to say anything. Even though I gave you pointers back then, cultivation has always been your own matter. Battle is even more so. Oh right, the reason why I asked you to stay is to ask if you're interested in becoming the island master of Divine Devil Island. His words were as calm as the wind, as if he was talking about something trivial. However, Su Yan was shocked. This person actually wanted to become the island master of Divine Devil Island. I'm about to die. Of the five of us, I might be the last one alive. However, I have no regrets about this. After all, I've lived for so long in vain. At this moment, he spoke again, speaking of which, you must be very curious about the five of us. Su Yan didn't deny it. What was the background and identity of these five sovereign kings? Su Yan really wanted to know. At the beginning of the world's creation, the world was in chaos. There was no distinction between yin and yang. At this time, it could be said that the world had yet to be created. Within the primal chaos, there were terrifying primal chaos demons that ran amok and were extraordinarily terrifying. The five of us were born in that era. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Su Yan. The Chaos Era. These five were creatures of the Chaos Era. Later on, Heaven's will was gradually born, heaven and earth began to open up, and the primal chaos gradually disappeared. The terrifying Chaos Great Fiend began his final struggle. It was us who worked together to slay the Chaos Great Fiend. The heavens and earth felt our merit and sent down endless divine light, allowing us to enjoy the position of Heavenly Lord. In the end, heaven and earth rose and sank. All of the radiance began to rotate. Darkness and light began to separate. The five of them worked together to create a continent. That was the continent of the five sovereigns. Later on, it became the continent of the five counties. This continent was the most powerful thing that the five sovereigns had refined from the endless void. They had allowed this continent to exist in the newly born world and then started to develop life. At this moment, Su Yan understood that the first thing that appeared in this world was the continent of the 5 counties. The continent of the 9 prefectures was a natural evolution of heaven and earth. The continent of the 5 counties was created by the combined efforts of the 5 sovereign kings. As time passed, the 5 of them gradually had their own thoughts. The fiery king left and turned his body into a world, creating the blazing world. The nether king also left and turned into the 9 nether world. The saint discovered the demonic world and entered it to fight. The demonic world was a world formed by the chaos great fiend. The meaning of their existence was to destroy everything. As for the boundless world, it was born from the destruction of heaven and earth. Therefore, the 2 worlds were natural enemies. There was absolutely no possibility of compromise. As such, battles broke out. The terrifying battles continued to spread and affected countless planes. Then, the great world of Shura appeared. The terrifying god of Shura had the most powerful strength. His combat strength was extremely tyrannical. However, in the end, the Lord of Heaven refined a godly sword and killed him. At this point, the heaven's will of Shura had fallen. At this moment, Su Yan finally understood the origin of the Godslayer sword. The powerful Godslayer sword was refined by the legendary Lord of Heaven. However, the Godslayer sword had said that its master had fallen. In that case, the Lord of Heaven was dead. As such, it seemed that only the Saint Monarch and the Devil Monarch were still alive. The battle back then had reached the most difficult time. After the powerful saint entered the demonic world, he disappeared without a trace. The terrifying demon gods attacked continuously. The demon king, who was the island master of Divine Devil Island, resisted with his supreme strength. That battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Gradually, the boundless world was favored by the heavens. Heroes were born one after another. The great demon heaven master obtained the demon king's inheritance and appeared directly. The dragon race was a race born from the heavens. The 3 dragon gods directly displayed their terrifying strength. The great demon dragon, Ancestor Buter, and the others, powerful Saint Venerables appeared one after another. Each of these Saint Venerables defied common sense and were unbelievably powerful. Finally, with so many powerhouses joining forces, those foreign races were all expelled and the boundless world welcomed victory. However, in this world, the most unpredictable thing had always been the human heart. After winning the war, these people all had their own thoughts. The stronger they were, the more they knew. They were no longer satisfied with their current strength. Instead, they began to pursue eternal life. Because of their ambition, a new war broke out. Back then, the Saint Venerables almost killed each other. During that era, the shadow world invaded. Terrifying shadow creatures swept through and almost caused the boundless world to fall into eternal damnation. In the end, the shadow world fell short of success. Their world's will was not strong enough and was directly injured by the Demon King and Heaven's will. However, after that battle, the Demon King finally began to fall into a deep sleep. The sleeping Demon King calculated the heavenly secrets in his dream. He knew that even at that time, the boundless world would not be safe and sound. Those former invaders would definitely come again. This world would still have to face war in the end. Therefore, from that time onwards, he refined the Divine Demon Island. Every 100 years, he would use the Divine Demon map to select those with outstanding talent to nurture. No matter what their fate was in the future, it could allow them to embark on the path of powerhouses. Because the Demon King knew very well that he would eventually die. The only ones who could protect this world were the living beings of this world. In fact, strictly speaking, he was like a father who watched his children grow up. However, the father would eventually grow old. In the future, the children would still have to rely on themselves. But now, a powerful enemy had invaded again. Unfortunately, his life had come to an end. Therefore, at this time, he had to use the last of his life to do something. Su Yan had never thought that these 5 kings were almost equivalent to the history of the entire world. However, at this time, the demon monarch wanted to pass down the inheritance of the celestial devil island to him. Clearly, he wanted to give him such a heavy responsibility. This was an extremely heavy matter. Even the current Su Yan felt that there was a heavy burden on his shoulders. At this time, the Demon King continued, "Of course, I don't mean to force you. Just as I said to Kuver before, everything is decided by your own heart. Just walk your own path." Su Yan turned his head and said, "Senior, this junior is naturally willing. However, I'm afraid that this junior's ability is not enough and will fail to live up to senior's expectations." He had never been someone who would run away from his responsibilities. Since this senior had said such words, Su Yan would not choose to run away no matter what. Instead, he would accept this heavy responsibility. Hearing Su Yan's words, the Divine Demon Island Master laughed softly. After which, he said, "It's fine. We live in this world and we only seek to have a clear conscience. As long as we do our own things well, that's enough. As for other things, let's talk about them when they happen." Such an open-minded attitude was worthy of Su Yan to learn from. "Senior, does this junior need to do anything?" Su Yan asked. Such a powerful force naturally could not be inherited just like that. The Demon King said, "Actually, you don't need to do anything. Right now, return to the boundless world and do what you should do. Because you must know that inheriting the Divine Demon Island might not be a good thing. Moreover, the current me has not reached the time to pass on the inheritance to you," he said directly. At this moment, Su Yan nodded. Then he left. People feared many things that had never happened, and they felt that they could not bear it. But in truth, it was precisely this fear that made it impossible for people to move forward, making everything even more difficult. No matter the time, everyone needed a heart that could bravely move forward. If this was lost, then the meaning of life would become extremely small. After Su Yan left, the Demon King's body actually began to change. Originally, although he was also young, there was an unimaginable aura of twilight in his body. However, at this moment, his face was glowing, without the slightest bit of lifeless appearance. "Master, have you really made your decision?" At this moment, Xiao Qian walked in. She was clearly shocked to see the Demon King like this. Chapter 1331. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Great achievement of the Netherworld. Many of his words were nothing in itself, but when he said them, they were filled with sadness. At least, that was what it sounded like to those who heard it. How helpless were the four of them who were experiencing terminal lucidity. At this moment, the Demon King disappeared from where he was standing. No one knew where he had gone. Seeing her master leave, Xiao Qian was filled with worry. This was the end of the road for a hero. At this moment, in the Netherworld, Gue Sha opened his eyes. At this moment, he could sense that the moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Even someone as powerful as him was filled with unimaginable joy at this moment. Radiance emerged at this time, and a powerful force condensed at this time. That terrifying force directly burned at this time. In the darkness, a powerful energy was projected. The energy started to change. In an instant, the energy was boundless. The terrifying aura seemed to have reached eternity. Such a terrifying energy was rolling out at this moment. It was unimaginable. This kind of power surged at this time, and endless power emerged at this time. Gue Sha mumbled to himself, "You're finally out? Come, let me see what level of strength you've reached." Even someone as powerful as him was filled with endless anticipation at this moment. He wanted to see how far the person he nurtured could go at this time. A terrifying light appeared between the heavens and the earth. The power was unimaginable. Such a terrifying energy exploded at this moment. Terrifying and horrifying light continued to sweep out at this moment. It was like an endless storm that was sinking. The terrifying energy appeared at this moment. Then, a huge palm came crashing down on Gue Sha. This power appeared so suddenly, and such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Gue Sha Sheng was not surprised at all by this sudden attack. In fact, there was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Huh, not bad. You knew to attack me at this moment. Looks like you've grown a lot, Sun Luo. He said the person's name. Sun Luo. It was Sun Luo. The person who had released such a terrifying energy was Rosen. Although Rosen was quite powerful, how could he have such a terrifying aura in the past? Such power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, it was unable to do anything to Gui Shasheng. An even more powerful force emanated from Gui Shasheng's body. In an instant, this force rushed to the heavens and earth and blocked Luo Sen's attack. Soon, the two terrifying forces dissipated into thin air. At this moment, Luo Sen's gaze was fixed on Gui Shasheng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What? I made you so powerful, but now you want to kill me? Gui Sha said with a smile. Even though they had just exchanged such a terrifying attack Li Studio, it was as if both of them were having a friendly. The corners of Lawson's mouth curled up as he said, "Old man, what's the point of continuing to pretend? Do you really think I'm an idiot and don't know what you're up to? Humph, you just want to devour me and become the new Nether King." Nether King. Nether King, one of the 5 kings. The Demon King had said that the Nether Big World was formed by Nether King. He was able to form a world with his own power, which showed how powerful he was. Rosen had the mark of the Nether World in his body, so he was the son of the Nether World. He could inherit the power of Nether King. Although Gui Sha had inherited the power of the Nether World, he did not have the mark of the world. Therefore, he could only look at the power of Nether King and sigh. In fact, his mission was to bring Rosen to this place and let Rosen inherit the power of this world. However, he was Gui Sha. How could someone as powerful as him accept such a ridiculous fate? In his eyes, Rosen was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. Compared to him, Rosen's power was too weak. Furthermore, Gui Sha had been in a superior position for a long time. It was impossible for him to help a kid like Rosen. Since it was impossible, he would rebel. As long as he killed Rosen and devoured his origin, he would be the ruler. He would be able to obtain the Nether World and become the real lord of the Nether World. At that time, it would be the time for him to rule the world. He believed that no one would be able to stop him. His ambition was not limited to just this little bit. You're not stupid. However, so what if you know? Your fate has been decided from the very beginning. You are nothing but food for me. His eyes were vicious, and a powerful and terrifying power spread out at this time. As his power exploded, the whole Nether World seemed to be surging. The terrifying power kept surging at this time, and the endless aura was almost unimaginable. All the power between heaven and earth began to condense, and a light shadow began to descend. Countless light shadows condensed into Gui Sha's body. You think you have everything just because you have the Nether King's inheritance? What a joke. The Nether King can be said to be the heaven's will of the Nether World. He's the core thing, but that's not everything. Do you know how much preparation I've made in order to wait until today? At this moment, a terrifying demonic chi began to surge. Such power caused the 9 springs to surge. Boundless power, at this time, had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, the entire world was sinking continuously. Rosen's eyes flashed with seriousness. How powerful. He used the boundless demon sects demonic swallowing heaven and earth technique to refine the power of the Nether World. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent. After receiving the Nether King's inheritance, his knowledge was extensive. At this time, he immediately saw through Gui Sha's technique. It turned out that Gui Sha had already set up a trap, and was waiting for him to fall into it. This guy was really despicable. The powerful and terrifying power was already enveloping him. In such a situation, he was like a caged bird facing a terrifying cage. It turned out that this old guy had planned everything from the beginning. To him, he was just a prey to be devoured. Now that the prey had finally fattened up, Gui Sha would directly devour him. Old man, don't you think you're too ambitious? How could he be willing to be devoured like this? Hence, he asked directly. Yes, this guy was too ambitious, and too arrogant. After all, he had already received the Nether King's inheritance, and the shadow world had already begun to acknowledge him. However, what he did was going against the will of the shadow world, and against the wishes of the Nether King. Too ambitious? You're wrong. Ambition has always been for those with power. I have waited for so long for this day, and I have enough power. When I am powerful enough, this is no longer an ambition, but a goal. At this point, his voice had become extremely frenzied. He continued to laugh and said, "Forget it, for a weakling like you, you will never be able to understand my heart. So, even if I give you great power, it will be useless. Cowards are all like this." At this moment, his power descended, and the terrifying aura was about to completely crush Rosen and kill him. However, at this moment, Luo Sen's expression changed abruptly as an extremely terrifying radiance was released from his body. "Old man, do you think I don't know where you came from? You're just a dog adopted by the Nether King, and I have already inherited everything from the Nether King. In other words, I am your new master. At this time, you want to betray your master? You're seeking your own death." At this moment, his power had already surged out, and the most terrifying power directly shot into the sky. A power appeared at this moment. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Boundless aura descended at this moment, as if a dark cloud was pressing down. Then, a mark appeared between Rosen's eyebrows. The moment the mark appeared, the entire underworld stopped functioning. It was as if time had stopped flowing. This was an inconceivable scene. What kind of concept was the entire underworld? It was boundless and eternally boundless. However, at this moment, such a power stopped functioning. At this moment, everything had changed. All the rules had been broken. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and everything that Gue Shaoxing had set up was stopped. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Nether King had already predicted this day. If you had continued to be a dog, it would have been fine. However, you chose this path of no return, and I will send you on your way. You still want to devour me? Dream on. At this moment, his power surged out, and at this moment, he had turned the tables. Not only did he suppress the power, but he also charged towards Gue Shaoxing. Chapter 1332. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Rise again. No, how can this be? It's impossible. Netherlord, you old bastard, didn't everything about you disappear? Why is your Netherlord's great seal still here? At this moment, he was extremely furious. He had painstakingly waited for this day for who knows how long. However, at this moment, all of his efforts had been in vain. Not only that, but he was also going to die here. He was filled with hatred. Why, you old bastard, I served you for so long, but you didn't leave anything for me. You damned bastard, no, I don't want to. At this moment, a surge of energy flowed out from the imprint. The energy transformed into a long snake and surged towards Gue Shaoxing. Gue Sha was originally Underworld King's servant, and he had served Underworld King for so long. He even saw how Underworld King merged with the Underworld and became the world consciousness. Later on, Underworld King died. He thought that he could inherit Underworld King's power and become the new ruler of the world. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Underworld King had already planned for the future. He could only be an assistant, but he could not be the master. This made him furious. Why? He had sacrificed so much, so why couldn't he get what he deserved? On the contrary, a nobody became Underworld King's successor and could have everything he wanted. As time passed, his heart started to change. Therefore, at this time, all of his thoughts had changed. He was not willing to give up everything for nothing. Because of this, he started his plan. However, the wait was too long. So many years passed in a hurry. And today, he finally saw the day he was about to succeed. Over the long years, he had naturally made all the necessary preparations and calculated all the possible outcomes. However, when the moment truly arrived, he realized that all his preparations were wrong. Underworld King's seal was still there, and it contained Underworld King's will. The powerful Underworld King left behind a power that could suppress everything after he died. At this moment, his power was projected out and wrapped around him. Under that power, he didn't even have the ability to struggle. This made him feel hopeless. No, I don't want to die. At this moment, his entire body was trembling non-stop. He did not want to die, and he did not want to disappear from this world. Everything he had planned had turned into a dream. Unfortunately, all of this was out of his control. The boundless aura had reached an unimaginable level. Underworld King's power became thicker and thicker, and then everything was swept away. "Ha, I told you, you old bastard, you're going to die." Rosen's voice was heard. Luo Sen hated Gue Shaoxing to the core. He would never forget the time when Gue Shaoxing tried to devour him. He had suffered so much pain back then. Gue Sha had said that it was an illusion to fool limitless demon sect leader Yu Quan. However, Luo Sen didn't trust Gue Shaoxing at all. He didn't believe that it was just an illusion. He wasn't someone who was willing to trust others, so he didn't believe anything Gue Shaoxing said. Therefore, the moment he obtained the power, the first thing he did was to attack and kill Gue Sha. The two of them were very similar. He had the same idea as Gue Shaoxing, so this was a game of chance. In fact, Luo Sen should have been the loser in this battle. He knew too little about Gue Shaoxing's power. How could someone who had lived for so long be so simple? It was impossible for him to defeat Gue Shaoxing. Fortunately, he was the inheritor of the Underworld Lord. The great Underworld Lord had not only created the Underworld, but he had also calculated everything. Therefore, he had left behind the Underworld Lord's great seal and his inheritance and hidden it. That was the power of his will. When this power was completely unleashed, its might was simply unimaginable. A powerful and boundless power was directly released. That kind of terrifying might was simply unimaginable. The moment such an aura completely erupted, it was as if it was going to bury the entire underworld. Gue Sha could not compare to Underworld King's power. Therefore, he was buried. Furthermore, his power had become a part of Rosen, making Rosen even stronger. At this time, Lawson laughed loudly. "Power, this is power, such powerful power," he suddenly roared, and the whole world shook. Such a powerful force directly vibrated out. That aura was so frightening that it had reached the peak of its intensity. Such power continued to erupt at this moment, and the entire netherworld began to tremble because of his roar. At this moment, he was really excited. This was the power he had been waiting for. This was the kind of power that he should have. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, I already have such great power. I want to see how you can defeat me this time." At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. This person was Su Yan. Rosen was defeated by Su Yan again and again. Su Yan was his speed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat him. This had become an obsession in Rosen's heart. At this moment, he finally obtained such great and terrifying power. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat Su Yan. At this moment, his power surged, and a boundless power emerged at this moment. He looked into the distance. This place was clearly in the netherworld, but his gaze fell upon the boundless world. His power had reached the point where he could see through the world. Such great and terrifying power. In the lonely desert, the King of Destruction walked alone. It's been a long journey. However, it should be here. At this moment, he finally stopped. His aura began to slowly emerge. After so many years, the King of Destruction's strength had increased. At this moment, he had reached the level of an emperor, which was the Emperor of Shura. Back then, the King of Shura's strength had already reached the peak of the Emperor of Shura. It was just that he had been suppressing his strength. However, at this moment, he had become the Emperor of Shura. His combat strength was already extremely terrifying. At this moment, his strength was naturally unimaginable. At this moment, in the sky, waves of power appeared. Such a powerful aura was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth began to change. It was originally a desert, but at this moment, an extremely lonely and deathly aura spread out. This is the place where the great emperor of Shura is buried. It's really hard to imagine that such a powerful god would actually fall. The king of destruction always had his own purpose in doing things. Back then, he left the Shura world and came to the boundless world to search. In the extremely distant past, an extremely terrifying battle had once taken place. In that battle, the god of the Shura world had fallen. That god was the most powerful god of the Shura world. However, he had died at the hands of a big shot from the boundless world. The king of destruction's luck was good enough. He had actually received guidance from the unseen world. Therefore, he had spared no effort to come to the boundless world to search for the god's corpse. As long as he could obtain the power of the god's corpse, he would be able to directly break through his limits and achieve the true great destruction he had in mind. And this desert was the place where he had fallen. The moment he released the Shura's aura, the entire sky changed. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and endless lightning struck down. The most terrifying power had reached the point where it could destroy everything. However, there was a small bone in his body. The moment the bone appeared, the endless lightning quieted down. Such an aura soared in the sky. It was as if no other power could compare to this aura. Heaven's punishment? It's a pity. It's useless. The great god will eventually awaken and become my power. At this moment, a heart slowly appeared in his body. It was the heart of destruction. The appearance of this heart seemed to have completely awakened that thing that had been silent. Such a terrifying power appeared at this moment. The powerful aura was simply boundless. At this moment, the violent power rose to the extreme. A terrifying power began to emerge from the bottomless ground. Skeleton of the god of Shura, appear. He muttered to himself as an endless amount of power gathered towards his body. Far away in the Shura world, the woman in red opened her eyes. At this moment, she had become the god of Shura. However, she was not the only god of Shura. The divine source is divided into three. She said faintly. At this moment, the man also spoke. How interesting. The fallen god has actually begun to revive. Including you, the new god, and that guy who stole the will of the heavens, the divine position has been divided into three. How interesting. The God-Slayer sword smiled brightly as if he had seen the most interesting thing. Chapter 1333. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yangtea appears. Back then, the God-Slayer sword was in a miserable state. At that time, he did not manage to find his true body. Only a trace of sword intent resided in Su Yan's body. At that time, he went to Dragon Island, but he was schemed against by the 7 dragon kings. Those stupid dragons actually wanted to refine him and turn him into their divine sword. To the powerful and arrogant Godslayer sword, that was a great humiliation. The woman in red looked at him, unmoved. At that moment, the Godslayer sword said, "Then, what about you? Are you not going to return with me?" He smiled as if he could see through the woman in red's heart. She shook her head and said, "No, my battle is not over yet." Now, she had become the god of Shura, but it was not complete. The way she and the other 2 became gods was different from other worlds. The 3 of them were divided into 3 parts. Even if they became gods, they were not the strongest. To Shura, fighting was her nature. Even if the woman in red was a little special, the moment she became a Shura, her fighting nature took the initiative. Therefore, she could not leave at this time. Because she chose Shura, she had to fight to the end. At that moment, her gaze seemed to be able to see through all the falsehoods. The power of the deity position was becoming more and more obvious at this time. Her current combat strength was already a world of difference from back then. Unknowingly, she started to miss the past. Back then, she was still a woman who had just reached the spirit channeling realm. Now, she was already at this stage. It had to be said that this was fate and fortune. Ha ha ha, well, since you've chosen this path, I hope you can keep going. The interesting time is getting closer and closer. I hope you don't die. TSK, 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 I wonder if that brat will be surprised when he finds out about your situation. No, I should say, I wonder if that brat is dead or not. The Godslayer's sword looked lazy. He seemed to have seen the whole world clearly. After returning to the boundless world, Su Yen went to the Heaven and Earth organization. When he entered the boundless world, his fate sense became stronger. At that moment, he felt that something seemed to have changed in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yen directly stepped into the Heaven and Earth organization. At that moment, the Heaven and Earth organization's mountain gate was not operating. Damn it! Anger surged in his heart. At this moment, he released his senses. His powerful sensing ability spread out layer by layer. He could even sense what was underground. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly sensed an extremely weak presence deep underground. This presence was rather familiar. He opened his hand, and a stream of aura shot out. Then, it broke open the ground in an extremely barbaric manner, and a figure was directly grabbed by him. Kong Wuhan. Su Yen was very surprised. This person was actually Kong Wuhan. Back then, this audacious guy had tried to steal his things, but he had been defeated by Su Yen. He had even been locked up in a small black room in the small world, which was far from being formed. Later, during the battle with Black Dragon, this guy directly entered the dragon's nest. He stole all the treasures and then disappeared. However, he did not expect that this guy would appear here. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak at the moment. Even at this moment, there was still a strong sword will remaining on his body. This sword intent was extremely powerful, but Su Yen also felt that it was somewhat familiar. If it was the Su Yen of the past, he would have been helpless against such a sword intent. However, he was no longer the same as before. He directly activated his power, and a powerful and terrifying force swept out. This force directly entered Kong Wuhan's body. All the sword intent was swallowed up in an instant. It's that guy. When Su Yen directly swallowed the sword intent, he immediately sensed the owner of the sword intent. Yang Tai-e, if that's the case, you've already escaped from the seal. There was no mistake. The owner of this sword intent was clearly the expert from the Stupa sect that Su Yen had met in the Arctic land of the far north, Yang Tai-e. In the beginning, Su Yen was very grateful to Yang Tai-e. After all, he had given him pointers back then. However, later on, he already knew that Yang Tai-e was definitely not a simple person. If he was also a member of the Stupa sect, why had he been sealed? One had to know that the small world of the Stupa sect had existed peacefully for so many years. That was not all. The disciples of the Stupa sect had not even mentioned a word about him. Therefore, Su Yen knew that there was something wrong with this guy at the time. The last time he had gone to the Arctic land of the far north, he had also seen some other clues. This had confirmed his inner thoughts. However, Su Yen had not paid attention to this guy. Firstly, he had been sealed. Secondly, at the very least, at that time, he was no longer a threat to him. Instead, he had helped him, even if it was because he had bad intentions. Kong Wuhan, wake up. At this time, Su Yan's strength was so strong that his aura penetrated into Kong Wuhan's body. Kong Wuhan's body began to heal directly. The places that had been injured by the sword chi immediately began to heal. Cough, cough, cough. Under the nourishment of such power, Kong Wuhan finally opened his eyes. F*CK, a ghost. The moment this guy woke up, he actually screamed and retreated backwards in a sorry state. However, he quickly reacted. He was a cultivator, and this guy's strength was not weak at all. Su Yen could see that his aura was so strong that it was almost at the level of a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. With such a cultivation level, why would he be afraid of an adventurous ghost? Unless the ghost's ancestor was here. Su Yen. Aren't you already dead? Su Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. This guy really wanted him to die. Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, what happened? This was what Su Yan was most concerned about. Where was Yun Wanqing? Where did the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization go? Also, where did Fang Yueshan's wife and child go? This was the most important question at the moment. Kong Wuhan sighed and said, "Sigh, this old man's luck is really bad. Back then, this old man's cultivation had improved greatly, so I wanted to look for you to spar. However, I didn't expect that you would actually run off to the 9 provinces. However, your wife was extremely enthusiastic, which made me feel quite embarrassed. Therefore, I decided to help you guard the Heavenly Cloud sect." Su Yan knew that this guy stayed most likely to eat and drink, but he didn't interrupt him and continued to listen. Motherf ***, on the second day, a man suddenly came. He claimed to be your old friend and wanted to invite your wife over as a guest. However, your wife refused. That guy actually made a move. Of course, I couldn't stand it, so I immediately exchanged blows with him. At this point, Kong Wuhan frowned and said, "However, that guy's strength is too strong. If I'm not wrong, he has already begun to step into the Holy Master realm. I'm not his opponent. Sigh, why do handsome people always have to suffer so much?" Kong Wuhan sighed, but then he chuckled, "That guy is really strong, but I still took advantage of him." As he spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword's aura was incomparably sharp, and a powerful aura directly spread out at this moment. It contained an extremely dense and terrifying power. Divine Sword. Su Yan naturally knew that with such an aura, it was naturally a divine sword. However, he was also certain that this divine sword was definitely not one of the 9 heavens sword and the Buddha sword. However, this sword was still extremely powerful. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Of course, this is my spoil of war. I took it from him. He chuckled like a child. Even Su Yan couldn't help but admit that the Void Dao Gate was truly powerful. Kong Wuhan was actually able to steal a divine sword from a heavenly sovereign and even survive. Okay, enough nonsense. I want to hear the rest. Su Yan said with a sullen face. At this moment, Kong Wuhan was no longer smiling. Instead, he sighed and said, "Su Yan, I'm sorry. I couldn't defeat him, so I could only hide myself in a sorry state. That guy's divine sword was stolen by me. He had scruples in his heart, so he didn't kill the Heaven and Earth organization. He just directly took them away. I don't know where they went, but he left a message, asking me to use the divine sword to exchange for their lives." His expression was very gloomy. Su Yan said, "Forget it, you've already done your best. Moreover, if it weren't for your stroke of genius, he might have killed them." Su Yan thought in his heart that Yang Tai Yi was probably here for his Buddha inheritance. After all, he knew that he had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha pagoda. As for Kong Wuhan, he was already very powerful to be able to do this. If it weren't for him messing things up, Yang Tai Yi might have killed even more people. After all, he and Kong Wuhan didn't have a very deep relationship. At this moment, Kong Wuhan said, "Damn it, if I wasn't too excited at that time, I might have even gotten the other thing. What a failure. I really want to die." He looked up to the sky and roared. Su Yan was speechless. Damn, he was retarded. Since he was sure that it was Yang Tai Yi, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, he directly projected his power. An aura directly filled the sky, and the strong power directly spread to heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Yan's will was very strong. Chapter 1334. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Damn, you're also a sacred venerate. He was too shocked. The reason his strength had improved so much was because he had found something left behind by his sect. That was the final gift his sect had given him. With the help of that power, his cultivation had been able to break through quickly and reach the sovereign venerate realm. A sovereign venerate realm could move unhindered in any era. As long as a sacred venerate realm expert did not attack him directly, he could do whatever he wanted. However, when he had just mastered his divine skill, he immediately encountered a freak who seemed to be half a step into the sacred venerate realm. That freak directly beat him up. Fortunately, that guy was only a half-step sacred venerate. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. However, when he finally woke up, he saw Su Yan. At that moment, he realized that Su Yan was also a sacred venerate realm expert. Furthermore, he was not a half-step sacred venerate, but a true sacred venerate. That enormous pressure wouldn't lie. Looks like this world has really changed. Damn, I refuse to accept this. He wailed in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan released his consciousness directly. This way, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were within his consciousness. At that moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Nothing could escape his senses. In an instant, his strength had spread to the Arctic land of the far north. You won't be able to escape. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. In a short moment, he had already sensed it. At this moment, Yang Tai Yi was in a secret realm. That secret realm had an extremely strong power. Even Su Yan's perception power could not directly probe inside. However, Su Yan only needed to be sure that that fellow was there. What? You've already discovered him? Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Damn, this method is really amazing. As long as I close my eyes, what I want to find will immediately appear. It turns out that becoming a sacred venerate is such a fun thing. Looks like I have to work hard to become a sacred venerate too. That guy muttered to himself. Su Yan's face was filled with black lines. However, he was very rational and didn't continue discussing the topic of how he was going to investigate Yang Tai Yi. He only said, I'm going to look for him right now. What about you? Do you want to come with me? Since Kong Wuhan was able to survive Yang Tai Yi's attack and steal the divine sword from him, he naturally had absolute ability. Bringing Kong Wuhan along might be a good plan. Let's go. With you around, I don't have to be afraid of him. Besides, there must be a lot of good stuff in his hiding place. I'm going to steal all of his things. The people of the Empty Void Dao sect, after all, seem to only have this point of existence. Alright, since that's the case, let's get moving. Su Yan grabbed Kong Wuhan's shoulder. At this moment, his will moved, and a spatial door opened. At Su Yan's current level, opening a spatial door was a piece of cake. The two of them stepped directly into it. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared outside a secret realm. This mystic realm was extremely well hidden. If it wasn't for Su Yan's current overbearing divine sense, it would have been very difficult for him to discover it. At this moment, Kong Wuhan squatted down and began to study the entrance of this secret realm. Tisk, TSK, TSK. It's really ingenious. It actually used 1383 kinds of spatial secret techniques. Amazing. He seemed to be very interested in such a spatial secret technique. What are you doing? Su Yan asked. Of course, I'm trying to crack this spatial secret technique. Kong Wuhan didn't even raise his head. At this moment, he was already engrossed in it. Su Yan said, there's no need to crack it. Just blast it away. This spatial secret technique was indeed very complicated, but it was still not enough to block Su Yan. Su Yan could forcefully crack it with brute force. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wuhan's disdainful gaze was already directed at him. Hee, a guy like you can only do this kind of thing without any technical content. Breaking it with brute force? That guy will definitely know. What if he escapes? What if he kills the hostages? That's why this kind of technical work should be left to me. If I can't crack it in 30 breaths, I'm not surnamed Kong. After saying that, he immediately immersed himself in it wholeheartedly. What he said made sense. Even Su Yan was speechless. However, no matter how he looked at it, this guy was only so engrossed in it because he wanted to decipher this thing. At this moment, his power was constantly surging. Waves of power were constantly probing into this place, wanting to directly break the restriction here. In fact, he only used 25 breaths of time. The Kong Kong Dao School's understanding of space was really amazing. Even if it was Su Yan, if he didn't use brute force and instead used his technique to crack it, it would probably take him at least twice as long. There were specializations in every field. Alright, let's go in. I dare to guarantee that the old dog definitely hasn't noticed anything yet. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already pulled him into the secret realm. At this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his power and immediately locked onto Yang Tai-Yi's position. Yang Tai-Yi's face was solemn. At this moment, he seemed to be refining some kind of secret treasure. Su Yan looked over. He was extremely familiar with this item because it was the Buddha's pagoda. Back then, after Su Yan obtained the Buddha's seal, this Buddha's pagoda directly flew to outer space and disappeared. After that, Su Yan thought that perhaps compared to the Buddha's seal that he obtained, the Buddha's pagoda was probably a more powerful treasure. However, he also knew that many things couldn't be forced. Since the Buddha's pagoda had left him, it meant that it didn't belong to him. Moreover, not obtaining the Buddha's pagoda could be considered a blessing. After all, he was now certain that the ancestor Buddha was definitely still alive. This meant that these things were all part of the ancestor Buddha's plan. Yang Tai-Yi, long time no see. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Yang Tai-Yi. At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi suddenly raised his head. This was because he actually didn't sense Su Yan's arrival at all. However, this surprise quickly calmed down. He chuckled and then said, "Su Yan, it's really been a long time." Indeed, it had been a long time. He didn't know how many years had passed since this parting. "I heard that senior was looking for me." As Su Yan spoke, he spread out his divine thought in an attempt to detect the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Kong Wuhan directly said, "Damn it, why are you being so hypocritical? Old dog, where are sister-in-law and the others? Quickly call them out. If not, I'll insert your **T divine sword into the toilet bowl." Kong Wuhan was as overbearing as ever. Yang Tai-Yi's face twitched. Obviously, he was extremely angry at this brat who dared to call him an old dog. What made him feel the most hateful was that his divine sword was actually stolen by this brat. Although this divine sword was not comparable to 9 heavens and Futu, it was still extremely powerful. With his powerful strength, he almost directly refined it. However, he did not know what method this guy used, but he was actually able to directly steal the divine sword from him. As expected of the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect, you're really powerful. Unfortunately, after today, I'm afraid that the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect will completely disappear. His voice was so cold that it was obvious that he didn't intend to let Kong Wuhan live. Kong Wuhan immediately scolded back, "You idiot, how can you say that? After today, the Kong Kong Dao sect will disappear? Ha ha ha, you're really making me laugh. How do you know that I didn't pass down the orthodoxy? How do you know that no one else in the Kong Kong Dao sect will pass down the orthodoxy?" Yang Tai-Yi was dumbfounded. This didn't seem to be the point that he wanted to emphasize. "Alright, Senior Yang Tai-Yi, I don't have any great enmity with you. It's better for you to release my wife and my junior brothers from the sect. This way, everyone will be happy." At this time, Su Yan didn't notice the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. The anger in his heart had reached an extremely terrifying level. Yang Tai-Yi smiled coldly and then said, I sent your disciples and wives to the Dragon Clan. In exchange, I received the help of the Dragon Emperor and obtained the Buddha Pagoda. At this time, I only need to take one more step to reach the peak of the Saint Venerable Realm. You came at the right time. The Buddha seal is on you." At this time, his aura flickered, and the power of the entire secret realm began to surge. "Su Yan, do you still think that I'm an ordinary sovereign? My strength is not something you can imagine. Give it to me." Seeing that we're acquaintances, I won't kill you. At this time, he directly showed his fangs. However, when he began to mobilize his power, Wuhan spat out 2 words with a look of disdain, noob. Yang Tai-Yi's anger almost soared again. This guy was really abominable to the extreme. He had already made up his mind to kill this guy after he dealt with Su Yan. However, as soon as he thought about it, an even more powerful force appeared. Yang Tai-Yi, you're courting death. At this time, Su Yan had completely lost his patience. This guy was really bold. He actually dared to send his wife and the people from the sect to the Dragon Clan. So what if he could mobilize the power of the secret realm? The current Su Yan was no longer the same as before. You're too weak. Su Yan directly stretched out his hand. His power was so domineering that the power of the entire secret realm directly calmed down under his terrifying power. In the next moment, Su Yan's palm landed on Yang Tai-Yi's neck. Chapter 1335. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Heading to the Dragon Clan at this moment, Su Yan's hand was clutching his neck. Do you know that I don't want to make things difficult for you? After all, you did help me a lot back then. No matter what your motive was, I will remember this. Su Yan's voice was extremely indifferent. His cold words were like an icy wind. Yang Tai-Yi was shocked to the extreme. After breaking the curse, he went straight to the secret realm to increase his strength. Before he was sealed, he was already in the Emperor realm. Now, his strength was even more terrifying. Now, he was almost in the Saint Venerable realm. The only thing he lacked was the last bit of the perfect imprint. However, he never thought that when he saw Su Yan again, he would not be a match for Su Yan. This was something he could not accept. To him, Su Yan was just a tool. However, this tool had actually broken free from his control. Thus, he was completely enraged. He wanted to break free from Su Yan's control by bursting forth with all his might. Such a situation made him extremely angry. Endless aura surged at this moment. Countless dragon-shaped auras began to roar. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. Such power was surging at this moment. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. Kong Wuhan felt such a powerful aura and muttered in his heart, damn it. So I'm the weakling. In fact, his strength was already extremely strong. At this moment, he was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Such strength was simply unimaginable. However, the 2 existences in front of him were truly abnormal. Their terrifying strength was simply unimaginable. Yang Tai-Yi's strength was completely ignited. It was really not to be underestimated. Even Kong Wuhan's heart was pounding at this moment. Boss Su Yan, you can't possibly be unable to defeat this guy, right? He prayed silently in his heart. If he really could not defeat this guy, then he would be in for a bad time. However, his worries were unnecessary. At this moment, Su Yan's strength surged. The most terrifying aura surged out. You still want to struggle at this point? Do you think I'm still the same old me? Su Yan's power was like a huge millstone. Wherever it passed, the power unleashed by Yang Tai-Yi was directly obliterated. That was not all. His tyrannical aura continued to gather at this time, and the violent power almost directly rushed to the sky. Such a terrifying aura was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. This mystic realm clearly belonged to Yang Tai-Yi. However, Yang Tai-Yi was shocked to discover that he was gradually losing control of this small realm. On the contrary, Su Yan's power continued to erupt. The most terrifying power directly appeared and actually stopped his own power. At this point, he had no choice but to believe that Su Yan had become a heavenly sovereign, a true heavenly sovereign. How is this possible? How could the child of destiny become a holy sovereign? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. This was because he knew very well that those who had plotted against Su Yan would not allow Su Yan to become a heavenly sovereign. Once Su Yan became a heavenly sovereign, it would be difficult for them to control Su Yan's fate. How could he know that Su Yan had entered the shadow realm, shattered himself, and found another way to survive in the midst of death. This was an unimaginable process. Ordinary people would not even be able to think of it. Even Duan Wulong, whose method of surviving in the midst of death was inferior to Su Yan's. Su Yan did not care about Yang Tai-Yi's shock. His power suddenly surged. Then, the most terrifying aura directly rushed into Yang Tai-Yi's body. Actually, I don't want to kill you. However, your actions have crossed my bottom line. At this moment, his power was so great that he looked like a god. Such power made Yang Tai-Yi feel despair. His strength was just too great. This time, I won't kill you. After Su Yan finished speaking, his power directly appeared. Endless power surged out, and a fierce aura rushed into Yang Tai-Yi's body. At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi immediately appeared to be in incomparable pain. A moment later, he realized what had happened to his body. No, damn it. You are going to cripple me. Don't. He finally understood what Su Yan wanted to do. He wanted to completely cripple him. Yang Tai-Yi's cultivation had been extremely difficult. In order to reach this level, he had paid too much and schemed too much. However, Su Yan actually wanted to cripple his cultivation. This was even more painful than killing him. However, Su Yan did not care. This guy actually dared to attack Yun Wanxing and the Heaven and Earth organization. He was simply courting death. That was his reverse scale. Cherish your last moments. If anything happens to Wanxing and the Heaven and Earth organization, I will let you know what true fear and pain are. The power of the Supreme rushed directly into Yang Tai-Yi's body, directly robbing him of his power. Su Yan loosened his grip, and with a light, pa-da, sound, Yang Tai-Yi fell to the ground. At this moment, he was in so much pain. His power was gone. Originally, he seemed to be able to change the world with a raise of his hand. However, at this moment, his power had disappeared. This was simply unimaginable to him. He felt as if the world had lost its color at this moment. At this moment, Kong Wuhan walked over to Yang Tai-Yi's side. Yang Tai-Yi had originally been a dangerous person, but he was no longer. He had been completely crippled. What did I say just now? Noob. He loved to add insult to injury when his enemy was down. Yang Tai-Yi's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had become the person he hated the most. Boss Su Yan, this guy's gaze is very unfriendly. Why don't we get rid of him? Anyway, there's no point for this guy to live. Kong Wuhan directly made his own suggestion, but Su Yan said, I've already said it. Let's do it this time. Su Yan raised his hand, and the huge pagoda began to shake under his power. The pagoda originally wanted to struggle, but Su Yan was so powerful at this time. How could it struggle? Under such a powerful force, the pagoda was immediately drawn in by this terrifying aura. Then, it was taken into Su Yan's small world. When he first saw the pagoda, it was as if he had seen a real miracle. However, at this moment, everything was different. The pagoda was directly suppressed by him. Old ancestor Buter is not here after all. You can't resist. The two left the secret realm directly. At this time, Su Yan said, I'm going to Dragon Island. That place is not a good place. You'd better not go with me. Su Yan was not lying. That place was extremely terrifying. The 7 great dragon kings were all extremely powerful existences at the Emperor realm. Of the 7 great dragon kings, the Fire Dragon King had been killed by the Godslayer sword. However, Su Yan believed that the powerful dragon clan would definitely not let the Dragon King's position be suspended. A new Dragon King would appear. The Dragon Clan's foundation was really terrifying. They could even contact the 3 ancient dragon clans. Even so, it was already extremely powerful. The 7 great dragon kings might be able to fight against a Saint Master if they joined forces. They might not be able to win, but at least they could contend. If they brought the power of the dragon god, it would be even more terrifying. Their great power would almost reach the point of being endless. Even if Su Yan had reached the Saint Master realm at this time, breaking into Dragon Island was actually a dangerous thing. However, Su Yan would not choose to retreat at this time. The people of the Heaven and Earth organization were his family, not to mention Yun Wanqing was also among them. Dragon Clan. Hearing these two words, a brilliance flashed in Kong Wuhan's eyes. It was not fear, but a kind of yearning. Su Yan immediately understood the thoughts of this guy. Needless to say, this guy's mind was probably filled with the endless wealth of the Dragon Clan. The guy from Kong Kong Dao's sect was indeed a classic example of dying for wealth. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, you go first. He, I'm going to raid their home. At this point, the guy's eyes flashed with an extremely excited look. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind to steal the Dragon Clan. Su Yan said, "It's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but the strength of the Dragon Clan is definitely beyond your imagination. Even the current me is not confident that I can escape unscathed." At this time, Kong Wuhan said, "Don't worry, our Kong Kong Dao sect has done a very detailed research on the Dragon Clan. When our old ancestor was alive, he had already written 100 secret methods on how to steal the wealth of Dragon Island. You may not know, but every sect master of the Kong Kong Dao sect has to complete a mission, and that is to enter Dragon Island and steal the treasures." He. Even Su Yan was extremely shocked after hearing this answer. This Kong Kong Dao sect was really valiant. It was no wonder that when the Black Dragon heard the words Kong Kong Dao sect, even his reverse scale stood up. This was really hard to imagine. At this time, endless power directly spread out, and that terrifying aura rose. At this time, the violent power was so strong that it was simply endless. Su Yan felt Kong Wuhan's strong fighting spirit. Chapter 1336. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Yikongxing appeared. He stood up immediately after he finished speaking. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went to make preparations. After the two of them left, the secret realm became quiet again. In the secret realm, Yang Tai-yi sat on the ground, paralyzed. He felt that he had suffered such a terrible blow. To him, it was an unimaginable pain. He was about to break through to the Saint Venerable rank and become one of the main characters of this world. However, at this time, his strength had been crippled by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was so terrifying that he could not even resist. This was completely different from what he had planned. He really couldn't understand why this was the case. At this time, everything in this world had lost its meaning to him. He even wanted to end his life at this time. At this time, the aura of the secret realm surged again, and a powerful force came crashing down. Such an aura was incomparably strong. He quickly arrived in front of Yang Tai-yi, Uncle Master Yang Tai-yi. He swallowed the words he was about to say. He was Yi Kongxing, Yi Xingxing's elder brother. Yi Xingxing was actually an outstanding genius with great strength. However, his elder brother was much more outstanding than him, and his strength was also much more powerful. At this time, he appeared in this place. His aura was as vast as the sea, bottomless. This time, he came here for the Buddha Pagoda. The Buddha Pagoda was extremely important to the Stupa sect. In the great battle that year, the Buddha Pagoda was lost. Ever since they returned to this world, they had been searching for the Buddha Pagoda's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they did not manage to find it. Instead, it was found by Yang Tai-yi, who had escaped from the seal. After obtaining the Buddha Pagoda, Yang Tai-yi was unwilling to return it to the Stupa sect. After all, he was already an abandoned disciple. The ambitious Yang Tai-yi even wanted to snatch the 9 heavens divine sword. Therefore, he barged into the Stupa sect. However, Yi Kongxing attacked directly. At that time, Yi Kongxing had already become a powerful Emperor Venerable. He had obtained the recognition of the 9 heavens divine sword and became the new sword master. Therefore, he and Yang Tai-yi fought fiercely. In the end, Yang Tai-yi was defeated and left the Stupa gate. He had come here this time to retrieve the 9-layered pagoda from Yang Tai-Yi's hands. He had already made preparations for another big battle, but when he arrived, he found Yang Tai-Yi sprawled on the ground. This greatly shocked him. No matter what, he would never have thought that Yang Tai-Yi would be in such a miserable state. For Yang Tai-Yi to be able to fight with him back then, there was no need to mention how powerful he was. However, even so, he was defeated so miserably at this time. He simply could not believe it. At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi didn't even have the slightest bit of strength in his body. Yen Ran was already a cripple. Martial Uncle Yang Tea, what exactly happened? And where's the Buddha's pagoda? Yi Kongxing didn't care too much about Yang Tai-Yi's condition. Although he addressed Yang Tai-Yi as Uncle Master, Yang Tai-Yi had already betrayed the Stupa sect. Even if he died, Yi Kongxing wouldn't care. What he truly cared about was the Buddha pagoda. That was the most precious treasure of the Buddha sect. As long as he could bring the Buddha pagoda back to the sect, it would greatly increase the strength of the Stupa sect. It might even allow the Stupa ancestor to return. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with deep hatred. He wanted Su Yan to die. However, he knew that he was no match for Su Yan at this time. Therefore, he could only rely on someone else. Therefore, he directly said Su Yan's name. He hoped that Su Yan would be killed by Yi Kongxing. Su Yan? Yi Kongxing had naturally heard of this name. His younger brother had once been defeated by this person. Yi Kongxing was extremely impressed by Su Yan. More importantly, Tianji Elder's assertion made him even more afraid to underestimate Yi Kongxing. However, while he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Kongxing, he didn't think that he was inferior to Su Yan. He was a true powerhouse and had absolute confidence in himself. However, today, Yang Tai-Yi had actually been defeated by Su Yan. This was unimaginable. Could it be that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level? At this moment, Yang Tai-Yi continued, yes, it's Su Yan. That guy, not only did he snatch the Buddha pagoda, he also stole the Buddha seal, square seal, and soul stabilizing seal. Yang Tai-Yi didn't reveal this matter at first. It wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he saw Su Yan as his own. Everything that Su Yan controlled would be his. However, at this time, he was directly defeated by Su Yan. In his heart, he already knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Su Yan. He had been defeated and had become a cripple. His heart was filled with infinite hatred. He wanted revenge. Therefore, at this time, he could only choose to divert the disaster to Su Yan. Yi Kongxing's strength was needless to say. Moreover, since Yi Kongxing could find him this time, it was obvious that he had made a breakthrough. He might be able to deal with Su Yan. Now, he didn't care what happened. As long as he could kill Su Yan, even if it brought a little trouble to Su Yan, he was extremely happy. Therefore, at this time, he directly encouraged Yi Kongxing to kill Su Yan. What? You're saying that the 3 Buddha seals are in that guy's hands? Humph, that guy really deserves to die. At this time, the killing intent in Yi Kongxing's heart condensed. Whether it was the 3 Buddha seals or the Buddha pagoda, they were the secret treasures of the Buddha sect. How could they combine with the power of the Buddha sect to unleash a terrifying power? Not only that, but they were also the key to becoming a saint venerable in the Buddha sect. They could directly increase the strength of the Buddha sect. However, now, these treasures were stolen by Su Yan. That guy really deserved to die. Uncle Master Yang Tai-A, tell me, where did Su Yan go? He asked calmly. At this time, what he wanted to do was to find Su Yan, then defeat him and take back what he had lost. Yang Tai-A panted, then said, Martial nephew, help me recover my cultivation. Yang Tai-A was still unwilling to give up at this time. He couldn't bear to be so powerless. However, he still lived for so long and didn't want to die. Therefore, at this time, what he wanted was to recover his cultivation and become stronger again. However, Yi Kongxing said, your body has been damaged too much. I can't restore your strength unless I can break through to a higher realm. How about this, tell me where Su Yan is, and I will take the treasures back from him. At that time, when my realm has increased, and with the help of the Buddha Pagoda, there is hope for him to recover his cultivation. Light burst out from Yang Tai-A's eyes. At this time, he was indeed yearning for it. He took a deep breath, then said, "All right, Su Yan has gone to Dragon Island. I think he will definitely die there. Before Su Yan dies, take the treasures back." Even when Yang Tai-A was sealed, he was still very scheming. However, at this time, he was still desperate. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to become a cripple. At this time, his hope was placed on Yi Kongxing. Yi Kongxing looked at Yang Tai-A and revealed a disdainful smile. "Is that so? I already know. However, Uncle Master Yang Tai-A, you are a hero. Living like this is really a coward. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way." After saying that, he directly attacked. A terrifying force suddenly pierced into Yang Tai-A's body. This attack wasn't too strong. It could even be said to be a light attack. If it was in the past, Yang Tai-A wouldn't even care about such a force. However, at this moment, it could directly kill Yang Tai-A. Because at this time, he was really too weak. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. "You!" He stared straight at Yi Kongxing, but it was of no use. The world turned pitch black, and then he disappeared completely. Yi Kongxing frowned. To be able to defeat Yang Tai-A and kill him, this guy's strength is probably not weak. However, since he is going to Dragon Island to seek death, then it's my chance. My Stupa sect's old ancestor had some friendship with the dragon god in the past. This is good. As for the Stupa Pagoda and the other treasures, he must get them back. At this time, he directly moved. In the endless sea, Dragon Island stood quietly. Dragon Island had existed here for an unknown period of time. Powerful giant dragons were entrenched here, enjoying the sun and the sea. Of course, Dragon Island at this time was much quieter than usual. This was because after the changes in the 5 counties, the Dragon Clan directly occupied the West Wilderness. Many of the Dragon Clan went to that place to become the ruler. The meaning behind Dragon Island's actions was very obvious. They wanted to show the strength of the Dragon Clan. They wanted to return to the point where the Dragon Clan ruled the world in the ancient times. The reason why the Dragon Clan dared to do so was because the 3 dragon gods of the Dragon Clan were about to return. The strength of the dragon gods was simply incomparable. As long as the Dragon Clan returned, their strength would naturally be terrifying. Su Yan stood in front of Dragon Island. The last time he came here, he was in a very sorry state and was almost killed. However, this time, it wouldn't be the same. Chapter 1337. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sneaking into Dragon Island, Su Yan activated the power of the Exalted. Then, his aura disappeared. The power of the Exalted could even block the heavens well back then. Now that he had reached the level of a sacred venerate, his strength was needless to say. When he activated the power of the Exalted, his entire being turned into nothingness, as though he did not exist. At this moment, Su Yan was heading straight for Dragon Island. On Dragon Island, there were many powerful dragon tribes enjoying the sunlight. There were also dragon whelps wandering around. The dragon tribe was truly the strongest force in this world. When the dragon tribe was at their peak, their strength was almost unimaginable. In the entire universe, they were the most powerful and terrifying dragon tribe. They were so powerful that it was almost endless. No terrifying existence could possibly be a match for them. Even the demon tribe could not possibly be a match for the dragon tribe. In terms of physical strength alone, the strength of the dragon tribe was definitely above that of the demon tribe. However, later on, the dragon tribe became too powerful. As a result, they were envied by the heavens. Later on, it became increasingly difficult for the dragon tribe to reproduce. After a few more terrifying disasters, the dragon tribe finally went into decline. Even the 3 dragon gods of the dragon tribe were on the verge of falling. This could be said to be a huge disaster. However, at this moment, the aura of the dragon tribe began to spread again. That was because the 3 dragon gods were about to return. This time around, the calamity of the endless world had arrived. Countless people were waiting for an opportunity. It was the same for the dragon tribe. At this moment, the dragon tribe was also waiting for an opportunity to come. They hoped that their tribe could become stronger immediately. They had already continued to accumulate endless power. As long as the opportunity was right, they would erupt completely. The Western Wilderness was one of their plans. At this moment, the dragon tribe naturally could not have so many people to rule the world. Therefore, at this moment, they adopted another plan, which was to mix blood. Any existence that possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe could be called a member of the dragon tribe and would be protected by them. On the other hand, those who possessed the dragon tribe's bloodline would have to swear allegiance to them. As such, the bloodline would continue to reproduce generation after generation. This way, the dragon tribe's bloodline would continue to spread. Although these mixed blood beings could not be as powerful as the real dragon tribe, they were not to be underestimated. Moreover, as long as they continued to transform, there would be a day when their dragon blood would be completely awakened and they would become powerful existences. The best example of this was the blood-winged wyvern. The strength and terror of the blood-winged wyvern was needless to say. Back then, this terrifying blood-winged wyvern had even reached the realm of a dragon king. If not for the fact that Su Yan had killed it, one of the 7 dragon kings would have been the blood-winged wyvern. From this, it could be seen that as long as those who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan continued to cultivate and strengthen their bloodline, they would have enough opportunities to transform into a true dragon. The next step was to wait for the return of the true dragon. When the great dragon god returns, he will sweep through the entire world. At this moment, Su Yan entered Dragon Island directly. He seemed to be walking around casually on the Dragon Island, but those dragons were actually unable to see him wherever he went. The Dragon Island didn't look big, but that wasn't the case at all. There was an extremely powerful spatial secret technique on the island. Therefore, this place was an extremely mystical world. It was just like the small worlds of various powerful sections. There was a universe within it. However, at this moment, Su Yan's spiritual consciousness was already extremely powerful. When his spiritual consciousness spread out, everything was naturally under his surveillance. Where are you? Wanqing, where are you? At this moment, Su Yan's heart gradually became uneasy. This was because he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura at all on Dragon Island. Could it be that Yang Tai Yi is lying to me? At this moment, Su Yan was already beginning to feel that he had been deceived. However, after thinking about it, that shouldn't be the case. Yang Tai Yi had been crippled by him back then. When he spoke, Su Yan's spiritual radiation had directly grasped everything about him. Therefore, he could clearly feel that that guy shouldn't be lying to him. However, at this moment, he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura. It wasn't just Yun Wanqing. The aura of the entire heaven and earth organization couldn't be sensed either. It seems that I'll have to find someone important to ask. Su Yan finally gave up the idea of looking for her himself and then secretly taking her away. After all, this was Dragon Island. It was an extremely mystical place. Soon, Su Yan had already locked onto a target. It was a black dragon that lived alone. He was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the black dragon that Su Yan had killed back then. He was almost one step away from breaking through to the Dragon King's position. If it were in the past, Su Yan wouldn't have provoked such a terrifying existence. However, the current Su Yan was fearless. He directly came in front of the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon was still sleeping soundly. Su Yan's body floated up. Then, his spiritual consciousness directly suppressed the dragon. At this moment, the dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Obviously, at this moment, he felt Su Yan's terrifying will. Roar! He almost roared out loud. However, just as his voice was about to be heard, it was directly suppressed by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was extremely powerful. He directly suppressed the black dragon with his spiritual consciousness. In the end, the black dragon couldn't even make a sound. At this moment, he couldn't even move. At this moment, Su Yan was a sacred venerate. Not to mention that this guy was only about to reach the Dragon King's level. Even if he was a real Dragon King, he would definitely not be a match for Su Yan. You, who are you? How dare you invade Dragon Island? The black dragon's voice was trembling. He was obviously full of fear towards Su Yan. This has nothing to do with you. You just have to answer my questions. As long as you cooperate, I won't kill you, Su Yan said directly. The Great Dragon clan will not choose to submit. It could be seen that this was a very stubborn dragon. He had a heart that refused to admit defeat. The pride of the Dragon clan was not just for show. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Don't show your pride in front of me, because it's meaningless. Moreover, I can see that you, the Black Dragon, are isolated by the Dragon clan, right?" In fact, this was very obvious. On Dragon Island, the other dragons were playing with each other. However, only this dragon was in such a corner. He even had injuries on his body. This was also the reason why Su Yan had chosen this dragon as his target. Hearing Su Yan's words, the black dragon became silent. If I'm not wrong, the situation of the black dragon on Dragon Island is not good. Although you are pure-blooded dragons, you are not welcomed. It's because of the great demonic dragon, right? The great demonic dragon was a black dragon. Back then, the black dragons had a very high status. They were the superior dragons. However, the great demonic dragon rebelled. Although he was killed by the 3 dragon gods in the end, he also caused the 3 dragon gods to suffer heavy injuries. The reason why the 3 dragon gods fell into depression was directly related to the great demonic dragon. Since then, the Black Dragon clan was not welcomed. Even if they were called true dragons. What does it have to do with you? The Great Dragon clan will definitely not be provoked or threatened. Although the Black Dragon's thoughts were pointed out by Su Yan, he was no longer willing to lower his head. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Su Yan's body. When he felt this aura, he instinctively lowered his head. If he was afraid of Su Yan's power before, then now, he was in awe of this aura. He was in awe, respect, and fear because this was the power of the great demonic dragon. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have obtained the inheritance of the great demonic dragon. Also, I know that the 3 dragon gods are about to return. However, the great demonic dragon will also defy the heavens and return. So, are you willing to stand on the side of the great demonic dragon or the 3 dragon gods? Su Yan asked directly. At the same time, he directly suppressed the black dragon with his powerful spiritual power. After a short while, the black dragon finally lowered its head. Please speak, I will become the great demonic dragon's follower. The black dragon did not lower his head to Su Yan, but to the great demonic dragon. He did not doubt Su Yan's words because the aura of the great demonic dragon released by Su Yan could not be concealed. At this time, Su Yan said, "Tell me, did the Dragon Island capture some humans a while ago? How are they? Are they still alive?" Su Yan came here to rescue the people of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Black Dragon said, "Those humans? There is indeed such a thing, but these people are not in danger because they were brought to the Dragon Tomb. As far as I know, the great Emperor Hilton is injured and needs their power to recover." Emperor Hilton, he called her the Great Emperor, which meant that she was a powerful Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was a powerful existence on the same level as the Sacred Sage. At this time, Su Yan frowned. There was no doubt about the strength of the Dragon Emperor. However, he was injured and could not recover by himself. He needed the power of the Cloudy Mist technique. Take me there. In any case, Su Yan could not let Yun Wanqing stay any longer. Perhaps the Dragon Tribe needed their power at this moment, but he knew that the Dragon Tribe was definitely not grateful. He did not know what would happen after the Great Emperor of the Dragon Tribe recovered from his injury, and he could not guarantee it. Therefore, at this time, the safest thing was to take Yun Wanqing and leave this place directly. No, I can't enter it. The dragon tomb is a forbidden area. Unless I die, I can't enter it. At the mention of the dragon tomb, the black dragon showed fear. This fear came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan did not continue to make things difficult for the dragon. Instead, he directly used the cloudy mist technique. Chapter 1338. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The great emperor of the dragon clan, yes, powerful demons began to appear in the western wasteland. I was injured in the battle with the 5 demon kings. The black dragon was extremely angry when he mentioned the demons. However, from his words, one could see how powerful he was. He was able to fight against 5 powerful demon kings. In terms of level, they were clearly on the same level. Alright, I understand. Speaking of the evil demons, Su Yan couldn't help but recall that extremely terrifying existence. It was an existence that could create the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God, an existence that even the island master of Divine Devil Island, as a demon monarch, feared. Even if Su Yan had become a saint venerable and his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level, his heart still felt heavy when he thought of that existence. He had personally experienced the terror of that existence. At that time, just a clone was enough to oppress him to the point of suffocation. If his real body appeared in this world, how terrifying would that be? What kind of existence would be able to face the 3 dragon gods? Or the great demonic dragon? Or other powerhouses? Moreover, there was a huge hidden danger here, and that was unity. At this time, the boundless world had fallen into great chaos. Although countless terrifying existences were returning, their purpose was not to protect this world, but to fulfill their own ambitions. Needless to say, the 3 dragon gods' intentions were obvious, and that was to let the dragon clan become the main character of this world again. As for the great demonic dragon, what would he think after he returned? There was also the ancestor Buter and some other powerhouses. These were all things that Su Yan couldn't control at this time. However, he quickly put this problem aside. No matter how serious the problem was, things had to be solved one by one. Su Yan arrived in front of the dragon clan's graveyard. When he arrived, he immediately felt the heaviness of this place. The aura here was incomparably oppressive. He felt that he was having difficulty breathing as soon as he arrived here. The power here was simply terrifying. That oppressive power made it difficult for him to control himself. Even someone as powerful as him was almost unable to maintain his form in this place. However, he still chose to move forward, because at this time, he didn't want to choose at all. He directly stepped into the dragon graveyard. The moment he entered, the most terrifying power directly appeared at this time, and then violently suppressed him. That was the dragon's resentment. Since this was the dragon clan's graveyard, there was naturally an unimaginable dragon's resentment hidden within. Such a power, that terrifying aura, almost made it difficult for Su Yan, as a saint venerable, to resist. At this time, he directly released his power art, a translation, and the violent and terrifying aura translation. The two clashed head-on, and a terrifying shockwave immediately erupted. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand this qi, but it was because after this attack, the situation here would definitely spread out. Damn it. Is translation is translation. Com translation is editor translation. Com translation is translation. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous on Dragon Island? 7 extremely terrifying auras. They were the 7 dragon kings. Just as Su Yan expected, the dragon clan had indeed replenished the 7 dragon kings. At this time, the power of the dragon clan directly erupted. That kind of power was really terrifying. Endless majesty condensed at this time, an incomparably powerful power was directly displayed at this time. This power directly condensed towards the dragon graveyard. At this time, the black dragon that was treated by Su Yan flashed a different kind of emotion in its huge eyes. It actually entered the graveyard. The dragon graveyard was extremely powerful. Unless they had permission, no ordinary person could enter it. But at this time, Su Yan really did it, and he directly stepped into it. Although it caused a huge commotion, it also showed how powerful and terrifying Su Yan was. The 7 dragon kings directly descended into the great graveyard. At this time, there were already dragon kings who directly recognized Su Yan. "It's you, despicable human." They obviously had a deep impression of Su Yan, especially the dragon king Bugadier. Back then, Su Yan directly fought a fierce battle. Of course, at that time, he was imprisoned by the power of the laws of the 5 counties and could not display his true strength. At this time, when he saw Su Yan, he found that at this time, Su Yan's aura was actually above his own. Even the powerful dragon graveyard's dragon grudge could not do anything to Su Yan. "Bugadier, long time no see." Su Yan smiled coldly. Then, he directly condensed a power. That power turned into a magic sword and directly attacked Bugadier. At that time, Bugadier had appeared and wanted to take Yun Wanqing away. It could be said that there was a new and old hatred between him and this guy. At this time, this power directly descended and rushed towards Bugadier. Seeing this power in front of him, even Bugadier, the Dragon King, was extremely nervous at this time. Dragon King Forbidden Spell, Explode. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly released his most powerful and terrifying power. Such a thick aura rolled and turned into an incomparably huge shield, directly protecting his huge body. However, just as the huge shield appeared, it was directly scattered by this sword aura. Then, his body was directly blasted away. Fortunately, at this time, the other dragon kings also directly took action and protected his body. Otherwise, just this alone would have destroyed one of his dragon wings. "Humph," I said, "I'll get even with you." After Su Yan sneered, he no longer paid attention to Dragon King Bugadier and the other dragon kings. Instead, he directly went into the depths of the dragon graveyard. The dragon's resentment attack just now was indeed powerful and could hurt a sacred venerable. However, Su Yan's earlier sword strike had already dissolved this wave of power directly. It would take some time to condense the next dragon's resentment. As for the other pressure, it was nothing to a sacred venerable like him. "Not good, he's going to enter the great tomb. Quick, stop him." At this time, the dragons already knew of Su Yan's plan. At this moment, Su Yan was going to enter the great tomb. How could they accept this? The dragon graveyard was their forbidden land, the resting place of the dead. Unless it was the greatest dragon emperor, otherwise, even a dragon king was not qualified to enter to be nurtured. But this is the dragon graveyard. Some dragon kings had concerns. After all, this was already a tradition of the dragon clan. At this time, Bugadier roared, "That guy has already become a sacred venerable and has the ability to hurt Lady Hilton. Do you want Lady Hilton to die?" At this moment, he took the lead and barged into the dragon graveyard. The other dragon kings knew that Bugadier must be in a terrible mood at this time, so they did not care about anything else. However, on the other hand, what he said was true. Su Yan's ability was enough to hurt Lady Hilton. After all, Hilton was already seriously injured at this time. No matter what, they could not watch Su Yan hurt the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, at this time, they went straight ahead. After entering the dragon graveyard, even if they were dragon kings, they would still be repelled. However, at this time, they could not care less. They could only continue to move forward. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast. As a sacred venerable, his power had already surpassed the 7 dragon kings. The 7 dragon kings could indeed fight a sacred venerable if they joined forces. However, there was a prerequisite. The sacred venerable had to fight the 7 dragon kings head-on. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he arrived at a place shrouded in light. This place was completely different from the other places in the dragon graveyard. The other places were filled with the souls of adorable dragons. Countless ghosts were drifting about. However, this place was peaceful. There were fresh flowers and green grass. It was incomparably beautiful. In the center of this light, there was a giant dragon entrenched here. This giant dragon could only be described with the word great. Even Su Yan had no choice but to admit that there was a terrifying amount of energy in this giant dragon's body. If it was only based on the accumulation of energy, he would not be able to match up to this terrifying dragon emperor. As expected of the great emperor of the dragon clan. He was a legendary and unique person. However, there was an extremely evil power in this dragon emperor's body. This power was suppressed by him. However, once it erupted, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. At this time, Su Yan finally saw Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Yun Wanqing and the people from the Heaven and Earth organization had already formed a large formation. They were using the power of the formation to cast the fog skill to treat the dragon emperor. To treat such a terrifying dragon emperor, it would naturally consume an unimaginable amount of energy. Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Dao master, it was still a huge burden for her. At this time, her aura was a little unstable. Obviously, she had used up a lot of energy and was now in a state of overload. Just as Su Yan expected, the selfish dragon clan did not care about other lives at all. You're courting death. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly used the power of the Supreme and a sharp sword appeared. His power fiercely broke into Dragon Emperor Hilton's domain. At this time, the Dragon Emperor also opened his eyes. The moment Su Yan appeared, he had already sensed it. However, at this time, he was entangled by this evil power. When Su Yan's power rushed over, he directly spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The power of the dragon's breath and Su Yan's power met, and the powerful and terrifying power melted each other. Who are you? He directly asked, his voice was extremely majestic. Chapter 1339. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Battle Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Su Yan was incomparably furious. Yun Wanqing was his wife, but she was being exploited by the Dragon Emperor. Although her life was not in danger, Yun Wanqing's origin source was being depleted by the Dragon Emperor. Human race's sacred master, I have no intention of making things difficult for you, nor will I hurt your wife. Leave now, and I will not pursue your crime of trespassing here. His voice was extremely calm. However, for him to be able to say such words was already a form of compromise. If it wasn't for Su Yan's strength being strong enough to threaten him, he would have already taken action and killed him. Hee, how arrogant of you. Pursue my crime? Su Yan's face was gloomy. He released his aura directly, and the powerful energy caused the dragon's tomb to riot. His attitude was very obvious. He would not let this matter rest. These dragons were too arrogant. They thought that they could dominate everything. They had already thought of themselves as the masters of the world. Do you want to fight? This emperor has already said that I won't harm your wife's life. Is that not enough? You have to know that once you trigger a change in the dragon tomb, even if you are a saint venerable, the locals will definitely kill you. His voice rumbled, boundlessly loud. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved, and he disappeared from the spot. Oh no. Dragon Emperor Hilton immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately released his energy to seal the surrounding space. However, Su Yan wasn't using the space technique. Instead, he was using the regal sword escape technique. The teleportation light was too fast, and it had already surpassed the limits of space. The moment he released his energy, he had already arrived beside Yun Wanqing and the others. You've been wronged. Come with me now. He did not say anything, and he directly released a wave of energy. The energy surged and shrouded everyone. Stay here. Dragon Emperor Hilton released her dragon aura at this moment. It was extremely difficult for him to dissolve that energy alone. However, the cloudy mist technique that Yun Wanqing and the people of the Heaven and Earth organization had performed could greatly suppress that evil energy, and at the same time, allow him to recover from his injuries. As long as he had more time, he would be able to completely remove the injuries in his body. As long as his strength was restored, there was nothing to fear in the world. But now, Su Yan had saved these people. To him, this was something that he could not accept. Therefore, at this moment, he directly made a move and wanted to repel Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's energy translation. Su Yan's translation. After another moment, his body disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in the next moment, he had already returned to where he was. Yun Wanqing and the others were naturally kept in his small world. At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of staying in this place. This was because he knew very well that fighting with the powerful dragon clan in this place was simply a stupid thing to do. There was an aura in the depths of this dragon graveyard that made him feel extremely uneasy. Therefore, at this moment, he directly headed outside. Stop him. Dragon Emperor Hilton immediately roared, and a powerful and terrifying energy chased after him. As he roared, it seemed that the entire dragon graveyard began to shake. The violent energy surged, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast. Even if he was powerful, it seemed that he could not catch up to Su Yan at this moment. However, at this moment, there was no way he could let Su Yan leave just like that. Fortunately, at this moment, the 7 Dragon Kings finally arrived. Set up the dragon formation and kill this guy, Brigadier said directly. Su Yan's previous attack had made him lose face. In addition, he and Su Yan had long been enemies. At this moment, his powerful energy directly emerged, and the violent energy directly attacked Su Yan. He wanted to directly kill Su Yan and completely destroy him. This place was actually extremely disadvantageous for Su Yan because this place was too enclosed and could not be used at all. Well, I haven't had a good battle since I became a sacred venerate. You reptiles are too much. Su Yan's sacred venerate power had been fully unleashed at this moment. At this moment, a demonic shadow suddenly appeared behind his body. The true demonic shadow. Back in the shadow world, his physical body had dissipated, and this demonic shadow had also disappeared without a trace. However, at this moment, Su Yan had become a sacred venerate and defied the heavens to be resurrected, and this demonic shadow also directly condensed at this time. The infinite demon body manifested, and its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Supreme True Demon Sword. At this moment, Su Yan directly stimulated his power, and the most terrifying aura condensed at this moment. Such a violent power directly manifested at this moment, and the most violent aura reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power was really terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, his power was rolling, and the endless power and aura reached an extreme level. The dragon's tomb had always been extremely quiet and peaceful, but today was destined to be different. The 7 Dragon Kings finally condensed their attack. They spat out their dragon breaths and then gathered together. Although they were only Dragon Kings, when their power gathered, the terrifying aura that erupted was almost incomparably powerful, and could completely contend against the Dragon Emperor. This was a qualitative change. Why did the Dragon Clan always have 7 Dragon Kings? That was because there was a dragon language divine incantation bestowed by the dragon god. Only when the 7 Dragon Kings gathered together, this dragon language divine incantation could erupt with the most powerful power. At this moment, the violent and terrifying power was constantly rioting, and the boundless power was like a torrential rain. Su Yan's infinite demon body did not retreat in the face of this attack, and directly punched out. At this moment, Su Yan was really violent to the extreme. His figure was constantly flickering, and his powerful and terrifying power was so terrifying. At this moment, the power of darkness directly manifested, and the terrifying power of the dragon language divine incantation condensed by the 7 Dragon Kings was directly shattered by Su Yan's punch. Bullshit dragon language divine incantation, go to hell. At this moment, Su Yan directly roared, and then his power rushed to the extreme, completely destroying all the aura. You guys want to stop me from leaving too? After becoming a sacred venerate, Su Yan simply had an aura of invincibility. However, at this moment, Dragon Emperor Hilton's power also arrived. Damned guy, I want you to stay in the dragon's tomb and suffer for generations to come. At this moment, his power manifested, and the most terrifying aura directly sank down. Such a berserk power was truly lawless at this time. Everything that was violent at this moment was incomparably terrifying. The infinite demon body's power was extremely strong, but Hilton's attack was definitely not weak either. Supreme Nirvana Slash. At this moment, Su Yan directly unfolded the Taiji sword, and then the terrifying sword chi condensed again. Dragon Emperor, although your battle strength is terrifying, it won't be so easy to defeat me. At this moment, his power directly manifested, and the most terrifying aura directly rolled out at this moment. At this moment, endless power appeared, and this power was really terrifying to the extreme. In the dragon's tomb, the most terrifying disaster seemed to be about to erupt. At this moment, Dragon Emperor Hilton angrily roared, "God's descent." At this moment, he actually directly used the forbidden power. Humans sacred venerate, I have to admit that you are strong, but this is the dragon's tomb, and you can't be so presumptuous. At this moment, Su Yan frowned, because at this moment, he felt a familiar and powerful power, the power of the dragon god. Summon the power of the dragon god. Back then, he had already seen the power of the dragon god, and it was extremely powerful and terrifying. At this time, although his strength had increased greatly, he was not confident that he could completely defeat it. That's right, it is the power of the dragon god. In the dragon's tomb, the price to summon the power of the great dragon god is much lower. Do you think that the dragon's tomb is so easy to break into? Great dragon of destruction, descend, and directly kill the person who blasphemes the dragon clan. Hilton was also decisive. After fighting with Su Yan, he immediately knew that with his current state, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat Su Yan, and Su Yan would escape. However, he absolutely could not allow this to happen, so at this time, he directly summoned the dragon god. The powerful power of the dragon of destruction began to descend. At this time, the power that was summoned was far more powerful compared to when they were in the outside world. A terrifying dragon claw appeared above Su Yan's head and directly pressed down. It was unreasonable and overbearing to the extreme. This power was about to directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan was no longer the same as before. Now, he was a powerful sacred venerate. Unless the real dragon god descends, I will not be afraid. At this moment, Su Yan directly connected to the power of the small world, and in an instant, his power became even stronger. In the small world, the power of the Dark Ink Lotus burned directly. Dark Ink Lotus armor, appear. The Dark Ink Lotus was the object of the Dark War god, but it fell into Su Yan's small world and was suppressed by Su Yan with the revered sword soul. At the same time, it was refined day and night, and at this time, it had become Su Yan's treasure. When the Dark Ink Lotus armor appeared, Su Yan's aura changed. The power of darkness became even more intense. Sovereign of Darkness record, Dark Extinction. Su Yan used the Sovereign of Darkness record again, condensing it with the revered sword cannon as the core. It simply broke a rule and displayed an extremely powerful power of darkness. Chapter 1340. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Slaying the Dragon Emperor. Such a terrifying power directly clashed with the terrifying dragon claw of the Dragon of Destruction. Woo woo woo. Countless wails were heard. Those were the wails of the dragon's resentment. It was unknown how many remnant wills of the dragon race had gathered in this place. These remnant wills continued to gather at this time and finally turned into a terrifying dragon's resentment. If an ordinary existence had entered this place, they would have been torn apart by these powerful dragons' resentments. However, these dragons' resentments were nothing to Su Yan. Su Yan's strength had long exceeded imagination. His strength was too terrifying. At the sacred venerate level, he was invincible. At this time, even the power of the dragon god of destruction appeared. The will of the dragon god of destruction was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Every time this will appeared, it was incomparably powerful. Back then, that power fell directly. If not for Su Yan's special means, he would have died long ago. The first time, Su Yan used the will of the great demonic dragon to fight against it. The second time, he used the power of the great demonic god lord. During those 2 times, Su Yan could not compare to this will at all. However, as time passed, Su Yan's improvement was too fast. This was the 3rd time he met this will. This time, Su Yan would not rely on other forces to fight against the will of the dragon god. He wanted to defeat the dragon god with his own strength. At this moment, his aura suddenly swelled, and the violent power almost reached an unimaginable level. The terrifying power was endless. At this moment, the strongest power had reached the most terrifying peak. At that moment, the world was overshadowed. Endless power surged at this time, and the violent aura immediately reached the peak. Therefore, under this attack, all the dragon's resentment wailed. This was because even the will of the dragon god could not do anything to Su Yan. Dragon god of destruction, unless your true body descends, you can dream on if you want to defeat me with just a will. At this moment, Su Yan directly moved. The power of the dark ink lotus directly emerged. At this moment, Su Yan was no longer the same as before. Fighting with the will of the dragon god gave him an indescribable sense of joy. Perhaps it was because the power from back then was too heavy for him. At this moment, the terrifying aura was still surging. The most terrifying power kept flashing at this moment. It was a kind of spiritual translation. Regardless of the dragon god of destruction, Su Yan at this moment, dragon god of destruction, because he had dared to face his will. His will. Even though this opponent was so terrifying, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he defied the heavens and fought with him. The dragon's dragon god of Lins was the dragon god of death. At this moment, the dragon emperor dragon translation with dragon translation with dragon translation dragon dragon translation dragon translation. The dragon god of death's will was comparable to that of a powerful dragon emperor. Together with Hilton, there were 2 dragon emperors. The combined power of the 7 dragon kings was comparable to that of a powerful dragon emperor. In this way, there were 3 dragon emperors. At this moment, Su Yan was facing 3 powerful dragon emperors. That was not all. At this moment, Su Yan still had to face the suppression of the dragon's tomb. However, Su Yan did not show the slightest bit of fear, nor did he have any intention of retreating. The dragon race is indeed powerful, but I won't back down. I'd like to see if you can kill me today. The Taiji sword directly floated beside Su Yan. At this moment, his power had reached its peak. At this moment, he was facing this terrifying power, but he did not back down at all. Dragon race, do you really think you can dominate the world? You're just a bunch of worms. At this moment, Su Yan directly mocked, leaving no mercy. In fact, they were enemies, so there was no meaning in leaving any mercy. At this moment, his power surged. Supreme sword teleportation. He shouted softly. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he was already in front of Hilton. Supreme Nirvana slash. His power erupted once again. The terrifying power rushed out. Such an aura was simply terrifying. How dare you? At this moment, Hilton was infuriated. Su Yan's actions were clearly treating him as a pushover. However, what kind of existence was he? A powerful dragon emperor. Even if he was injured now, he should not be bullied by a mere human. Dragon light destruction. At this moment, he blasted out an attack. A terrifying power rolled out at this time, and the powerful aura had already reached the limit at this time. Endless power spiraled up at this moment. This was the most powerful attack. At this moment, all the power in the sky was condensing. Su Yan's gaze was constantly circling at this moment. I'm going to kill you. This was Su Yan's declaration. At this moment, there was no meaning in retreating. The only thing left was to kill the other party. At this moment, his power collided with Hilton's attack. The most terrifying power was constantly manifesting at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying power had reached its limit. At this moment, the gaze of darkness fell into the abyss. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost its shadow. However, at this moment, the 7 dragon kings and the dragon gods will struck at the same time. Their power was also extremely strong. Even Su Yan could not ignore them. Su Yan's infinite demon body rushed out at this moment, blocking the power of the 7 dragon kings. As for the dragon god's will, Su Yan ignored it. Damn it! Dragon Emperor Hilton's attack was actually suppressed by Su Yan. However, Su Yan ignored the power of the dragon god's will. He obviously wanted to exchange injury for injury. The body of the dragon clan was supposed to be extremely strong, let alone a dragon emperor. However, Su Yan's body was even stronger. After being reborn in the shadow world, his body had already reached a terrifying level. The power of the demon god's heart was directly integrated into his body. It was the same for the power of the ancestor Buter. Moreover, Su Yan's body was covered with the Black Lotus armor at this moment. Most importantly, Su Yan knew clearly that Dragon Emperor Hilton would definitely not exchange injury for injury with him at this moment. This was because there was an evil curse in his body. If he was not mistaken, the power of this curse came from the 9 underworlds. It was a terrifying power of death. Therefore, even the Dragon Emperor could not withstand such power. He had no choice but to use the cloudy mist skill to expel it. At this moment, Su Yan wanted to trigger the evil power in Hilton's body and kill him directly. Roar! The Dragon Emperor roared. However, he still chose to retreat at this moment. This was because if he did not retreat at this moment, his power would be directly shattered. At this moment, Su Yan's power sank again. The power of darkness sank into the shadows at this moment. The endless aura was constantly changing at this moment. An extremely terrifying power manifested at this moment. The aura of darkness had already begun to sink gradually. Fist of Darkness. After using the Supreme Nirvana Rend, Su Yan blasted out the Fist of Darkness again. He wanted to use the power of darkness to trigger the evil power. Ah! At this moment, the Dragon Emperor directly let out a painful roar. He barely blocked Su Yan's power. However, he could not completely block the Fist of Darkness after that. This allowed the power to directly rush into his body. Under the destruction of such power, he was on the verge of collapse. Even he could no longer endure such pain. In the end, the evil power was drawn out. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. He immediately saw an extremely terrifying ghost face in the Dragon Emperor's body. It's actually a terrifying ghost. To be able to cause the Dragon Emperor so much pain, this ghost's strength was evident. However, this was a good thing for Su Yan at this moment. If the ghost's strength was not strong, Su Yan's current situation would be even more dangerous. At this moment, he directly used his power to overturn everything. Su Yan's power was constantly roaring. The terrifying attack had simply reached its peak at this moment. The light of darkness turned into the most terrifying smoke at this moment and suppressed directly. Such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Endless light flashed at this moment. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth began to gradually disappear. Hilton, do you know that the moment you made a move on my lover, you were already destined to die? Su Yan did not have the slightest scruple. At this moment, he directly attacked to kill the Dragon Emperor. The Taiji sword released the most terrifying light at this moment. The power of darkness had already reached its peak. Boundless power continued to rise at this moment. The power of heaven and earth seemed to have been triggered by Su Yan's attack at this moment. No! Great Dragon God, save me! Hilton was originally not this weak. However, at this moment, the evil power in his body was triggered and immediately caused him unbearable pain. It was also at this moment that Su Yan directly attacked. Su Yan's power of darkness and the evil power seemed to be able to resonate with each other. To him, this was a complete disaster. It was really unimaginable that such a terrifying light would explode directly at this moment. All the power condensed at this moment and turned into the most terrifying light of destruction. Chapter 1341. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The descent of the dragon god. Endless darkness continued to appear at this moment. The most terrifying light flickered continuously at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Emperor had entered the most critical moment. He had no chance of turning the tables with his own strength. Therefore, he could only pray to the great dragon god and hope that the powerful dragon god could save him. The dragon god did not disappoint him. Fortunately, the battlefield he chose was in the dragon tomb. The dragon tomb seemed to have an extremely powerful force that could communicate with the dragon god very well. At this time, the power of the dragon god of destruction suddenly became stronger, and his will almost condensed into a physical body. Between the heavens and the earth, the most terrifying aura continued to spiral at this moment, like a whirlwind. The most terrifying power flickered at this time, and the endless light had reached its peak. Die. The dragon god manifested to stop Su Yan. As expected, you are finally going to condense a physical body at this time? However, I have just said that unless you really come with your true body, you can't do anything to me. At this moment, Su Yan was so overbearing. Even in the face of this terrifying power, he was not willing to back down. His aura directly manifested at this time, and the powerful and terrifying power almost reached its peak at this moment. The boundless power turned into a terrifying whirlwind and directly hit his body. Sword of the Laws, kill. At this time, Su Yan directly unleashed his most powerful attack, the Sword of the Laws. The power of the laws of decay, the power of the laws of darkness, the laws of flame, the laws of ice. The power of the laws that Su Yan mastered constantly emerged at this time and then condensed to the extreme. As soon as this Sword of the Laws appeared, it was condensed to the extreme. At this moment, the boundless power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The aura of darkness rolled at this time. Boundless power appeared at this moment. The power of heaven and earth flashed at this time. The most terrifying power had begun to sentence the Dragon Emperor to death. After the dragon gods were condensed into a physical body, the power that blasted out directly hit Su Yan's body. However, Su Yan did not waver at all. He still slashed out his power and killed Dragon Emperor Hilton directly. No! Dragon Emperor Hilton let out his last cry before death. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Kings saw this scene and all of them felt their scalps go numb. That was the powerful Dragon Emperor. Back then, under his leadership, they even dared to scheme against the Godslayer sword. But at this moment, this mighty Dragon Emperor was actually killed by Su Yan. At this moment, the most terrifying light emerged from the Dragon Tomb, heading straight for Dragon Emperor Hilton's corpse. Legend has it that the Dragon Tomb has a miraculous power, and can even allow the powerful dragon race. However, since I have paid such a huge price Dragon Emperor Hilton, how can I let Dragon Emperor Hilton? At this moment, Su Yan immediately understood. It seemed that the powerful power was going to allow this terrifying Dragon Emperor to complete his reincarnation. However, Su Yan had taken the attack head-on and killed Dragon Emperor Hilton. How could he give him the chance to kill Dragon Emperor Hilton? After all, after taking the attack of the dragon gods, even Dragon Emperor Hilton had suffered serious injuries. Small world, collect. At this moment, Su Yan opened up his small world. A terrifying devouring power came and started to devour Dragon Emperor Hilton's soul and body. In this way, Dragon Emperor Hilton completely lost the possibility of being reincarnated. However, Su Yan was not satisfied with this. All the dragon's resentment, return to my small world. He shouted. At this moment, he wanted to devour all the dragon's resentment in this place. This was really daring. It was challenging the dragon race's bottom line. At the same time, his cloudy mist technique was activated to the extreme. The moment he stepped into the Saint Venerate, Su Yan's cloudy mist technique was the most powerful healing ability in this world. At this moment, a silent roar was heard. When the roar first appeared, it was like a muffled thunder. Such a terrifying power rolled in at this moment. The terrifying aura had reached an extreme level at this moment. The power of darkness had become incomparably dense. It was the most powerful power, and the endless power of destruction appeared. Speaking of the power of destruction, Su Yan had already comprehended the power of destruction from the Shura king, Lord of Destruction, when he was in the world of Shura. That was an extremely powerful and extreme power. However, compared to the power of destruction in front of him, the difference was too great. There was no comparison at all. Is it finally going to descend? Su Yan's eyes reflected an extremely terrifying light. It was also a high fighting spirit. Because he knew that at this time, the dragon god of destruction was finally going to descend. Even the Dragon King was an extremely precious existence to the dragon race. Not to mention, today, he had killed a dragon emperor. At this time, he was even going to devour the dragon's resentment in the dragon tomb. In this way, the great dragon of destruction was finally going to appear from the mysterious unknown place. Lowly human, you are provoking the dignity of the dragon god. Bolts of lightning appeared one after another. It was the most terrifying eternal lightning. The appearance of such power meant that the true body of the dragon of destruction was beginning to appear. At this time, Su Yan was incomparably solemn. He knew that he was about to face the most powerful opponent. The dragon of destruction. At this time, the dragon tomb began to tremble. All the dragon's resentment was boiling. At this time, the dragon's resentment was not fear. Now, the aura was surging. Between heaven and earth, the most powerful power had begun to condense to the extreme. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. At this time, all the power in the small world had been revealed. In the past, he would not have dared to show the power of the small world in front of such a terrifying existence. But at this time, he was no longer afraid. Because he was strong enough. The small world had become his fighting force. At this time, in the small world, the regal sword codex turned into a scorching sun. It directly released endless light, illuminating Su Yan's spirit. At this time, his power showed signs of increasing again. At this time, the Taiji sword had been completely burned and released by him. Are you also starting to boil? That Godslayer sword is said to have killed gods. In that case, we are not too far apart. So what if it's the dragon god? Just kill him. At this time, Su Yan was simply ferocious. Endless power was displayed at this time. The powerful power was simply inexhaustible. Heaven and earth were only separated by this boundary. The dragon god descended, and his powerful and terrifying eyes directly stared at Su Yan. Different from what he imagined, his body was not even huge, but he was the most perfect existence in this world, and also the most terrifying power. At this time, the power of destruction was constantly rolling. You killed my dragon clan, die. These simple words had already sentenced Su Yan to death. This was the incomparably overbearing dragon of destruction. At this time, Su Yan's entire body was incomparably heavy. It was as if he had just started cultivating, but he was carrying an unimaginable weight on his body. As expected, you are very powerful. At this time, Su Yan only realized the gap between him and the dragon god. The power of a god was indeed terrifying. Do you think you can fight against me just because you have become a holy sage? I remember you. I saw the power of that traitor in you. Do you know that you are too stupid? The dragon of destruction only spoke quietly, but every word seemed to have an extremely heavy pressure, making Su Yan feel as if he could not breathe. You shouldn't have forced me to come out ahead of time. Although coming out ahead of time is an enormous loss for me, and my power is unable to reach its peak, it is still too easy for me to kill you. At this time, he did not take Su Yan seriously at all. Such a powerful force directly suppressed Su Yan, and the power of destruction seemed to be eroding him at all times. This made Su Yan extremely painful. At this time, the 7 dragon kings directly prostrated themselves. They were powerful dragon kings, but they were also believers of the dragon god. Now, their great god had finally descended, which made the entire dragon clan extremely excited. This time, that traitor will not appear. I am not afraid to tell you that his resurrection plan has long been under our control. It is impossible for him to return to this world again. So now, you can go first. At this time, he gently waved his claws. The most terrifying power directly condensed at this moment. If this power fell, Su Yan would not be able to block it. Su Yan also knew this in his heart. However, at this time, a teasing voice was heard. Hee hee, kid, every time I see you, you are so embarrassed. TSK, TSK, tisk. When this voice appeared, the pressure on Su Yan's body became lighter. Then, the voice sounded again, "Ah, you rotten old things, do you like to bully young people the most? Huh, this is too funny. However, Dragon of Destruction, do you really think you are invincible?" At this moment, a force directly entered from the outside, and then broke through the powerful aura of the Dragon of Destruction. Then, it came to Su Yan's side. Yo, long time no see. Although you are embarrassed, you have become so powerful at this time. This is really surprising. Su Yan looked at the guy in front of him. Chapter 1342. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even Su Yan, who had become a sacred venerate, was no match for the Dragon God. The Dragon God's power was terrifying. His aura flickered and suppressed Su Yan to the point where he could not breathe. If this continued, Su Yan might be killed today. After all, the power of a god was still too strong. However, things took a turn for the worse. The Godslayer sword appeared. Back in the Shura realm, the Godslayer sword had left as if it had something important to do. Now, it had finally returned. The current god-slaying sword was many times stronger than it was back then. That terrifying aura permeated the air at this moment, displaying his terrifying majesty. Even with the dragon god's aura suppressing it, it still managed to break through. The moment it appeared, the Dragon of Destruction's terrifying aura had been reduced by half. Godslayer. At this moment, even the Dragon of Destruction revealed an extremely solemn aura. No one could ignore the Godslayer sword, not even someone as powerful as him. That was because the Godslayer sword was too terrifying. Its battle record was too glorious. Why was it called the Godslayer sword? It was because it had once killed a god. Moreover, it was a powerful god that had merged with heaven's will. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's power might not have fully recovered. However, as long as it existed, its deterrence could not be ignored. Godslayer sword, could it be that you want to help that kid? The Dragon of Destruction asked directly. Naturally, he was wary of the Godslayer sword. However, this fear did not reach the level of fear. After entering, Su Yan had acted so presumptuously and killed a powerful dragon emperor right in front of him. To the dragon clan, this was a huge loss. At this moment, the world had changed. The ambitions of the three dragon gods were about to be carried out. A dragon emperor's usefulness was immeasurable. However, it had been killed directly. Godslayer chuckled and said, "Firstly, I really do want to help this kid. Secondly, I really do hate you, reptile." Deity-slaying sword's words were so overbearing that he didn't leave any room for negotiation. He had always been like this, powerful and domineering. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered the Dragon of Destruction was, it was impossible for him to compromise with the Godslayer sword. Besides, he had never been a good-tempered person. At this time, Su Yan's power began to flicker. His aura landed directly on the Godslayer sword. Back then, Su Yan had almost become the scabbard of the Godslayer sword. No matter what, there was already a tacit understanding between the two parties. Not bad. You've already become a holy sovereign. You're qualified to fight alongside me. His words were filled with a strong sense of goodwill, and then his power directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, his power was displayed directly. The most violent power had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this time, the power of darkness surged, and an endless aura manifested. No need to talk nonsense, you reptile. Let's fight. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Godslayer sword directly merged into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's aura changed, and his will reached the most terrifying level. Such a berserk power was many times stronger than what he had displayed before. At this time, the terrifying aura continued to fluctuate. Arrogant. The dragon of destruction directly attacked. At this time, he would not give Su Yan any more chances. At this time, his power was displayed directly. Such power surged, and the power of destruction once again suppressed Su Yan. Utmost exalted, void. At this moment, Su Yan unleashed another attack. This was a power he had never used before, because in the past, Su Yan's strength was not enough to use this move. At this time, when he merged with the Godslayer sword again, his power had broken a certain limit, and this move finally appeared. Such power surged, and the power of destruction dissipated under this attack. This place is too quiet. Let's go somewhere else. At this time, Su Yan directly used the Supreme Sword teleportation and went out of the dragon's tomb. Don't even think about escaping. The power of the dragon of destruction directly followed him. At this time, he would never let Su Yan escape. If Su Yan left the dragon's tomb and then went on a killing spree on Dragon Island, this was not what he wanted to see. This dragon's tomb was indeed an extremely mysterious place. After the power of the dragon of destruction was activated, a power directly emerged and wrapped Su Yan. Then, a cage began to appear. Since you're here, then don't leave. You'll die here. Also, Godslayer sword, do you think you're still the Godslayer sword in the hands of the Lord of Heaven? The dragon of destruction snorted coldly and then used all his power. At this time, his aura was extremely strong. Ha ha ha, worm, the three of you want to become immortal and even want to challenge the 5 great kings, but in the end, your vitality was greatly damaged by the younger generation of your own clan. At this time, you still dare to talk nonsense. What a joke. The Godslayer sword directly counterattacked. Back then, the dragon of destruction, the dragon of eternity, and the dragon of time, the 3 dragon gods were extremely powerful. When they existed at the same time, it was almost the peak of the dragon clan. At that time, they even wanted to reverse the heavens and become the world will of the infinite world. However, the appearance of the great demonic dragon caught them off guard. Then, they were directly lost in the great battle. However, the 3 dragon gods were obviously unwilling to give up just like that, so they planned for many years. In fact, the Godslayer sword actually knew that it was not time for the 3 dragon gods to appear at this time. Their plan was not completely successful. However, this time, Su Yan was so aggressive that the dragon of destruction had no choice but to appear. You 3 wretched old worms, do you really think that I don't know that you want to stop the great demonic dragon from reviving and then devour his origin? It's funny to say that this dragon tomb has actually become your private property. The powerful dragon souls of the entire dragon clan are buried in the dragon tomb. But you want to devour all of them and then reach the pinnacle of your strength. Why did the great demonic dragon go against you back then and even be regarded as a traitor by you? It was because he discovered your conspiracy. The Godslayer sword was almost omniscient and directly said these things. At this time, Su Yan also finally understood why the great demonic dragon became a traitor of the dragon clan. In that case, it's not the great demonic dragon who betrayed us, but these 3 old guys, Su Yan said directly at this time. The great demonic dragon betrayed the 3 of them, but the 3 of them betrayed the entire dragon clan. However, the living dragon clan did not know this at all. Instead, they regarded the great demonic dragon as a traitor of the dragon clan. Even the black dragon was regarded as a disgrace by the dragon clan. You talk too much nonsense. We want to reverse the heavens and restore the glory of the dragon race. What's the point of sacrificing those dead undead? Even those living dragons should make sacrifices for the future. The dragon clan was really a selfish race. For the sake of their own ambitions, they did not even care about the lives of their own kind. Even in their words, they were so righteous. Idiot, I just like to talk. Kill me if you can. The Godslayer sword directly retorted. Then, Su Yan directly cooperated with the God-Slayer sword, and another force directly appeared. This sword was not aimed at the Dragon of Destruction. Instead, it rushed toward the 7 Dragon Kings. First, I'll kill these 7 little worms. Damn it, back then, they actually dared to scheme against me. The God-Slayer sword was obviously a person who held a grudge. Back then, he was schemed against by the 7 Dragon Kings, which was the greatest humiliation to him. A mere Dragon Emperor and 7 Dragon Kings had schemed against him. This made God-Slayer lose face. At this moment, light flashed in his eyes. That most terrifying power had reached its peak at this time. Su Yan's murderous intent spread out and formed a visible network. Damn it, the Dragon of Destruction roared. The Dragon Emperor was already dead, and even his soul was taken into Su Yan's small world. He could not let this Dragon King die again. His power of destruction blocked the network directly, and then he shouted, "Leave this place." The Dragon clan was naturally extremely powerful, but it was not easy for them to grow. If the 7 Dragon Kings were killed by Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword, it would have a huge impact on his plan. At this time, the 7 Dragon Kings were actually terrified. When facing other enemies, they were extremely powerful, high and mighty, and looked down on others as ants. However, at this time, Su Yan was stronger than them. This was the cruel reality. Therefore, at this time, they had become the prey. Now, in order to survive, they had to leave this place. Otherwise, in the battle between Su Yan and the Dragon of Destruction, they would only be a burden. Ha ha ha, you want to leave now? Su Yan laughed loudly, and his gaze fell directly on Brigadier. They were all old enemies, and at this time, there was no need to be polite. At this time, his power surged, and another sword aura appeared. Su Yan's strength was already very terrifying, and killing a Dragon King was no problem at all. At this time, the God-Slayer sword and him merged, and his strength broke through the limit. Even a powerful Dragon of Destruction could not do anything. Therefore, the power of this sword was unimaginable. The speed of the sword aura was so fast that it had reached Brigadier's side in an instant. Block it. At this time, the Dragon of Destruction condensed the power of the Dragon Tomb and turned it into a light shield. Chapter 1343. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, at this moment, Su Yan laughed and said, "Old worm, I'll keep them alive for now. I'll come back another day." When the power of the Dragon's Tomb condensed into a shield of light, the suppression on Su Yan naturally weakened. At this moment, Su Yan directly turned the blade of his sword and slashed open a gap. He directly charged into the gap and left the Dragon's Tomb. Both Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword knew very well that they were no match for the God-Slayer sword at this moment, especially when they were in the Dragon's Tomb. This Dragon's Tomb had existed since time immemorial. It was definitely not just a place with commemorative meaning. During the battle just now, Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword had actually already noticed that the terrifying will in this place was getting stronger and stronger. The terrifying aura almost drowned them directly. It was just that at that time, the feeling was still very shallow. Of course, it was not because the power in this place was insufficient, but because it was suppressed by the Dragon of Destruction. It wanted to erupt this terrifying power in an instant and deal a fatal blow to the two of them. The Dragon of Destruction could be said to be sinister. However, Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword had both experienced countless battles and fought with many powerful existences. Therefore, they were extremely sensitive to danger. Damn it, God-Slayer sword, you actually ran away at this time. How embarrassing. At this moment, his will directly descended, and the powerful aura of the Dragon of Destruction enveloped them. At the same time, his words directly pierced Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword's hearts. Ha ha ha, old worm, you don't even feel embarrassed about sneaking up on the younger generation. What do I have to be afraid of? TSK TSK TSK, you piece of trash. If you have the ability, let's fight outside the Dragon's Tomb. The God-Slayer sword responded to the Dragon of Destruction. The God-Slayer sword's power was already extremely strong, but Su Yan felt that the God-Slayer sword's skin was even more terrifying. His skin was so thick that it was unparalleled in the world. At this time, if the dragon of destruction wanted to use words to provoke the Godslayer sword, wouldn't it be a joke? Ha ha ha, after I get out, I'll capture the dragon descendants with the most potential and roast them. Not only that, I'll hold a dragon banquet so that everyone can eat dragon meat. Ha ha ha. The Godslayer sword, the dragon of Chaos Island. Translation. The dragon of destruction. Translation. The Godslayer sword's words, but his words at this moment, the dragon of destruction was almost angered to death. At this moment, the dragon's dragon translation of the dragon translation of dragon translation roar. 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 Roar, countless dragon roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Such a power was simply incomparably powerful. That terrifying power directly descended at this moment, and the most terrifying power gathered at this moment. At this time, the dark aura was extremely powerful. The endless power of light was constantly changing at this time, as if it had turned into a terrifying shadow. Such power could almost devour everything. The most powerful and special power was simply unimaginable. That terrifying aura continued to manifest at this time, turning into a terrifying shadow. Damn it, Su Yan, let's go quickly. After leaving the dragon's tomb, the Godslayer sword saw this and immediately cursed. This dragon island is not simple. There is an unimaginable great power in it. Perhaps it was set up by the ancestral dragon of the dragon clan. The dragon's roar is to stimulate this kind of power. At this time, Su Yan still did not understand the meaning of the two words ancestral dragon. However, to be able to make the Godslayer sword so nervous, this was obviously a very terrifying power. This time, the reason he came here was to save people. His goal had been achieved. In this case, leaving Dragon Island was not a big deal. Okay. At this time, Su Yan's regal sword teleportation reached its limit in an instant, and then flew to an extremely distant place. In fact, at this time, on Dragon Island, dense space defenses had been set up. At this time, space travel was almost impossible to use. However, at this time, Su Yan was using the regal sword teleportation, not the space escape technique. Although the regal sword teleportation was not a means of space travel, in short bursts, it was more terrifying than space travel. When they left the range of Dragon Island, the Godslayer sword immediately began to observe Su Yan. Tisk, TSK. You're really amazing. I can't feel the layout of those guys on your body. You can actually break free from fate. You're really amazing. Originally, it thought that Su Yan could reach the peak of the Emperor realm. It even thought that Su Yan might have already fallen. Then, he became someone else's chess piece. However, it did not expect that Su Yan could change so much. Not only was he still alive, but he even broke free from its control and became a new person. It's just luck. I really did almost die. Su Yan smiled bitterly. His experience in the shadow world was indeed extremely dangerous. If there was the slightest mistake, he would have died completely. However, it was fortunate that he had managed to pull through. Moreover, he had profited from this disaster. He had managed to survive amidst death, allowing himself to reach an extremely terrifying level. At this time, Su Yan was simply unbelievably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was directly displayed. That frightening and terrifying strength seemed to have reached the pinnacle. The power of darkness and the Black Lotus battle armor began to fade. The power of the Dark War God? Damn, you really know how to provoke people. You even provoked that guy. The Godslayer sword was shocked. Su Yan did not comment. A lot of trouble comes to me. However, since trouble has come to me, I won't be afraid. I'll just face it. Su Yan's answer was very calm. At this point, he was no longer the Su Yan of the past. Ha ha ha, that's right. But this time, that guy, the Dragon of Destruction, will probably be so angry that he's sick. Hee hee, it's really satisfying. I really want to go back and see his face at this time. The God-slayer sword laughed, but then it said, Su Yan, don't underestimate the 3 dragon gods because of this. The dragon of destruction just now may have only displayed 70% of his strength at most. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. If the God-slayer sword had not arrived at the critical moment, he probably would not have been a match for the other party. However, at this time, the God-slayer sword said that the other party may have only displayed 70% of his strength. What kind of concept was this? Senior, did you just say that the 3 dragon gods are attacking the great demonic dragon? If it were not for the God-slayer sword, Su Yan would not have known about the grudges of the dragon race at this time. Yes, as I said before, the 3 dragon gods are ambitious. They want to reverse the will of heaven and become eternal overlords, but their ambitions are huge, and their strength is insufficient. At the very least, they are not a match for the 5 lords of heaven. In order to make their strength reach the strongest level, they have the idea of using the dragon tomb. Almost all the pure-blooded dragons will return to the dragon tomb after death. This is not only a kind of spiritual sustenance, but also a way to use their dragon soul to nourish the dragon tomb and continue the luck of the entire dragon race. The dragon race has existed for too long. Even I don't know how long it has been, so the power in it is almost unimaginable. Even if it were the 3 dragon gods, it would be impossible to extract all the power from it and absorb it into their own bodies. Therefore, they began to make secret arrangements. However, the great demonic dragon appeared out of nowhere. This guy is extremely talented, and he can even threaten the 3 dragon gods. He also knew the purpose of the 3 dragon gods, so he naturally became a thorn in their side. They wanted to kill the great demonic dragon, but they did not expect that the great demonic dragon's luck and strength were both heaven-defying. Not only did he not die, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. At this time, he can no longer be killed. The God-slayer sword gloated, but at this time, Su Yan could feel the danger of the great demonic dragon. 1 dragon god was already so powerful, let alone 3 dragon gods. Senior, do you think we should help the great demonic dragon? At this time, Su Yan directly said. Now, he and the dragon race were complete enemies, and there was no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. Therefore, at this time, the enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Moreover, he did have some karma with the great demonic dragon, so this was the perfect time to help. Are you sure you want to help the great demonic dragon? However, do you know where the great demonic dragon is? The God-slayer sword asked directly. Su Yan was speechless for a moment. Indeed, although he knew that the great demonic dragon was returning from the netherworld, he did not know the exact location of the great demonic dragon. After all, the netherworld was also an extremely vast world. Even someone as powerful as him could not detect the existence of the netherworld. However, it is not impossible. Among the dragon race, there is an extremely great existence who can calculate the secrets of heaven. As long as you can get him to help, then you may be able to know the whereabouts of the great demonic dragon. The God-slayer sword said directly. At this time, Su Yan's heart moved, and a name appeared in his mind. He immediately blurted out, Senior, are you talking about the Sky's Secret Elder? The God-slayer sword said, Yes, it is the Sky's Secret Elder of the Sky's Secret Pavilion. This branch is really amazing. They also received the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven, and they are extremely powerful in calculating the secrets of heaven. If that guy can help, then this will not be a problem. Chapter 1344. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Back then, he had set up a great formation in the Heavenly Clouds sect. However, that great formation had still been broken. Only the most powerful people could break it. No matter how great the formation was, it was useless. Therefore, it was better to just let Yun Wanqing and the others suffer and live in Su Yan's small world. Fortunately, Su Yan's small world had evolved the power of the sun and the moon. Although it could not be compared to a real great world, it was enough to support the heaven and earth organization. Senior, you know where the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is, right? Su Yan asked. The God-slayer sword chuckled and said, Since I made this suggestion, of course I know where the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is. Let's go, I'll show you the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a star chart appeared in Su Yan's knowledge sea. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is actually there. Su Yan was also a little surprised. This place was extremely dangerous. Before the great changes in the 5 counties, this place was actually unknown and ignored by everyone. Later, when the spirit chi in the 5 counties changed, this place directly showed how terrifying it was. This place had a name, and that was the Great Maelstrom. The terrifying maelstrom was connected to the sky and contained unimaginable power. Such an aura was simply endless and immeasurable. When such power was displayed directly, it had a terrifying destructive power. Even sovereigns would die if they got close to it. And the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was actually next to the Great Maelstrom. This was really hard to imagine. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has existed for a very long time. It is the true inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. It would be strange if it didn't have such a method. The God-Slayer sword smiled proudly, as if this was something that he was very proud of. The Heavenly Sage sect was the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven, and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. If he remembered correctly, the demon lord said that the Lord of Heaven used the God-Slayer sword to kill Shura Tianyi. However, Su Yan did not ask about the God-Slayer sword. Under the regal sword teleportation technique, distance was no longer a problem. In just a short period of time, Su Yan had already arrived in front of the whirlpool. The terrifying maelstrom was still blowing at this moment. That kind of heart-palpitating power was simply unimaginable. Such a terrifying aura was indescribable. This power continued to circulate, and the aura that was projected from it was simply endless. At this moment, the power of darkness continued to expand. The most terrifying power had reached an extreme level. As Su Yan stood in the middle of the whirlpool, he could feel the ferocious power slicing at his body, as though it was trying to tear him apart. However, at this moment, Su Yan was a powerful holy venerate. Those auras could not get close to him. It was at this time that a huge palace suddenly appeared beside the Great Maelstrom. There was an extremely majestic aura within the palace. It was majestic and vast. Vaguely, it did not lose out to the Dragon Island. As expected, it's still the same. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword let out a sigh. It seemed to be lamenting the past. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying thunderbolt suddenly brewed beside the maelstrom. What's going on? At this moment, the God-Slayer sword and Su Yan's expressions changed. This power that suddenly appeared was simply too powerful and too terrifying. From the moment it condensed to the moment it fell, it took only a breath. Oh no, the Tianji Pavilion is in danger. Su Yan immediately realized that this power had descended to deal with the Tianji Pavilion. The power of such an attack almost surpassed the terrifying power of the Dragon of Destruction in the Dragon's Tomb. Su Yan wanted to stop this power from falling. Unfortunately, his power could not get close at all. Such an aura was simply terrifying to an indescribable degree. The thick aura directly soared into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Damn it! The God-Slayer sword was also furious. It could be seen that it had special feelings for the Tianji Pavilion. The moment that thunderbolt fell, the God-Slayer sword directly flew out from Su Yan's body. It reverted to its original form and directly slashed down with its terrifying sword. The powerful and terrifying impact rushed towards the thunderbolt. Such an attack was only able to offset a portion of the thunderbolt's power. More of the power continued to fall, directly attacking the Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, the Tianji Pavilion immediately became silent. The Tianji Pavilion, which was originally extremely glorious, was now in such a state. It was simply unimaginable. Damn it, who is it? Damn it! The God-Slayer sword was furious. It was once such a powerful and terrifying existence that it even killed the God of Heaven's will of the world of Shura. However, at this moment, it did not even know who was attacking the Tianji Pavilion. It was simply furious to the extreme. If it found out who was attacking the Tianji Pavilion, it would not care about anything and would destroy everything. Senior, quickly go to the Tianji Pavilion. At this time, Su Yan directly rushed into the Tianji Pavilion. At this time, the huge Tianji Pavilion had been reduced to ruins, and black smoke was still constantly rising. Such power was truly terrifying. It could be seen that the Tianji Pavilion itself had an extremely terrifying formation, but at this time, it was directly destroyed. The power of one person was so strong. The Tianji Pavilion was empty, and there was no one inside. There was not even a breath of life. Su Yan quickly spread out his divine consciousness, but it was to no avail. However, just as he was about to give up, a thought radiated out. You guys have finally come. The appearance of this voice surprised both Su Yan and the Godslayer sword. Tianji Z. The Godslayer sword recognized this voice and directly went into the depths of the Tianji Pavilion. In the Tianji Pavilion, an old man was sitting cross-legged quietly. At least from the outside, Tianji Z should be safe and sound. Huh, you old thing are not dead yet. This is great. At this time, he almost laughed out loud. Godslayer sword, I trust you have been well. The Tianji elder and the Godslayer sword were indeed acquaintances. I'm not dead yet, I'm not dead yet. The Godslayer sword directly said. However, at this time, the Tianji elder changed the topic. Unfortunately, I'm going to die. He seemed to be teasing the Godslayer sword. The Godslayer sword turned into its human form and said, You little old man, what nonsense are you talking about? He gently patted Tianji Z's body, but this pat made him stunned. At this time, Tianji Z's body had turned into nothingness. How can this be? At this time, he was really shocked. He actually did not notice that Tianji Z had changed so much. His whole body had turned into nothingness, and even his breath was gradually disappearing. I know the purpose of your visit. Indeed, the great demonic dragon is extremely important and cannot be allowed to die like this. So, this is the whereabouts of the great demonic dragon that I have divined for you. However, you must be careful, the 3 dragon gods are not to be trifled with. The Tianji elder's voice became extremely weak, as if it would disappear at any time. Actually, from the day the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion came into existence, we were destined to face this calamity. Therefore, you don't have to feel sad. I'm going to follow Master. From the beginning to the end, he did not even glance at Su Yan. At the instant he finished saying those words, he disappeared. Then, the entire Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion also disappeared. No. At this moment, the god-slaying sword let out a terrifying roar. He couldn't imagine that an old friend of his would die just like this. Moreover, he died right in front of him. This was something he couldn't accept. Who is it? What kind of existence dares to kill the Tianji elder? His killing intent was unparalleled. This was the Godslayer sword, which had extremely strong and terrifying power. When his killing intent surged, even Su Yan could feel a chill. Senior, maybe we can ask someone. At this time, Su Yan sighed and said directly. The Godslayer sword suddenly turned and said, Who? Ancient Demon Shrine, Black Tortoise Prime. Su Yan said a name directly. The Tianji elder was said to be omniscient in his divination. Among the demon clan, there was also a great wise man, and that was the one from the ancient demon shrine. That's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. That old turtle is a guy who has existed since time immemorial. He's been around for even longer than the 3 dragon gods. He'll definitely know. Even as the 2 of them were talking, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had completely vanished. How can this be? Su Yan was surprised that such a huge building would disappear into thin air. Sigh, actually, you still don't understand. Knowing the secrets of the heavens is an extremely heaven-defying matter, so there has always been only one Tianji Z in the Tianji Pavilion. Those disciples of his are only his fantasies. Hearing the Godslayer sword's words, Su Yan's mouth twitched. Fantasies. In other words, it was to confuse the false with the real, to turn one's fantasies into reality. After so many years, no one could see through it. This showed how powerful this Tianji was. However, he still died under a bolt of lightning. However, Tianji, it's fine that you're dead, but you still told me the answer I wanted. That's why you're so kind. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. At this time, the Godslayer sword's aura surged, appearing very terrifying. Su Yan, I have found almost all the fragments of my body, so I need your help. This time, he returned to the infinite world not only for revenge, but also for his own purpose. Senior, as long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse. The Godslayer sword said, I need to reforge my sword body, so I want you to reforge me. This is the fundamental purpose of my return. Chapter 1345. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the Godslayer sword was shattered, it was impossible for it to recover its combat strength. There was a saying that a broken mirror could not be restored. It was the same for swords. Right now, the God-slaying sword was already extremely powerful and terrifying. However, it was still not enough. To a true powerhouse, even the slightest imperfection was unacceptable and unacceptable. Therefore, he needed to reforge his own body. Senior, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Su Yan sighed. He also wanted to help the Godslayer sword. After all, the Godslayer sword had helped him a lot in the past. If it were not for the Godslayer sword's sudden appearance, he would have died. However, even though he had become a sacred venerate, he was still not qualified to refine the most powerful divine sword in history. He had already experienced the strength of the dragon god. There was still a huge gap between his strength and the dragon gods. However, the Lord of Heaven was a powerful existence that could suppress the dragon god. In this world, only a super expert like the Lord of Heaven could refine the Godslayer sword. Moreover, Su Yan speculated that even the Lord of Heaven could not refine it. No, Su Yan, you can do it. Of course, I'm not talking about now. You're not strong enough yet. You need to break through the sacred venerate realm and become a god. You should understand that you're different from all the experts in this world. You have the revered sword soul in your body. That's the true ultimate power of the world. The Godslayer sword said to Su Yan, that's another kind of ultimate power I've felt. Back then, I did want to refine you into a scabbard, but I didn't do so. It's not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't have the ability. I feel that the sword soul in your soul is an unimaginable supreme law. When he said this, his entire person revealed an incomparably dignified expression. Back then, the power that he had sensed was simply incomparably powerful and incomparable. Therefore, not only did he not kill Su Yan, but he also lived in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, observing and learning the power of the revered sword soul. Unfortunately, he was not Su Yan after all. The revered sword soul seemed to be extremely guarded against him, so what he could learn was extremely limited. However, even with that being the case, it was still extremely precious to him. This time, he was able to recover to such a level largely because of the regal sword soul. If it had not been for the Taishang sword spirit, it would have been difficult for him to do so. He had learned a new principle from the revered sword soul, which was why he had a new understanding. However, in the end, he still had his limitations, and that was that he was a divine sword and not a natural living being. However, it was not that he did not have a chance to improve. If he could recast it, he would be able to recover his past strength. However, to him, just recovering his past strength was not enough. He was extremely ambitious. What he wanted was to reach the most powerful realm and surpass his past self. Therefore, he placed all his hopes on Su Yan, because only Su Yan had the possibility of helping him surpass his past self. Senior, if I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Su Yan did not refuse, but he did not agree directly. After all, helping the Godslayer sword break through was not an easy task. Moreover, this also involved his foundation, which was the regal sword soul. At this point, the revered sword soul was almost his soul. Even if his pocket dimension was destroyed, he could not let his revered sword soul be affected in any way. Alright, this matter cannot be rushed. Let's talk about it in the future. However, at this time, let's go to the ancient demon shrine first. I hope that old tortoise knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I will not only kill him. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was filled with murderous intent. Tianji's death was a great pain to him. In the past, the ancient demon shrine was a terrifying forbidden area because there were extremely powerful demons in this place. Not to mention others, the terrifying Black Tortoise Prime was already an extreme existence in this world. However, at this moment, Su Yan and the Godslayer sword had become one. Therefore, he had the courage and capital to take a risk. Moreover, they were not here to fight this time. They were just here to seek a result. Su Yan arrived outside the ancient demon shrine. The Godslayer sword was hidden in Su Yan's body. The ancient demon shrine was an ancient castle filled with vicissitudes. The power within was extremely strong, and there were rings of time. Powerful energy was constantly circulating. The terrifying power of light was simply unimaginable. Such a dense aura rose directly at this moment, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Indeed, every powerful force is not to be underestimated. Su Yan sighed in his heart. The reason why powerful forces could continue to prosper was related to the top experts. However, their inheritance was also extremely important. Only when powerful forces were continuously passed down could the incomparably ancient power continue to be passed down. Su Yan had already become a sacred venerate. Naturally, he was qualified to open up his strongest lineage. However, if he wanted to pass down the lineage of his own sect, it would definitely not be an easy task. It still required continuous effort and the accumulation of talents. At this moment, Su Yan released his consciousness. Junior Su Yan is here to pay a visit to Senior Black Tortoise. I would like to invite Senior Black Tortoise to meet me. Since he had a request, it was naturally impossible for him to sneak in like how he had entered Dragon Island. Instead, he asked for a meeting openly. In fact, strictly speaking, there was a connection between him and the ancient demon shrine. After the monster palace disappeared, it seemed to have been received by the ancient demon shrine. Back then, he had seen a disciple of the monster palace. It was a pity that the disciple seemed to have a deep hatred for him. He did not know if he was being manipulated. This time, Su Yan came here not only to ask the Black Tortoise for information, but also to see if his former brothers were safe and sound. All along, he had been thinking about their safety. However, at that time, Su Yan was no match for the ancient demon shrine. Even if he came here himself, he would have become a prisoner. At that time, the nine-headed demon snake was already so powerful and terrifying. Su Yan had to pay a heavy price to defeat it. The nine-headed demon snake was only one of the 9 great demon kings. It might even be the weakest one. It was obvious how powerful the ancient demon shrine was at that time. If Su Yan had come here at that time, he would have been killed immediately. Later, he entered the shadow world directly. It was not until he reversed life and death in the shadow world that he became a sacred venerate. His voice continued to spread. At that moment, a voice rose into the sky. Su Yan, long time no see. Su Yan was stunned, then a little happy. Rat Li. He recognized that it was Rat Li's voice. Back in the monster palace, Rat Li and his brother had a good relationship. They were also the first half-demons to get close to him. After so many years, he was very happy to see an old friend again. It's me. TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect you to remember me. It's my honor. Rat Li's voice was very calm. It was completely different from how he used to be. Rat Li's personality was erratic, while his brother was much calmer. According to Su Yan's memory, Rat Li would never speak like that. No matter how slow Su Yan was, he could hear Rat Li's mockery towards him. Rat Li, what happened? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Su Yan directly asked. He didn't like people speaking like this, especially when the speaker was his former brother. Ha ha ha, misunderstanding? No, I don't have any misunderstanding about you. What I want is to kill you. At that moment, he directly spoke. Within his words, a sinister intent was already revealed. This made Su Yan frown. He then asked, "Where's your brother and the others?" Logically speaking, if Ratley was still alive, then the others should also be alive. Dong Qinghao and the others were his good friends who fought side by side with him. At this time, Shu Li asked, "Where are they?" "They're all dead. I killed them." He slowly said the last 5 words, as if he was recalling something interesting. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of light. In an instant, he became incomparably cold. "Do you know what you're saying?" Su Yan's power had already slowly descended, suppressing Ratley. Of course I know. I just killed a bunch of trash. Now, I'm going to send you on your way." In an instant, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, there was already a terrifying aura rushing towards him. Such a light constantly circulated at this moment. Suddenly, a yellow storm appeared. This storm actually contained an incomparably terrifying poison. In an instant, Ratley had become incomparably terrifying. An unimaginable bloodthirsty aura was directly transmitted from his body. This kind of power was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, a powerful dark power surged. The boundless power had already reached the most terrifying level. At this moment, the mysterious dark light directly imprisoned Su Yan. Immemorial demon technique, doomsday disaster. Shu Li let out a long hiss. In an instant, the entire ancient demon god temple responded to his power and began to boil. A powerful force directly suppressed Su Yan. "No, what's happening? How can Ratley have such powerful power? This is impossible." At this moment, Su Yan was really alarmed. Chapter 1346. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to reach such a height. However, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. The sudden attack made Su Yan feel extremely pressured. It was as if such a punch could kill him directly. How is this possible? Su Yan was extremely surprised. However, at this time, he directly blasted out a punch. The berserk power erupted to the extreme at this time. The terrifying power continued to attack and blocked Shu Li's punch. What surprised Su Yan was that he was actually at a disadvantage in this attack. This was simply unimaginable. He was still a sacred venerate. The 7 dragon kings were nothing in front of him. Even a dragon emperor would be killed by him directly. The one who could defeat him was a mighty existence like the destruction dragon god. His combat strength had reached a level where it was needless to say. However, Ratley actually made him retreat with a single punch. How terrifying was his combat strength! At this time, his aura spread out. His entire person had reached the most terrifying level. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. How can your combat strength be so terrifying? Su Yan's expression became gloomier. This was not because Ratley's strength had reached such a level. Instead, it was because Ratley's strength had condensed an unimaginably terrifying aura. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. A ray of light condensed directly at this time. This was the most powerful force that had reached an unimaginable level. The most terrifying force in the world was surging at this time. Everything was condensed directly at this time. It was so evil. No, it could already be called evil. How could he have reached such a level? Ratley, tell me. What have you experienced? Tell me quickly. Why have you become like this? Ratley was not like this in the past. He was full of righteousness at that time. He respected and loved his brother even more. However, Ratley was now filled with unimaginable evil. He seemed to be the source of evil in this world. His aura was extremely evil and powerful. It was as if this power alone was enough to destroy everything in its path. Even Su Yan felt extremely pressured when facing him. What have you experienced? Is there any meaning to it? Su Yan, I'm not afraid to tell you that right now. I'm the ruler of this world. My strength has already exceeded your imagination, so it's impossible for you to defeat me. At that very moment, his power continued to surge. That dense power was simply berserk to the extreme. Endless aura kept flickering. The power of the heavens and earth seemed to have fused at this time. Boy, be careful. There's something wrong with this guy. Even the Godslayer's sword was extremely solemn at this time. Obviously, even the Godslayer's sword was extremely afraid of the Ratli at this time. The current Ratli was simply terrifying. That endless sinful aura seemed to want to sink everything. Su Yan, long time no see. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Just as this voice sounded, an extremely terrifying power directly rushed towards Su Yan. It was the most terrifying killing light. The dense power was simply able to pierce through everything in this world. Such power surged at this time. The heavy power of darkness and light had reached the most terrifying level. Hydralisk. At this time, Su Yan immediately recognized the owner of this voice. It was a Hydralisk. Back then, the Hydralisk had become Duan Wulonghu's lackey and followed behind Duan Wulonghu. But after Duan Wulonghu appeared a few times, the Hydralisk had already disappeared. Su Yan never expected that the Hydralisk would appear at this time with such terrifying power. The attack just now was almost enough to threaten him, a sacred venerate. In just a few years, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. It was really unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan directly dodged the sword. At the same time, an extremely deep light shone out from his eyes. Su Yan's killing intent was boiling. I didn't expect to meet you again. After seeing the Hydralisk, how could Su Yan not know that everything in the ancient demon shrine, Ratli, and Duan Wulonghu could not be separated? Ha ha ha, young master is really clever. He said that you would come here, and you really did come. However, young master has already said that even if you can come back alive from the shadow world, you will still die today. As he spoke, Ratli's evil power spread out and enveloped Su Yan. At this time, Ratli had actually joined forces with the Hydralisk. You actually joined forces with Duan Wulonghu. Then, it's true that you killed your brother and Dong Qinghao? Su Yan's face turned extremely cold. Some mistakes were absolutely unforgivable. No matter who the culprit was, they could not be forgiven. Yes, you're right. Not only that, he also killed everyone in the ancient demon shrine. The powerful ancient demon shrine has become history. Their lives have all become sacrifices for young master. In this world, only young master is qualified to rule the world and become the true Sky Emperor. The Hydralisk said directly. Su Yan's anger became even stronger, and at this moment, the Taiji sword was directly displayed. Duan Wulonghu, you're really good. His every word had turned into an icy wind, filled with unimaginably terrifying cold power. At this time, his aura surged. The power of the sacred sage turned into sunlight, piercing through the darkness. Su Yan, you're really powerful. When I first met you, I should have killed you. The Hydralisk said directly. When he first met Su Yan, he was an expert in the dragon realm, and Su Yan was far from that. At this time, Su Yan said directly, you talk a lot of nonsense. At that time, you didn't have the ability to kill me at all. Now, you're still too far away. Regal sword teleportation. Su Yan disappeared into the horizon. In the next moment, a sword intense soared into the sky, and a terrifying power spiraled. Countless sword blades condensed into a terrifying whirlwind. At this time, Su Yan's first target was the Hydralisk. Ratli, protect me. The Hydralisk smiled coldly, then gave the order. Ratli actually obeyed his order and went to protect him. Su Yan's attack had just landed, but it was blocked by Ratli's terrifying power. You want to kill me? How is that possible? At this time, the Hydralisk was extremely proud. How is it? Being killed by your own brother, you must be very unhappy, right? But it doesn't matter, you're going to die soon anyway, so what if you're unhappy? At this moment, his power erupted directly at this moment. The aura of darkness descended at this moment. Endless light flashed, directly breaking through everything. The most dazzling light soared into the sky. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth had reached the most terrifying level. When this terrifying attack directly suppressed him, even Su Yan felt the most violent impact. He was almost unable to withstand it. His power constantly flickered, and the light in the darkness finally began to be annihilated under the impact of the endless power. At this time, the Hydralisk also directly attacked. This guy had always been a poisonous snake in the dark, just like his name. However, no one had expected that the assassin who could barely qualify as a second-rate in the limitless demon sect would become so powerful and terrifying today. This kind of power was simply unparalleled. At this time, his powerful power directly turned into a point, wanting to kill Su Yan. But at this time, how could Su Yan let him succeed so easily? "I've been waiting for you." Su Yan sneered. In fact, when he attacked just now, he had already calculated that he would not succeed. But he still had a trick up his sleeve. Because at that time, Su Yan had already expected that when he and Ratley fought, the Hydralisk would not let go of the opportunity to assassinate him. And in his view, that was an opportunity that belonged to him. When this terrifying attack arrived, it was a chance for him to directly counterattack. "Great Elder, bind." The Hydralisk's attack came close, but Su Yan's power directly roared out. The powerful and terrifying power turned into a long snake and suddenly imprisoned him. "If I can't kill Ratley, then I'll kill you first." Su Yan was already infuriated by this guy hiding in the dark. So at this time, he would not give the other party such a chance. In just one blow, he would directly kill the other party. "You!" The Hydralisk obviously did not expect that after being surrounded by Rat Li's evil power, Su Yan would still have the energy to counterattack. His power was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely extreme. After all, he was a guy who walked in the dark. "Unpresentable thing, I'll let you die today." At this time, Su Yan directly surged his power. The power of the Godslayer sword and the Taiji sword operated at the same time. In the next moment, the most terrifying power directly annihilated the opponent. At this time, the Hydralisk only had time to let out an extremely miserable roar. Then, his life came to an end at this moment. At this time, Su Yan's power revolved. The gate of the small world opened and directly collected the Hydralisk's essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze directly saw through everything. Chapter 1347. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Su Yan, do you like the gift I've prepared for you? Duanmu Longhu asked softly. He and Su Yan were separated by an unknown distance, but at this time, his voice was transmitted directly to him. "Duanmu Longhu, you've violated my taboo." Su Yan also transmitted his will. "That's more fun, isn't it? I really didn't expect that after I threw you into the shadow world, you didn't die. Instead, it made you stronger. But that's fine. This way, I won't disappoint my old enemy. You and I will have a decisive battle in the end. So, before that, cherish your life." As his words fell, he suddenly clapped his hands, immediately severing the connection between the two. The Hydralisk was dead, but Su Yan's crisis was not over yet. Because at this time, he still had to face an extremely powerful existence, and that was Ratley. In terms of realm, Su Yan was not afraid, but Ratley's entire body was filled with the power of sin. That was an exceedingly terrifying power, with an unimaginable aura. The terror of this power was simply unimaginable. It could corrupt everything. "Ratley, you still haven't come to your senses?" Su Yan directly shouted, wanting to use his mental power to attack Ratley's soul. But at this time, Ratley's soul was already in chaos. "Ha ha ha, come to my senses? I'm very clear-headed right now, Su Yan, don't you think I'm very powerful right now?" His voice rumbled like thunder. Then, his body turned, and turned into an incomparably huge and terrifying rat. Damn it, how can I restrain it? Su Yan felt helpless. The biggest problem now was that he couldn't get close to Ratli. The power of sin could actually corrode his aura. If even Su Yan's power could be corroded, then what about others? This was truly the power of sin. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. Su Yan, are you afraid? Huh, as expected, you'd better become my food. Don't worry, I'll let you die in pain. After all, we're good friends. I'll give you an unforgettable death. Ratli had completely lost his mind. At this time, Su Yan could only continuously dodge the attacks. Senior Godslayer, do you have any ideas? At this time, there was not much he could do. Translation. After all, this power was too evil. Sin was not easy. Was not even he could be easily. In fact, the Godslayer said power, is, the power, the Godslayer, is translation Slayer God translation. The is translation is translation. Translation is translation is translation is. And this was the best way to restrain this power. However, it was impossible for void beasts to exist in the 5 counties continent. This made things difficult. Ratli could not follow Su Yan into the void. In other words, even if they entered the void, they might not be able to meet a void beast, let alone a powerful void beast that could fight Ratli. Waha, I seem to hear Master teaching me. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice was heard. It was the sea-splitting demonic snake. Sea-splitting demonic snake, you've reached such a level. Su Yan was shocked. The sea-splitting demonic snake was different from before. His body was not as big as before, but there were wings on his back. They looked like dragon wings. At the same time, his power had become extremely terrifying. He had reached the level of a holy master. Wrong, master. Please call me the sky-splitting dragon snake. At this time, he flapped his wings and flew directly over. Then, his body slammed into the body of the giant rat that Shuli had transformed into. The next moment, the terrifying power of sin spread directly toward his body. Be careful. Su Yan reminded him loudly. However, the sky-splitting dragon snake laughed and said, Be careful? Master, don't worry. It's impossible for a mere rat to defeat me. At this moment, the surface of his body flashed with a dark light. That was the power of the void. The power of the void. Su Yan was shocked. When he was in the void with Su Yan, the sea-splitting demonic snake had indeed devoured a young void beast. Therefore, his bloodline had improved and even evolved. However, evolution should not have allowed him to reach such a level. At this moment, the terrifying power released from his body was unimaginable. Such a violent aura kept fluctuating at this moment, as if the whole world was about to fall. How terrifying and powerful was this power? At this moment, all the auras and sins between the heavens and the earth had become extraordinarily silent. Guys, come out. Let our master see our strength. At this moment, the sky-splitting dragon snake roared loudly. In the next moment, the Oriole appeared, followed by the double-winged sky tiger. Su Yan's 3 demonic beasts appeared at the same time. That was not all. At this moment, the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts were flashing with extremely powerful and intense power of the void. Master, don't worry. Leave this disobedient guy to us. At this moment, their power was reflected directly at this moment. The intense aura had reached its peak at this moment. Endless power was rolling at this moment. The most terrifying aura surrounded Ratli directly. At this moment, the 3 demonic beasts were surging with the terrifying power of the void beasts at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Such a powerful and terrifying power kept rising at this moment. Previously, Rat Li's power of sin was extremely terrifying. Even Su Yan had to retreat and not let this power touch him easily. But at this moment, the three demonic beasts appeared. Rat Li was surrounded by the three demonic beasts and they kept attacking him. Sky-splitting dragon slash. At this moment, the sky-splitting dragon snake curled its tail and slashed down fiercely. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. The dark aura was silent at this moment. Sin turned into nothingness under the power of the void. At this moment, Su Yan directly released his aura. His divine consciousness penetrated into the ancient demon shrine. Senior, help me suppress it. I want to enter the ancient demon shrine. At this moment, the ancient demon god temple was filled with an incomparably strong power of sin. Even if the Godslayer sword was tainted by this power, it would definitely be tainted. The Godslayer sword was still hoping to defy the heavens and be reborn. If it was tainted by such power, it would be a great catastrophe for it. However, Su Yan's exalted power was barely able to resist this terrifying aura. Alright. At this moment, although the three demonic beasts had the upper hand, they did need a power to suppress the situation. After all, Rat Li was under the control of Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu was simply too terrifying. It was not impossible for him to have set up some sort of backup plan. Su Yan went straight into the ancient demon shrine. At this moment, the ancient demon shrine had become a land of death. This place that Su Yan was afraid of, the holy land of the demon clan, was now in such a miserable state. It had to be said that Duanmu Longhu's means were terrifying. This guy seemed to be everywhere. It was as if he had set up traps everywhere. The ancient demon shrine had existed for such a long time, but this time, it had fallen, and lost so miserably. There was nothing left in this place. Su Yan saw the powerful demon gods. They had the most terrifying strength, but at this moment, their auras were weak. Clearly, they were dead. Su Yan walked step by step. The most terrifying dark power was endless, and the densest aura was revealed at this moment. The sky, the earth, and everything was surging at this moment, trying to pull Su Yan into the abyss of darkness. However, Su Yan's grand supreme power burst out, and the dense dark power was dispersed. Could it be that there's really nothing here that refuses to obey? The more Su Yan walked in, the more shocked he was. The aura here was simply incomparably terrifying. Endless power surged at this moment. The most terrifying and violent aura was also changing at this moment. The ancient demon god's hall was indeed very majestic. The power it contained made Su Yan extremely fearful. But at this moment, these mighty forces had fallen into complete oblivion. In the face of darkness, even the most powerful forces began to perish. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Yan kept telling himself that there must be something alive in this place. Finally, he came to the end of the ancient demon shrine. There was a huge pit here, and the most terrifying power was spreading in the pit. Such a violent and terrifying aura rolled out at this moment. The power roared continuously at this moment, almost like the roar of an angry dragon. What a terrifying power fluctuation. This shows how terrifying the battle that took place here was. Just the traces of the battle were enough to show how terrifying the battle had been. That's not right. Duanmu Longhu is strong, but his strength can't have reached this level. At this moment, Su Yan realized that something was wrong. This place was related to Duanmu Longhu, but it definitely wasn't Duanmu Longhu's power that had caused the ancient demon shrine to sink. Chapter 1348. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just then, an aged voice sounded from the deep pit. Beloved of fate, you've finally arrived. In the dark pit, apart from the terrifying destructive power, there was nothing left. However, at this moment, an extremely weak aura appeared. This aura had completely merged from nothingness, and its power was constantly changing and condensing. The aura of the mountains and seas flickered. Such a radiance finally condensed. Su Yan was very familiar with this image. It was the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise Prime was one of the strongest existences. Even the Godslayer sword had said that he was terrifying. However, his aura was extremely weak at this moment. The most terrifying evil is coming. The light of darkness of the Wuji realm will appear. Whether or not we can restore the light of this world depends on you. Be careful of the. He was truly extremely weak. At this moment, he actually stopped speaking. He did not even utter the last word. Su Yan frowned slightly. Be careful of the last few words made him feel extremely uneasy. The shadow of the Black Tortoise disappeared and turned into a tortoise shell. That was the last remnant of the Black Tortoise. Senior, please enter my mini-world and rest in peace. Su Yan unleashed his power. Unknowingly, his power had already wrapped around the aura of the Black Tortoise. All the power between the sky and the earth had been condensed to the extreme. That kind of terrifying power had reached a terrifying level at this time. The power of darkness spiraled continuously. It seemed to have sensed Su Yan's mini-world and was about to invade it. What an all-pervasive power of sin. Su Yan flipped his palm and an aura rushed out, immediately dissipating the power. At this moment, Yun Wanqing and the others were in his mini-world. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let this power affect his surroundings. However, at least he had gained something from coming here, even if it was just an incomplete sentence. Since I've already sunk into sin, there's no longer any meaning for this place to exist. Since that's the case, let's just disappear. At this moment, Su Yan's power erupted. It was the supreme nirvanic rend. At this moment, the power of this attack had reached the pinnacle. The most violent power of the sword chi rose directly. Such power of the sword chi directly shattered everything. The entire ancient demon god temple began to crumble at this moment. Endless crushing power spread out, and the most terrifying power had completely dissipated. With the destruction of the ancient Fey god temple, the power of sin seemed to be directly devoured. But at that moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that he was being watched by a pair of terrifying eyes. Under this eye, an extremely mysterious and powerful force suddenly emerged. This force slowly came at this time, almost unimaginable. At this moment, the endless power surged out and immediately surrounded Su Yan. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Su Yan had no power to resist at all. That ray of light directly took Su Yan and completely disappeared. At this moment, everything was still collapsing. What should have sunk had completely dissipated. The thing that appeared at this place was still continuing. The collapse of the ancient demon god temple was not reversed, but Su Yan's aura had completely disappeared. After a while, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. An extremely dazzling ray of light fell directly. Such a dazzling ray of light was simply unimaginable. He suddenly realized that he was in a place that was completely different from the rest. This place did not seem to belong to this space-time, but existed in another dimension. Su Yan looked around and suddenly realized that there was a pair of eyes staring straight at him. That gaze seemed to have the most terrifying power. It made Su Yan's heart tremble slightly. Who are you? Su Yan asked directly. He could feel that the owner of this gaze was powerful and terrifying. However, this existence did not make a move at this moment. This meant that he still had good intentions towards Yifutian. Demon God. These two words were not loud, but they rang directly in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan was shocked. An existence that could become a god was definitely unimaginable. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of the demon race. In the operation of heaven and earth, they played an extremely important role and played a vital role. However, Su Yan also knew that this time, the ancient demon god temple had fallen into Duan Wulonghu's trap and fallen. This meant that the fate of the demon race had come to an end. This powerful race was finally going to decline at this time. The fate of our race has finally come to an end. The demon god's voice rang out. However, at this moment, he did not sound regretful at all. Instead, he was calm. Senior, I'm afraid you already knew all this. Since you knew, why didn't you make a move? Su Yan believed that with the strength of the demon god, he could definitely turn the situation around. How can a deity who has already passed away be qualified to make a move? In fact, I had already predicted today's situation a long time ago. The great luck of the demon clan was cut off today, and the next to face the crisis was the infinite world. In fact, the luck of the living beings in this world is connected, and they are of the same origin. If the infinite world can survive this disaster, then our demon clan can rise again against the heavens. But if we fail, then what difference does it make whether the luck is there or not? Senior, you asked me to come here. I'm afraid you have something to tell me. Su Yan went straight to the point. Since the demon god had already fallen, his power naturally could not defy the heavens and earth. If he really had such power, Su Yan believed that he would definitely not have allowed today's events to happen. Since he had summoned him to this place, it meant that he had something to tell him. He did not believe that the demon god was so bored that he just wanted to see him. You're right. At this moment, a few rays of light suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. This is the power of the white tiger and the power of the vermilion bird. I can already see that your small world is using the power of the 4 divine beasts to open up the mysteries of heaven and earth. Only by obtaining the power of the 4 divine beasts can your small world advance further. Su Yan did not stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. He could not refuse this at all. The things given by the demon god were too important to him. In this way, with the 4 divine beasts gathered, your power is also guaranteed. However, this is still not enough. The demon god spoke again. Su Yan said, Senior, please give me some pointers. The demon god said, perhaps you feel that you are the child of destiny and are entangled by fate, but in fact, you are an anomaly that can break all the patterns. It is also because of this that you are the key to this catastrophe. I can no longer do anything, so I will directly tell you my path to becoming a god. As for what I want you to do, that is to preserve the fate of the demon race. I know that you have 3 demonic beasts, and they can be the kings of the demon race. The demon god had summoned Su Yan here in hopes that Su Yan could preserve the demon race and not let the demon race completely decline. Without the ancient demon god temple, the demon race would be leaderless. In this battle, they would most likely be in disarray and suffer heavy losses. He knew that this situation could not be changed, but he hoped that if the infinite world could survive this, Su Yan could reverse the fate of the demon race and let his 3 demonic beasts become the kings of the demon race. Although it was impossible to restore the glory of the ancient demon god temple, it could preserve the last bit of dignity of the demon race. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly said, okay. The current situation was extremely dangerous, and Su Yan could not afford to have any doubts. At this time, he could only agree to many things. Moreover, he could not refuse this condition. After all, it was to let his demonic beasts become first-class experts. And after obtaining the power of the 4 divine beasts, Su Yan's pocket dimension could become complete. At this time, Su Yan had already guessed one thing, and that was that there must be an extremely terrifying existence supporting Duan Wulonghu. When time changed, there was an extremely small fragment, and that was that an extremely terrifying dark power suddenly appeared in the ancient demon god temple. That power rushed into the ancient demon god temple. In an instant, all the restrictions in the ancient demon god temple were activated. At this time, the power that erupted was even more terrifying than the terrifying attack of the destruction dragon god in the dragon's tomb. Frankly speaking, even if Su Yan and the Godslayer sword combined their powers and used all their strength, it would be impossible to block this attack. However, such an attack was directly blocked by him. No, this was no longer as simple as being blocked. In fact, this attack was directly annihilated, because an even more powerful force appeared. That most terrifying force directly swallowed everything completely. At this moment, all the defenses of the ancient demon god temple were shattered. Such an attack was simply unbelievably powerful. The most terrifying power was churning unceasingly at this moment. Such a terrifying power was constantly manifesting, and the most terrifying aura directly descended at this moment. That violent and terrifying power directly devoured everything. Under this power, it was as if all existence was meaningless. What kind of terrifying power was this? However, this also allowed Su Yan to see the essence of that power clearly. It's that terrifying existence. At this moment, Su Yan was very sure that the power that destroyed the ancient demon god temple was the most terrifying will of the demonic world. If it was such a terrifying existence, then Su Yan could understand why such a powerful ancient demon god temple would collapse in a single night. It was because the power of that existence was truly heaven-defying. Oh no, get out of here quickly. At this moment, the demon god exclaimed. This was because at this moment, the terrifying power that clearly existed in the memories broke through the restraints and swept towards Su Yan. Su Yan was extremely shocked. This was already beyond his imagination. This power seemed to have broken the rules of space-time, and then directly attacked him. Hand over your life. This voice was so cold, and just the voice alone seemed to have performed the laws of ice to the extreme. Chapter 1349. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two forces clashed fiercely. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan was shocked when he saw the two forces clashing. However, he was no longer the same person as before. He was now strong enough to interfere in such a battle. Supreme Annihilation Slash. His power condensed and a powerful sword intent took shape in an instant. The powerful aura pierced into the evil and darkness. The power suddenly bloomed. It was so dense that it wanted to break through everything. Su Yan's power and the demon god's power joined forces and finally suppressed the dark power. However, at this moment, an evil laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, Su Yan, you won't be able to escape. I will definitely devour you. The devil monarch is already dead, no one can save you now. His words had an unimaginably deep aura that stimulated Su Yan's mind. At this moment, he was a god that could dominate everything. Su Yan felt like he was a broken boat in the middle of a huge wave. He could be destroyed at any moment. The power just now was against the combination of the demon god and himself. But at this moment, that power actually shattered everything and directly pierced towards his sea of consciousness. What terrified Su Yan even more was that in the past, whenever his sea of consciousness was involved, Su Yan would launch the most intense and crazy counterattack. However, at this moment, Su Yan's power was suppressed. How is this possible? Supreme Sword Soul, wake up! At this moment, he shouted angrily and the small world shook. However, after shaking for a while, the power was extinguished. It was as if it could not break free from the shackles. Kiki, it's useless. Your power is not perfect. How can you resist my power? At this moment, the power became even more intense. The terrifying and evil aura directly condensed into a long needle at this moment, wanting to pierce through everything. Even the source of the small world seemed to want to be destroyed directly. However, at this moment, a cold snort sounded. You attacked him before I even died. You seem to be happy too early. That was the voice of the island master of the divine devil island, the devil monarch. The demon lord had suddenly appeared at this time. As such power descended, the most terrifying light turned into a palm and blasted down. This power seemed to have a great restraining effect on the evil aura. With just one blow, the power dissipated. At this moment, that evil voice rang out once more, Devil Lord, to think that you are still alive at this moment. How interesting. It's just that the current you is destined to find it hard to reverse the situation. Back then, you were the one who single-handedly created this calamity. Now, you want to make up for it, turning from a devil to a saint? Do you think that's possible? Even though the power had been repelled by the demonic art, the evil existence didn't seem to care at all, as though everything was under his control. Moreover, just from the conversation between the two of them, some information could be gleaned. At the very least, he and the devil monarch were old acquaintances. As for the relationship between them, it was unknown. However, in any case, he was still repelled this time. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he became even more solemn. This guy's strength was beyond his expectations. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's panicked voice suddenly sounded. Su Yan, are you done? Quick, there's a big problem here. Su Yan's heart trembled. He had never heard the Godslayer sword so panicked. One had to know that even when the Godslayer sword was schemed against by the Seven Dragon King, it wasn't like this. I have passed on everything to you, and from now on, I will completely disappear. As someone who is about to completely disappear, I hope that you can work hard for this world. Even if it's just for a certain memory of the past, you must not let this world fall. The demon Immortal, who was once an expert, had completely fallen. At this moment, Ratley had undergone a huge change. Originally, he had been suppressed by Su Yan's 3 demonic beasts and seemed unable to resist. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared from his body. Within his body, a petal actually bloomed. That petal had an indescribable beauty, but the power within it was frightening. It was the most terrifying evil in this world. It was as if as long as that petal existed, everything in this world would be completely annihilated. Such a terrifying power was surging at this moment. The dense aura was simply unimaginable. The radiance of the sky and earth seemed to be swallowed by this petal at this moment. Another moment passed, and the light of the sun gradually dimmed. The world was about to be swallowed by darkness. Su Yan left the ancient demon shrine. He witnessed such a change and was extremely shocked. He knew that the calamity had finally arrived. Such a terrifying power descended directly, as though it was going to swallow the entire world. That's the flower of sin. You can't stop it. Hurry up and leave. The demon lord's voice sounded at this moment. Su Yan was also shocked. This was the first time he had heard this term. However, the moment he heard this term, he knew that it was an extremely terrifying power. An endless amount of power surged at this moment. Ratley's body directly materialized at this moment, turning into the flower of sin. His entire body seemed to be changing. The most terrifying aura had almost turned into an endless amount of sin. The 3 demonic beasts near him originally had the power of the void. However, at this moment, they were swallowed up directly, without even a chance to struggle. The power of darkness was endless. Such an aura covered the sky and covered the sun. At this moment, Su Yan still wanted to rescue the 3 demonic beasts. However, at this moment, a powerful force came from the sky. That was the power of the demon lord. Leave this place. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to rescue them, but you will also be drowned by this power. His voice sounded, not allowing any objection. Although Su Yan's current level was very high, he was still unable to resist this power. No, I can't abandon my companions. At this moment, a power suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body, directly resisting the power of the demon lord. At this moment, no matter what, he couldn't abandon his companions. His 3 demonic beasts were here to help him in this battle. Not only the 3 demonic beasts, but also the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the flower of sin bloomed and was going to swallow the entire world. However, he left at this most critical moment. Su Yan would never forgive himself. However, in merely a single second, the power emitted by the sin and sin glory grew even denser. Even Su Yan himself could feel how terrifying this power was. It seemed that in the next moment, he would also sink into it. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Heaven and earth, with the boundless laws, freeze all things. The flower of sin shall not bloom." When that voice appeared, Su Yan's entire body froze. How could he forget this voice? It was the voice of the person he loved the most, Chu Linger. Ever since Su Yan left Heartless Island, he didn't know how long it had been since he last saw her. However, at this moment, she appeared. Her power directly descended like a heavenly sword. This power directly pierced into the flower of sin. At this moment, the terrifying power of sin could no longer bloom. "Su Yan, I'm here. You go with the demon lord." Chu Linger's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan still couldn't believe it. Not long ago, the person who needed his protection the most had come to help him directly. Su Yan, you have to remember that you are the last hope. I have already communicated with the heavenly Tao and become the heart of the heavenly Tao. The flower of sin is the eternal source of sin. It's not just in the infinite world, but also in the Shura world, the shadow world, and all the other worlds. Su Yan was stunned. He hadn't expected things to come to this point. However, at this moment, he cast aside all his hesitation and followed the power of the Demon Lord. In the next moment, he appeared on the Demon Lord's Divine Demon Island. At this moment, the entire Divine Demon Island had turned into a huge Divine Demon diagram. Su Yan, I have to tell you that all sins originated from me. Therefore, I am the Demon Lord. Su Yan didn't understand. At this moment, the Demon Lord said. Back then, when the chaos was created, the chaos demon god wreaked havoc. In the end, many worlds were created. Among them, the Shura world, the shadow world, and other worlds were incomplete worlds. We were afraid that the infinite world would be the same. Therefore, we created the land of 5 lords and condensed the power of the 5 elements. The land of 5 lords was formed and entered the infinite world to oppose the 9 states. Under their joint efforts, the infinite world was indeed a combination of yin and yang. The 2 worlds started to operate with the 2 continents as the 2 poles. However, later on, they discovered that after forcefully reversing yin and yang, a brand new force appeared. It was the demon. The word demon seemed to be born to defy everything. That force started to engulf everything. At that time, the island master of Divine Demon Island was the first to come into contact with this force. He turned himself into a demon. From then on, he became the Demon Lord. At that time, he couldn't control himself. At that time, the Fiery Lord and the Nether Lord had already gone to open up the world. Only the Heavenly Lord, the Sage, and the Demon Lord were left. The Heavenly Lord was severely injured from killing the Shura god. He was defeated by the Demon Lord and disappeared without a trace. Only the Holy Lord and the Demon Lord fought. In the end, the Demon Lord was defeated. At that time, the Demon Lord should have died. However, the Holy Lord couldn't bear to see the Demon Lord die. He sealed the Demon Lord's terrifying demonic power in the demon world. In order to purify the power of the demon world, he went deep into it. Actually, the powerful creature in the demon world is the Holy Lord. However, it is a Holy Lord who has been completely infected by the demonic power. Is that so? Su Yan was shocked. He didn't know about this karma. At this time, the Demon Lord continued, what you don't know is not only this. In fact, whether it is Duan Wulonhu, the ghost killer, or the god of the shadow world, they are all reincarnations of the Holy Lord. His goal is to merge the infinite world and all the other worlds at the same time and create a new chaotic world. That is because chaos and destruction are the essence of the Demon Lord. But, if that is the case, what should I do? At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. While they were talking, the power of the flower of sin had begun to spread. Such an aura was extremely terrifying. The world of Shura, the shadow world, and the 9 states were all infiltrated. At this time, the infinite world should have been stabilized by Chu Linger's power of the heavenly way. However, in the next moment, it was also on the verge of collapse. Here, an extremely dark power appeared, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was a powerful force in the deepest part of the Boundless Demon sect. I, Yu Quan of the Boundless Demon sect, have returned. At this time, his power was constantly rising. The powerful force directly attacked the power of the heavenly way. At the same time, in the Stupa sect of the 5 prefectures, a ray of light suddenly rushed out. I, Ancestor Stupa, have returned. These 2 forces were like heavenly pillars, running rampant in the sky. Even the power of the heavenly way was directly reversed. At this time, the people of the Stupa sect began to roar in pain. Their life force was directly sucked dry. It was the same for the people of the Boundless Demon sect. You see, that Yu Quan is actually the great demon heaven lord. He has always been alive, and the same is true for ancestor Stupa. I have already calculated that they are the power of yin and yang of the holy sage. The holy sage has completely lost himself, even more so than I was back then. Now, he only wants to merge the entire world. At this time, the infinite world was trembling greatly. This was because at this time, whether it was the world of Shura, the shadow world, or even the demonic world, they were all moving closer to the infinite world. Just as the demon king had said, this guy's ultimate goal was not to destroy the infinite world, but to merge all the worlds together. Then, he would destroy everything and return it to chaos. Then what should I do? At this time, Su Yan asked directly. At this time, even he felt powerless. He had become a sacred venerate, but the changes at this time were beyond the control of a sacred venerate. However, at this time, another voice sounded. Gather all the power, condense the majesty of the Lord of Heaven, and cut off everything. When Su Yan heard this voice, he was immediately shocked because it was the voice of the great demonic dragon. Senior. At this time, the great demonic dragon appeared here. No need to be surprised. That guy has been planning for so long, and we have done nothing. Now, I will sacrifice all the power and integrate it into your body. Senior, why did you choose me? Su Yan asked directly. In fact, he already had a vague answer in his heart. At this time, another voice sounded. It was Zhang Zai's voice. At this time, Zhang Zai appeared directly. His cultivation of swordsmanship had disappeared without a trace, and his whole body was filled with unimaginable flame power. Actually, you already have the answer, because you are the Lord of Heaven. Back then, the Lord of Heaven was seriously injured, but he did not die. Instead, he left this dimensional world and appeared in another place. He wanted to find an extreme power that could completely eliminate the power of the devil. The Lord of Heaven was more farsighted than anyone else. He still predicted that the terrifying power of the devil would definitely make a comeback, and it would be unstoppable. That's right. Now, we will gather the power of the four great kings and integrate it into your body. At this time, the great demonic dragon had already killed Rosen and became the real Nether King. As for Zhang Zai, he inherited the power of the Flame King and became the Inferno King. In addition to the power of the demonic king, the power of the four great kings was combined. In an instant, the regal sword soul was directly awakened. The terrifying power was completely awakened at this time. Endless aura manifested at this time, and everything had reached an unbelievable level. At this moment, Su Yan had experienced an endless amount of vicissitudes. Everything was awakened in his heart. At this time, the voice of the woman in red from the Shura realm sounded, Su Yan, go. Senior Sister Lin. How could Su Yan forget the woman in red? She was the woman he loved the most after coming to this world. She was Lin Hualu. At the next moment, Fang Yueshan's voice sounded, my shadow origin, take it. At this moment, all the power began to pour into Su Yan. At this time, Duan Wulonghu had slowly reached the center of the world. Whether it was Yu Quan or Ancestor Buter, their auras were all condensing into his body. Because at this time, he was the true son of sin. This chaotic world will fall under my power. Return to the embrace of chaos and destruction. Sin is where everything belongs. His power erupted, and Chu Linger's power could no longer support it. The power of the heavenly path had begun to be devoured bit by bit. However, at this time, Su Yan opened his eyes. Sin will eventually be eliminated. The world is united, and the lives of all things will not wither. Instead, it will be better. His voice was like thunder and lightning. Wherever his voice passed, the power of evil was directly dissipated. Godslayer sword, I promised you that I would refine you. Come. At this time, Su Yan's regal sword spirit appeared between heaven and earth. The regal sword spirit had absorbed all the power and was unbelievably powerful. Then, Su Yan suddenly grabbed, and the Taiji divine sword rushed into the sky. In the next moment, all 10 divine swords flew into the sky and merged with it, At this time, the terrifying power was constantly changing. Heaven and earth are one, but the world should not return to chaos. I, as the Lord of Heaven, condense the ancient God's sword and set the laws of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yen had gathered all the power. He had reached a terrifying level and established an immortal existence. The ancient God's sword fell directly, and the terrifying power of sin was directly dissolved. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu was in extreme pain. Within his body, countless faces began to flash. It was as if he was struggling bitterly to break free from the power of the ancient God's sword. But in the end, everything was destroyed. Under the ancient God's sword, heaven and earth were finally fixed again. The terrifying power had already divided everything. The rules were remade. Chapter 1350. The Eternal Sword Emperor has ended, and a new battlefield has opened. The new book, Eternal Venerated Monster, has been serialized, and this is an even better novel. I welcome everyone to continue supporting me. Eternal Sword Emperor has been completed, and the new book has been serialized. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update.